welcome back to another fucking video. And in today's video, we're gonna be playing some more fucking Block Bingo. More of this shit again.
Renew my skin. Let me show you.
I've been using the Lancome Renogy CRX Triple Serum Retinol for a few days now, and I noticed that my skin looks more radiant. I have less pores.
Fuck you.
My van.
Bro, this is Minecraft.
Yeah,
Besides, even if it does take us to something weird, love that, right? Love glitches.
I mean, yeah, but I have a bad feeling about this one, I'm not gonna lie. You see how far he's taking us, bro? I don't know.
Now he's just standing still.
What the?
Okay? He just fell off for no reason. So. What? Yo!
What?
Okay.
You know, bro?
No, he did not throw an ender pearl. If he threw it, I would have heard it. I would have heard it.
Are you sure?
Do ender pearls make a sound when you throw? I think so, right?
I don't know.
Ah, dang. I don't know. I feel like I would have seen
Where'd
it.
he go? What?
Yeah. I mean, if he threw, he probably there's probably in the water somewhere. You think he was he knew we were following or something? Maybe.
But why did you run out this far to begin with? Like what?
I mean, okay. Dude, I like that.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
This is so cool. What?
What do you mean it's so
What is
cool?
this?
Bro,
I want to see lava, water.
it's like all my stuff is gone and just my hotbar was scattered. What about you? Wait, did you take my armor?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a chest plate.
Yeah, and 43 levels?
Yeah, I have 42 levels.
What? So now you got 24.
Yeah.
Why did we change? Okay. Well, do you know where that other player went? It seems like he just disappeared.
That doesn't matter right now. Look where we are.
I don't wanna, bro, this place looks creepy as hell, bro.
Hey, bro, I'm the one that didn't want to come here, okay? I wanted to go back earlier. But
Okay.
look at this, bro. We're in some type of collision terrain.
Oh. Are you seeing Okay.
Oh, but I don't get damaged.
What you mean you don't get that? What? I don't know what fire is. What?
Neither do
That's
I.
cool. Okay.
What? What is that? Leaves?
Dude, this doesn't make any sense. This world doesn't make any sense. The guy disappearing doesn't make any sense. Well, I don't know where we don't know where he is.
Alright, we gotta explore to find him, bro.
I guess another thing I have an issue with this is did anybody else find us except that one guy and us? 'Cause I feel like this would be a really big thing if anybody found
And we
this.
got teleported, right? In a certain area.
I suppose. Isn't that like a red flag? You know, they got teleported away.
Is it not cool? I mean, nothing bad has happened yet, so it's fishy.
Oh! Hold on, I see a structure.
Wait.
Come with me. It's all the way over here.
Oh, what the?
Yeah, oh my. Hold on.
What a shipwreck?
Is that a shipwreck?
It's a corrupted building.
It looks like a castle, don't you think?
Dude, this is so cool, bro. Even the freaking grass doesn't have snow.
Oh my god, the grass is. Yeah.
Oh, it's a wooden mansion.
Oh my god.
Villager outpost.
Yeah, I see pillager flags. I see that. Trying to make our way here.
This is my dream, bro.
What you mean it's a dream? Ooh, oh, there's some wood here. Oh, okay. So what happened here?
Whoa.
Huh.
What is this, bro? This is no regular Minecraft structure.
Yeah, it really
Built by
isn't.
someone?
In all honesty, this kind of feels familiar.
Familiar.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't you think so as well?
No.
Bro, I don't know what to make of this. It's like, I've never seen a Minecraft structure like this. Or act like this, to be honest.
Oh. No, come here right now.
Okay,
Oh my god.
hold on.
Yeah, I think we should live here, bro.
Bye.
All the chests we're finding?
Why?
Oh! Come here right now! Come here right now! What's behind? No.
What's up with cheating?
Nah, I'm eating. I'm genuinely eating good. Maybe we don't tell anyone about this.
You don't tell anybody?
No. It's not happening, bro. Yeah, there's gotta be people living here or something.
Okay, I mean, shoot. Do you want to see, what else this world has?
here, please.
What? Huh. What the? Wait. I remember I was over there. Now I'm on this tower now. I'm on this tower now. Yeah. Okay. Why is this What? Tyler? Is this rain? Seems like time has frozen or something like that. How am I supposed to get down from here? Okay, obviously it's not a glitch, but like why? Why is this happening to me? Is it a monster? Well, I remember things. I don't think I got mind wiped. It's so weird. Why? How can it do this? I need to figure this out, bro. How can I beat this thing? That sign has words. Wait. Does any of this mean nothing to you? What? No. It's just a castle. Why would this mean anything to me? I don't remember seeing that door floating. It's in the air. What? I think these are buried books. I think I'm supposed to go in that. Be careful now. Holy. Okay. What? Is this supposed to be the farmlands? There's a sign. Question mark? What is it asking me? Is it asking me the same question as before? Dude, no, this doesn't mean anything to me. What do you mean? This is just the farmlands. What? Symbols? There's a book I quote here. What? Why does the ring sound different? It's one of those books. Signed by me, yeah. Okay. Out of all I've witnessed on the server, out of all the books I've found, that thing, it's toying with me. Why is it purposely leaving these books for me to find? Why is it revealing these abnormal glitches? I'm trapped in a broken, glitchy world now. Did that entity create these glitches? Wait, it's an entity and it's leaving these books behind? This isn't normal Minecraft behavior. This is something else. Have the other versions of me wander these corrupted locations too? Or am I special? The only one that gets to suffer? Is there anybody out there that I can call help to? Either way, I'm with the only person I can trust. Tyler. Sometimes I hear a heartbeat on the side of the road. Pulse is irregular and growing louder when I turn away from it. Tyler says we should follow where it's coming from. I don't think it's a good idea, but next time if I hear it, I'll follow. That is not a word. Don't. No. What do you? Is it? I think the past me. He was trying to spell out. Don't trust Tyler. Don't trust anyone. Don't trust Tyler. Don't trust. What do you mean? This isn't normal. The entity create these glitches. What is it supposed to mean? Don't trust Tyler? Oh, I'm back.
Oh, Romney, I see your chest.
I don't. Should I go?
Romney!
I think I should. Yeah. Keep going there. I think I should be far enough to talk normally. What happened to past me? Who's past me talk? Don't trust anybody. Don't trust Tyler. I don't know. I'm not taking any chances. That other they brought up a good point though. Why is it letting me find these books? Why is it letting me read it? Bro, shouldn't my memories be erased already? Bro, it just keeps getting crazier and crazier the more I read these books. Why is it letting me and past me find these books and read them? What? I think I'm just done, bro. I can't leave the game. Why can't I not leave the game? I just gotta keep going, bro. I gotta find one of these books. Understand them and prevent whatever is happening to these other me's, dude. Look. Their heartbeats. It's coming from there. There's cobblestone. What? Yeah. These are just traces of a place. Dude, pass me. What? Huh? The sand in the gravel. It's floating. I don't know if should I go in there? I don't. It's hard books though. I don't think it's a good idea to go in. Was that the monsters?
Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Harbor Freight.
I'm the vacation. I think I stumbled into something.
They're coming after our family.
Nobody 2, rated R. Only in theaters Friday.
Fighting nicotine cravings on your own.
No, what? No. It's me. Is this a trap? I don't... Maybe... I think it's one of those puzzles for one of those books. My books. He's holding a book. Wait. I don't think it's a trap. Why is there so many me's? Hey guys, hey me's. Oh my god, you're talking about. Tell me about Chunks, memory rating what? Anyone has a brain would think this is an anime strike, but whoever wrote it as a news was telling the truth. I swear he's reading off one of the books I read before. All I've witnessed on the server, out of all the books I found, that thing, it's going with me. Why is the purpose of leaving these books for me to find? Do you reveal me? I'm tired. I think these are the knees that got mind wiped in the book and corpse. Are these the same books that I've been reading? Can you give it to me? I can't hurt them or grab them. What happened to me? How did all of this happen? Wait. 23, 15, 21, 12, 4. Hey. What could that even mean? There's just numbers. I don't... What? Tyler pushed me into that hole. I don't know if I'm safe or not. I don't think it's safe. The book that I had on me, it said, do not trust anybody. Do not trust Tyler. What is this thing? What am I dealing with? It's not saying what the book and clothes say. Wait. Numbers. What? Two? Letters. Wait, so what is numbers to letters? Am I supposed to translate the sign? It has to. You guys, you're helping me. Where's the letters? Where's the letters? A, B, B, 1. Okay, so I'm guessing one, a singular one is like A. Because A, B, C. That would be 1, 2, 3. So 23, 25. Gotta be the last few letters. Okay, okay. Let's see it then. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, Y, and Z. 23 is W, O, U, 12 is L, E. Wood. Okay, wood. That's a word. O, U. It's 15, 21 is O, U. 23rd, that's W. A, B, C, D, E, E, 12, L, C, O, M, E. Would you welcome? Would you welcome? Okay, let's just finish this. Would you welcome? Y, O, U, R. Welcome your P, A, S, T. Would you welcome your pass? Would you welcome your pass? Yo, would you welcome your pass? What's that supposed to mean? Would you welcome your pass? Wait. Yes. Okay. Please. Okay. Please. Give me anything. Any type of advice. Just escape from Tyler. Please. Come on. Why does this happen? Oh God, I remember now. The memories crawl back like insects beneath my skin. It shouldn't have come to this darkness. Why? Why did it have to be me? It isn't my fault. I did everything I could to find my best friend. I followed every glitch, every twisted path, but I was too obsessed, consumed by the search, and now she's gone. She's gone too. Gone missing. But whatever that is, it's not my fault. 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 It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. I can still hear them screaming in the dark. I want to see him again. I want to see her again. I think, what is this? What am I talking about? Her face is haunting me every time I close my eyes. Oh, why? Why is this happening? What? What? What the? What? Oh my. Oh no. Wait. What? It's the water. Oh. I'm guessing Tyler's up there, right? Alright then, I'm going this way. Oh my, how's that hole's no waterfall? Just gonna do this. Candles? Food and lava. Food and water, that's... Sign. Okay. What? It's the same symbols as one time in the black and white world. Oh my... I don't know if Tyler... I don't know if Tyler's behind me or whatever that thing is. Tyler was there. I didn't hear anything. He just pushed me into the cave. Okay, don't trust Tyler. 100%, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this cave seems pretty normal, except... Okay. Seems like there's a room. Okay. What? Oh no. It's okay. It's fucking cool. Okay. What's this say? Why is everything blacked out? What? This is a translation. A, B, C, There was a sign over there that had like the symbols, I'm pretty sure. What? Wait, okay. Here we go. What does it say? I see G, O, B, A, C, where's it going? Okay, go back. No. What stupid. Fine. Okay. This better be another puzzle to one of my books. What can I do though? How can I stop everything before. Fucking memory. Okay. These are the same thing, the same symbol. Is it the same? Is it all the way to the, all the way at the entrance? The signs that was here before, they were gone. Is this, what did he say? E, or Y, T, N, I, and G. Okay, everything. I, S, space. What's that? A, G, L, I, E. Everything is a lie. Everything is a lie. Everything is a lie. What was the sound? Oh no. I'm going. No, I'm not playing with that. For pickaxe, yes. Okay, come on, let's go. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, that was where I love this stuff is back? It's a book, the translation. Okay, so I came out of that hole. That's where all the signs was at. Now, everything's back to normal. It's not glitchy anymore. But, am I back to the regular world? I'm back at spawn. Oh! Where am I gonna go? Tyler! What am I doing? Wait, why is it running away from me? Hold on. I thought I was supposed to be the one chase. My book, one of my past me books said not to trust Tyler. Why is he, shouldn't he be going after me? How could, wait, what? Now where did he go? Bro, did I just lose him? How? How do I find him in this brave world? What? Why is he stalking me? I think he wants me to chase him. I think, is he leading me to somewhere? I just need to be careful though, because I don't know which Tyler this is. What? Where did he go? Don't tell me I lost. Oh my. What? Huh? Is that... Yuri, Tyler, what are you guys doing? Your names, they're not there. Okay. There's two of the people that I don't recognize. There's a book here, though. What? And shadows deep where memories fade. Four spirits trap in this dark charade. Brown earth whispers Abby's hand. Gray stone echoes Tyler's name. Green light pulls in Yuri's trace. Blue depths mark the fluid space. And viewed through tears of memory's haze, truth emerges from this twisted maze. Look between reality's cracks where colors bleed and fade to black. Four souls bound in endless night, their essence bleeds these colors bright. See how phantoms dance and bleed. Colors merges but don't deceive. Viewed from angles 45, hidden numbers come alive. Round marks screen shows for all to see. Blue reveals the number, each cipher piece falls online. Only when these numbers show do illusions high and low will the truth begin to glow. And the path ahead below. These... Hey, you guys aren't real, are you? Then we got this. Are these supposed to be statues? Okay. This is happening. Okay. Well, is this a puzzle? It seems like it. Oh, because of this. Brown marks this, gray marks that. It's a cipher. Cipher is a secret message, so meaning... Wait. When viewed from angles 4 to 5, hidden numbers come alive. From what I just read, the book was telling me to look at these angles in a way. It'll show me a path or something. Will I have to put the numbers in the hashtags? Wait, let me try this angle, right? What? I think I figured it out. Well, okay, hold on. Look. This looks like a 9. I'm sure. It doesn't look like anything else. Maybe like an E, but like the book is asking for numbers. Blue reveals the number 9, and this one, I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but that's a 3. 100% that's a 3. Okay. That's what? That's gray? Okay, that's cobblestone, meaning it's gray, so it's tile. So, 3. what else? Hold up. Actually, let me go back to my base and get some blocks. I'm guessing that I'm gonna have to like make like bridges to in a certain angle to figure it out. Okay, so that's brown and this is green. So I have to make sure like all the like the green blocks, cause that will just let me know that it's just a number. I can't make it out what it is, bro. Is it supposed to be is it a 4? I mean, all the blocks are connected, so it has to be. Green shows 4 for all to see. So now what's left? Brown, Ravi. So I can't really. It's so hard to see. Maybe we go this way. Maybe we see anything to say a number. No, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Maybe I have to go down a little bit. No. Okay, so in that area, I feel like that's the only spot that the blocks are connected. It seems like it's turning daytime, so maybe I can see it. Yeah, I can see it a little better. Around here, that's where it's connected. Yeah. Look, all the brown blocks are connected. What's that supposed to be, though? It looks more like a question mark of some kind. I don't think I can put that in a book because the book specifically says when viewed from angles 45, hitting numbers comes alive. So it's mainly looking for numbers, so it cannot be a question mark. 7. It's a 7. It looks like a 7. It's a 7. Look at that. Brown marks 7. Brown marks 7. Gray marks 3. Green shows 4 for all to see. Blue reveals the numbers 9. Each cipher piece falls in line. Only when the numbers show the illusions high and low will the truth begin to glow. And the path ahead you'll know. Okay, so what's supposed to happen now? Wait, these guys are gone. Another turn? Another turn. Hopefully there's some advice Tasman could give me. Alright, yeah. Hashtag over question with this in my book. I understand it all now. To whoever I once was reading this, stop fighting what cannot be fought. I've seen what has happened to us, why we're stuck in a place like this. The memories, they claw at my mind like rotten fingers reaching through soil. Oh God, what have I done? I can still hear them echoing in emptiness between worlds. They planted us into this world. Prison keeps us trapped in an endless cycle of rediscovery and loss. The guilt, it's crushing me and breaking me apart from the inside. My time is running out, but I praise you. Please, grant me the sweet mercy of oblivion. The faces, let me forget. Reset the cycle, turn me to blissful ignorance. And to you, Lolly, the future self, my warning is this. Prepare yourself for the horror that awaits. The truth will shatter your mind like glass. So your goodbyes, will they still recognize you? Soon you'll be begging for the same release as I am? Give up. What? What am I supposed to do? What's he talking about?
I mean, we don't have to do this right now. I don't want you to go missing. I don't want to go missing.
How do you see me?
We don't go missing now that we tell someone we're doing this, leaving books behind. Mommy, I don't want to go missing. I don't want to end up like them, okay? I'm really serious here.
They're gone, Abby. Do you not understand that I've been looking for my best friend, Tyler, that went missing for 2 months? I couldn't find him, and now... Where am I? What, did I find Tyler and Abby? Oh, no. They were here. Wait. Franklin, time is running out. Prepare yourself for the horror that awaits. It's here. Ajax? Oh! No! What? Oh! There's so many! Why is everybody here? Fine. I know what you are. All of you are fake. This place, everything I've seen, don't tell me. Is all of this not real? Is it? Is this entire world not real?
Congratulations.
Screw this. I can't leave? Please. Why can't I not leave?
I think it's about time to have you see more.
empty. Why is it? Why do I feel cold? Oh my. Wow, people walking around. I want to get close. Let me see something again. I'm trying to leave, but it doesn't. It's not. I can't even open the escape screen or can't leave. Wait, why are you biting on my eyes? Why is everything so? I can't feel. Think. What happened? Okay, I think I remember everything now. But I don't wanna. No, I don't wanna know the rule that I was with Tyler and Yuri. That place can't be real, is it? Hey, why? No, it makes sense. Every time I took damage and whatever world I was in, it hurt. Why did it hurt? What happened to the one world? Hello? These guys, can you understand me? Can you hear me? These pillars, I can't be the only one that can talk and that can. Hello? What's going on? Am I alone? Hello? Abby? Tyler? It's just endless. Sky. Look, I just need more information, figure out where am I and how I can get out of this place. I don't know, return back into the real world? Why does that doesn't sound. Oh, dude, this is the only place that has some type of structure. I don't see no other players. It doesn't sound like the other players are just trying to leave this place. It's just them bumping into each other. Are they even conscious? Do they even know they're here? Did I check everything in this place? Except that one. That one has staircase to an island, it seems like. Okay. Here go on. Just empty. That's all it is. This place is just empty. Okay. Guess I'm gonna have to go over here. Dude. This height road. Okay, just don't look down real fast.
Through shattered veils of false delight, clawed your way to clear sight. I crafted road like perfect lie, now clothes as you dare desire.
What are you saying?
Trials of torment bending near, you trick me with delicious fear. Complete my task, collect these spheres.
Our trapped will stay year after year. Each orb holds power dark and bright to pierce the veil of endless night.
A few survive my twisted game, your souls collapse on that of
No, get me out of this place. What if you are? I don't know what your deal is. But let me and Abby and Tyler go.
If freedom's what you dare to seek, find where ancient waters speak. A fountain flows with memories deep, where only tortured souls may weep. For in my realm you're forced to stay. Unless you will, whose I am strong, through borders that will test how long.
What are you saying? Three words I can escape? Please, just let me have my friend.
Deal.
Deal? Did it agree? Okay, if I can escape, if I can get those three orbs and escape, if we're missing now, I can save them. I can save my friends. Oh my. Okay, now that I realize everything is fake and I'm stuck in Minecraft, I think I just need to escape. That's what I need to do. Question is how am I supposed to find the trials? In order to get these orbs and escape, it was telling me about these trials. Do you know where the well? Okay, wait. The monster was telling me to find a fountain to enter these trials. Where am I supposed to find a fountain in this place? Just, wait.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Oh, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
New CeraVe Air Foam Cleanser. 8-hour oil control plus 24-hour hydration to balance combination skin.
I'm Marty DeBerge. 40 years ago, I was honored to direct a film called This Is Spinal Tap.
The numbers all go to 11. One loud.
Why don't you just make 10 louder and make 10 be the top number and make that a little louder?
These go to 11.
Pink torpedo. That's literature. Yeah. Really? A lot has happened since the last time I saw you. Crypto! Have you been playing music at all?
I play music. At a pub.
This is the site of Spinal Tap's reunion concert. Why New Orleans?
There was a cancellation.
Who was supposed to be there?
An evening with Stormy Daniels.
Oh.
Obviously, there'll be the regular merch.
Yes.
And Hope has had a rather brilliant idea.
Tap water. As his artisan.
It's just tap water.
We're still short a drummer.
What happened here?
He sneezed himself into oblivion.
Is that medically possible? So you think he might fill the bill?
I don't want to die.
We've only lost 11 or 12. 11 drummers.
The thing that you guys had as kids, is that still there?
Excuse me. Supposed to be a fountain? Sounds like it's lava. The place don't tell me this is gonna be lava. I feel everything. Like a bird might go. Well, doesn't seem like the others. Rachel has to name and everything. But there's signs. Through familiar paths you'll wander now, where echoes of your past still bow. Each puzzle piece a memory's trace of how you reach this haunted space. Remember well, remember true, for what seems real may not you. Will linger not. Memories haze where madness claims your final days. Beth? What?
I've never seen you before.
What? Hey! Stay back.
It's one of the first people who got taken by it. Yeah, taking us into this purgatory. We were forced to go through these trials to test subjects. We were told that passing these trials it would get us home. It gave everyone the courage to go through with it, except me. I was too scared. They promised they would come back to get me after finding the orb, but they never came back. No one came back. Since that day, I've never left this spot. I've never had to face what's in there.
What do you mean by that? Is there something in there?
I have learned so much, but it's been so long since I've seen someone else in this place.
Okay. You good, bro?
If I look at the area, I'll be fine. You see, what you just read on those signs, it just told you everything about this tribe. You have to go to places using your own memories, or your own mind will go against you. I've seen it happen too many times. It's like they were talking to ghosts.
Wait, familiar past of one another, echoes of your past still bow. Each puzzle piece, a memory's trace. Are we supposed to use our memories as a puzzle?
It's fine. You people understood that. However, they always seem to go to the wrong places, wasting their time. They never came back.
Man, that's just what we were talking about. So, what I'm guessing is out here, whatever that, outside of that door, don't matter if you stay there for too long.
You
right?
can't leave. Why don't we just stay here where it's safe?
Sorry, I got people that depend on me right now. I got Abby, Tyler, one missing because of me, and all I have to do is get the orbs.
No. No!
What are you doing here? Dude, go back. If you said it was...
I was once like you, but I'm too scared to be here, and I want to escape as well. But I've seen what it looks like when it takes over, and it's terrifying. And if I want to leave, I have to be brave, just like you. And I don't want to be alone anymore. And there's no time to figure that out.
Okay, well, I guess you can follow me. Look, just stay a bit far away from me. I've been through too much to trust another person. Okay, what's your name?
Oh, $2.
What? Was that supposed to happen? You've been here longer than me, so...
I don't know.
No? What about your friends?
Usually when I saw my friends walk out, they never disappeared when I was inside. So,
Okay, well, wait. First, see the garden where birds cut deep, where you and Abby's tears still seep.
Who's Abby?
Shadows dance where friendship dies, bitter words and anger cry.
Your memories. That's what the signs meant. You're supposed to use your memories as a compass.
So it's just me? Okay. I'm using my memories as a compass. How do I do that? Do I just try to focus?
Just focus.
Okay. That place?
Nobody else to blame but you.
Dude, do you hear that? What? Hey, it's telling me it's my fault. Hey,
It's starting. Whatever you do, just ignore it. Just focus and finish the trial before it's too late.
okay.
Now follow those memories as a compass.
This is crazy. How can this entity do this much?
What I've seen, it learns.
Have you ever walked out of the house?
No.
No?
Staring at that wall for years, normally.
Bro, it's so dark, bro. Holy.
So when you say here, who is that? Who is Abby?
Basically, Abby was a friend of mine that was helping me find my best friends that went missing for like 2 months. And I've been so focused on trying to find my best friend. His name was Tyler. I was so focused on trying to find him. Guess I just wasn't focused on Abby at all. And we had an argument, and we just got separated. And she's never been the same since.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe those voices are right. It is my fault. You should be here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a bunch of missing chunks. I remember this.
What?
$2? Hey, come back. Don't stray away. Well, do you see anything?
I'm starting to hear people. People I haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah, I remember this. So, my memory is telling me that go here. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh. This is way different from where we were. Okay, well, this is like my memories. Just follow me. Just stick by me. This isn't. What? This is new.
Wait, lovely.
Huh? The word is? What do you think that means?
I have no clue.
I guess we're just
For the video I'm making right now.
Why are there trees?
I see something. 2-1. Do you know what that means?
Surely it has to be a combination, right?
If you keep in mind 2 and...
Wait, come here.
What's up? What
I can't see a thing.
What is... What?
It says 4.
Okay, so I think we're supposed to find something, solve something? Okay. Well,
What the
I don't know.
fuck?
You think so?
What if we have to find the papers and then find the combination? But that's the
Oh,
last one.
wait, yeah. Huh. Here, let's just put this here for now. Because I'm thinking, you gotta put it in order. We haven't found, like, anything yet. Maybe just keep exploring, and then we just remember that this place is where a number is. Just, okay, if we're supposed to find something, then make sure, just keep an eye on anything. Maybe... Oh! Another one. Look, oh. 1.
What does it say?
It's 1. Okay, 4 and 1. Okay.
Molly, the cost of your millions, everything is your fault.
Do you hear that? Hear what? I think we're toxic both of our passes. Oh, dude, I don't like this. Okay. Stop. Oh. 6. Wait, what's this?
8. You.
You.
How many of these things are there?
Looks like we're gonna have to solve a lot then. What's this? Oh, science. Wait. What absence haunt this shattered place? What? Find it now before hope dies.
No. I told you.
Okay.
No,
Felix, ignore it. It's that thing again. Whispers death with gentle grace, for your mind and madness lies. Then it's I think we're supposed to find something and put it in this thing.
Maybe one of the papers?
I don't think it's one of the papers because the papers has numbers. What whispers death with gentle grace? I don't think death is equal to numbers.
Molly, you constantly saw this. Everything is your fault.
It's my fault. That's just a shattered place. Okay, so we gotta find something that equals talking with death with gentle grace. What does that mean? I mean, there's more rooms with this place, so let's just keep exploring, I suppose. It is saying whispers with gentle grace. It's obviously saying it's like talking, you know? So,
did you hear that?
Yeah. Okay, we need to finish this as soon as possible. I don't know how long we can stay here.
Nobody else to blame but you. It's all your fault.
Just stay focused.
Yeah. It just keeps telling me something. Okay. What the heck? Dude, if the trees has like papers and numbers, make sure to look at every one of these rocks or whatever it is.
This
is a house. Oh no. Two books. This is. I don't remember this place. What?
3.
Huh. Okay. Wait, R4. What? Do you see anything here? Well, I don't see another sign. Come with me. Alright, so how many numbers did we found?
Got 1.
Wait. R-O. No, not R-O. 3-O.
The answer's 3.
Yeah, 3-O. Wait, I didn't notice. The numbers with the letters, is it trying to spell something? Like in order.
The papers. Each paper has its own number, and each sign has a number which has its own letter.
Oh, wait. We'll keep it. Okay, before we do anything else, is there any other rooms? Did we check this one? No, right? Let's just check this one before we try to figure this out.
Nobody.
What?
It's A.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah, okay, so 3's O, and we haven't checked this room yet. Maybe. Be careful. Oh! No, this is 5. 5 is P. I don't like the look of that. Okay. I'm gonna be so honest to books. I think the paper numbers is something entirely different.
Maybe like a red hair.
Oh, maybe something to distract us? Be careful, that's the void. Yeah, that's 100% the void. Buddies?
Harbor Freight hand tools get a lifetime warranty because they're engineered to last a lifetime.
Don't forget to make your bed after breakfast.
Blah.
Okay, so we go to Rome. It was us and friends and her boyfriend.
Yes, and the entire time I think that my boyfriend is going to propose. We go to dinner at a beautiful restaurant. Romantic hole in the wall. He bends down on one knee. He's not taking a ring out.
No, he's tying his shoe.
He goes to pay for dinner, but his credit card is not accepted there. So, thankfully, I have my Sapphire Reserve card. At my non-proposal, I'm buying dinner.
For all of us, by the way.
It was really fun.
I mean, at least you got the points.
True. Silver line? I mean, that is huge. Did you get that?
This is a village turned upside down. Oh, that is Skulk Shriekers. Okay, well. Better be careful. It's O. 7 O. Look at the village. Look at the village. See if there's anything. Wait, it's H. 6 is H. I think we just found all like the letters with numbers. Okay, I'm gonna be so honest to us. I think this is a whole nother puzzle. I think the numbers with the papers and the letters of the numbers, those are 2 different puzzles. I'm thinking the letters of the numbers, it's like it's a way to spell something. Cause see, if you notice, it was this 1 with A, 2 with M. It's trying to spell us something in order.
It was O. It's A-M-O.
Mo. Wait, I remember the thing. The word is. We were supposed to put the word in there.
You're right.
Oh. Come on. So a mo. We need to find 4. Have you checked the sign thing? Which is... Either way, I don't think we're gonna find anything in here.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we're not gonna find anything. Let's just look this. If we can't find the word, let's just go back to this place. Okay. What's this one? It's a P. 5P. A moat. Oh, a moat. What goes with a moat? Wait. There's a sign. I remember a sign being in that house. Oh, 4. A more.
6H.
That's it. It's in the trees, right? It should be more. That's Wait. I remember there's a sign in this other house. That's you.
Yo.
It's you. Remember that.
I see.
It is you.
Amorphous?
Is that a word? It's not. You said amorphous.
Yeah, but amorphous is the entity that put us in here. It can't be amorphous. That can't be the word.
I remember an H, and I remember you. Then we saw an S over there. You might be right. What? Wait, let's just try it. Right, the word is, how do we do this? Do we just type it in the sign?
It's worth a shot.
Like this? Word is amorphous. What? What? Oh my... So we're right. Wait. The book was saying some... hold on.
It's all your
Oh my god. Dude. Why did this... Dude, I don't know how long I can stay in this place, dude.
Probably focus.
Okay.
The item frame. Down there. It has to be that.
I mean, hold on. Yeah, okay.
I mean, this is all your fault.
Come on, dude. We're almost there. I can feel it. Just stay calm.
I mean, the Book of Quill is saying something.
What does it say?
Well, it's a poem, like, it's a poem thing. When Amorphous crept and the feast began, as Tyler fled to his base in vain, through darkened woods, Abby's footsteps ran, with desperate flight, a futile strain. Poor Navoli clutched at arrows cold, seeking weapons that could never save, while Yuri, brave yet foolish bold, descend to the cursed cave. Their final moments, etched in time, their screams now echoes, fading slow, each path they choose, a fatal climb, into the depths where nightmare grows. Is this... Wait, as Tyler fled to... What is this... Yo, I have a crazy theory. As Tyler fled to his base in vain, I think this is telling us to go somewhere. Wait, as Tyler fled to his base in vain... Wait, come with me. This is Tyler's base from what I remember. Wait, 6.
Stop! They're getting louder. We just need to hurry.
Okay. It's telling as Tyler fled to his base in vain. That's the only thing it talks about. Wait, is there any other clue?
Robin,
Yeah?
item frame.
Okay. Is it... I don't think we're right. Wait, Jules, come with me. It was talking about, okay, look, do you remember the numbers and the paper numbers?
Yes.
What if this book is telling us the location of the numbers? And this is just a way we're supposed to do it in order. And we go back, you remember when we landed, right? There's like item orders. Oh, let's go find the paper numbers now. I think that's where we're supposed to put it.
We need to hurry.
Oh, where's the other one? This one. Okay. Alright, so we got... This one over here. Okay, 4. We need one more, right? That gotta be the last one, right?
I don't know. Was it at the check, right?
Yeah.
All this.
Okay. Where's the one? This one. Okay, we got all of them.
Stop.
Two more.
Hurry, just focus and hurry.
Okay.
Shut up.
Tyler fled to his base and they... No, I forgot. I remember what numbers we found in order to... Do you remember what Tyler's...
3, 4, 1, 6, right?
3, 4... 1, 6? It's not working.
It's not working.
As Tyler fled to his base in vain, what was the number in Tyler's base? Do you remember?
It was 6.
6? Okay. Through darkened woods, Abby's footsteps ran. I'm guessing it's the tree one. What was the tree one?
1.
It was one. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. From the cliffs of Bear's Cove. It's the base over there. Oh, what was... 4? Who was the shot 4? 4? What was the cave one? While Yuri's right here. The cave one was 4. 4? Okay. Okay. What? What's this supposed to be? What the? It's a journal. No one believes me about this glitch, and no matter what I do, I can show them footage of the glitch today, and the next day they seem to completely forget. I show them this isn't just a glitch anymore. Memories of being forgotten. This is happening. Why did I let my curiosity get the best of me? Why couldn't I leave the trunk alone? I think I know who made this book. Alright, let's just go. I think I know where we put this book. Focus. Come on.
Everything is your fault. Everything is your fault. Everything is your fault.
Focus, Bobby. Stop for you.
It's quiet.
It worked. Everything's just...
Mommy?
Mommy?
Mommy! You did it! You finished the first out of 3 trials.
Mommy, oh my god. You can do this. You're so close to escaping.
No, I didn't mean for any of this to happen to me. I know it's my fault. I didn't mean it to go...
Don't you dare think it's your fault.
Everyone makes mistakes. Please, Mommy, stop blaming yourself.
Please escape.
Please escape.
Mommy, we did it.
That's it.
Mommy?
Huh? What?
Look, what's that behind you?
Trust? Is this the order?
Here again.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I can't. Oh my God.
You're good, man. Take as much time. I'm just happy not being in a box for once. I'm just happy to be back here, man.
Hey, Tulux, what do we have to do for the second trial?
Well, guessing from what that thing sent us through the fountain for the first trial, I think it's a good guess to enter it again for the second.
The fountain? Oh, bro.
Well, I mean, from what I've experienced, it's a pretty safe place, I think, so we could take some time here and just set up camp, you know?
The thing is why would he trust that thing? That thing that's called Amorphous, right? It seems like he has full control of this world. Why would he let us escape?
That I don't have an answer to.
I don't want to stay in this place for too long. It's just endless anyway, so I might as well should get going. I'm not sure if this place is safe or not.
It's fair enough.
Do you see where the fountain is?
No, I just see ghosts.
Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be closed, right?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, dude.
I think that's it.
Dude. Let me take one good glimpse onto this place. It's actually pretty beautiful.
You sure you don't want to stay here for a little bit?
Like I said, I don't want to stay in one spot for too long. That thing, it controls pretty much everything. Besides, I don't like the cold in here. Okay. Ready?
I guess I'll ever be.
Okay.
Can't keep doing this, dude.
Yeah. I got a book in cool Mahabharata. Darkened maze of twist and stone. 3 artifacts of glitch and bone. Place them where the totems weep to break the bonds of endless sleep. But listen close, my trembling prey. Hunter stalks these halls today. Though blind, it crawls through shadows veil. But borrowed voices, sweet but stale. A friend's dear words will fill the air. Tyler's laugh and Abby's prayer. Young Yuri's plea might guide you wrong. Each echo just a monster song. This trial tests your might, for you glimpse salvation's light. But choose each step with careful tread, or you join the core of the dead. The exit beckons, also...
Did you hear that?
You just stay back, step back. Come on. Here we go.
there's something in there.
I was talking about a monster. I said it was blind.
I don't want to test our luck, dude. I can't lie.
Well, I'm guessing this is like the second trial, so I think I'm gonna have to go in there. So for what? Wait, Court of the Dead. Wait, or choose each step with careful tread, or join the Court of the Dead. So I think we're gonna have to be careful with our notes. The exit beckons, oh so near, through darkness thick with whispered fear. Complete this task, or here remain, where echoed voices mask your pain. Three ancient souls await your grasp, their hollow skulls whispering secrets from beyond the veil. Claim these withered harbingers of doom, if ye dare. Okay, so we're gonna have to find three ancient souls await your grasp, their whole skulls. Skeleton heads?
It sounds like it. There's one over here. But no way it's that easy.
Yeah, it says
Maybe
three. I mean, we could take
Maybe
it just.
Morpheus is giving us a break. Giving us one in a million.
Yeah, let's just keep this with us. If there's more than three, then these skeleton heads isn't what we're looking for. It's probably the withered ones. Oh, it gave us lights.
Oh, are you ready? I don't want to kill this. So if the monster's blind, we just gotta be quiet, right?
Yeah. Look, 2 looks.
Yeah.
Don't stray away too far.
I'm sure we'll be fine if it's blind.
It's too dark.
Yeah, I don't think it's the school. Alright, the normal school.
It's too easy if it's those other schools.
I see it. Just wait here for a sec. Okay, let's go. Just stay quiet. Shit, where do we go?
That looks like a room. Let's go here. What is this? I'm guessing this is like the type of church thing.
Yeah, I see an entry back here.
I think this is something to hide from the monster.
I know you're around here.
It's too big to see anything.
Watch it. Slide over here. I think we're good.
Hopefully this doesn't make it too much sound. I'm trying to listen. I think we should be good. Oh no. Yeah, okay, let's just go. Let's go this way, actually. I need something. Go. The books.
Yo, Lamini! Can you come find me? I'm lost. Lamini?
It's coming. Come on. Let's go. Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to get these skulls. We already got 3. It's definitely the blue skulls. But I see some light coming. See anything? Are these like random books? It is. Yeah. Oh my god, dude.
This is weird. Lovely.
Ooh. Okay, that's a weird one. Bet.
That's what's up, bro.
Okay. Check if there's anything out here. don't think we should check all the barrels, right?
Well, the first door was out in the open, so I'd imagine the rest of them would be, right?
True.
I'll bet he put those barrels to attract animals.
To make noise.
Morpheus wants us to head of lights.
Wait. Oh, another one. Oh, Matthew. Okay, this is one. That's it.
You gotta be quiet.
I hear it.
Okay, just be quiet. I'll check to see if it's there still.
I can't look at it. What those voices are. I can't.
We're good. Come on. You okay?
Yeah, I don't want to say what it looks like with Tyler's and Abby's voices, but this is a dead end. Okay, don't think we should run either, but
Yeah.
dead end here, bro. We've been here. Oh, I'm going to switch. Yeah. Here, it's possible. It's like balloons here. It's walking away. Okay, come on. Like balloon. See, we can talk. Doesn't sound like it's here.
This is different.
Yeah, it is.
Good work. We did 3, didn't we?
Hello? Hello? Lomedy? Lomedy, was that you I heard? Dude, where are you? Come find me, bro. I'm lost.
They just walked past us. They just walked past us. Holy shit.
I saw its face.
What did it look like?
I can't even describe it. It's horrible.
Where do we place the wizard heads? The darkened ways of twisted stone, rare artifacts of flesh and bone. Place them where the totems will be to break the bonds of endless sleep. So it looks like we're gonna have to find like a place to put the heads in. Okay, come on. I can barely hear its footsteps. I think it's close. I
got you. Listen to me. I got you. Just follow my lead. You think it's safe to walk? What?
This is it. This is it?
Seems like it. You want to place him down or you want me to?
I got it. Okay.
Lomedy? What? Lomedy? What? Lomedy, hurry!
Oh no! Where'd it go?
It just vanished. Is that it?
Oh, dude. Okay. Cheers. What's up, buddy? Where's the road? Is this supposed to be the way or down? says. Since it is going.
That's getting old. I was gonna say, dude, that's getting old.
2 words. Forgotten and trust. Well, it's a big trial, huh?
What do you think is gonna happen when all this is over?
Well, I hope it's not lying that we can escape, but I say, I don't know, I
never really been to the beach.
You should go to the beach.
Let's do it. Let's get out of here.
Beach safe. Always look in this place. Let's go for it.
When you dare to combine sweet and tart, you get a sweet tart drink. That's so sweet, you'll pucker. Sweet tarts, dare to combine.
To the ones who carry us, the selfless sacrificer of hair's eyes, the post-breakup pep talker, the queen who unites different friend groups, the bold leader when the night was young, Kate Spade.
No.
Discover unlimited learning on Coursera. Explore professional lessons designed by Microsoft for you.
Can't wait for that to be over.
Yeah, but what is this? Table, fucking clothes?
What the each of us?
There's a sign here. Final trial before soul sacrifice. You got your book? Maybe, yeah. Is this something to do with both of us? Seems like it's another poem type word. Let me read mine. 2 paths diverge and how to seek. One rushes forth, one stays the thing. What bonds must hold to keep souls near when caution fights with pushing fear? A bridge between the bold and wise that once destroyed leads to demise. Yeah. What does yours say? Let me read it. When asked about the dragon's prize, they speak of others, tell their lies. Even footage cannot show the truth that only you still know. What am I? This curse so deep that makes her friends their distance keep. A word that means to slip away in minds where memories decay. What? I mean, I suppose, but I'm just confused, like, what are we supposed to do now? We just answer the riddle within the book?
There's not, like, anywhere we can, like, get an answer. Like, let's look over here.
Actually, yeah, let's look around.
So I ran into a wall.
Yeah, it seems like this is just not endless, but trapped. And it doesn't seem like there's nothing here. There's no monster either, so like... Okay, so I guess we answer the riddle. But like, minds where memories decay, what does that mean? What type of word?
Is that talking about the first trial?
I mean, the first trial was all about memories, so is it just the word memories? Is that the answer? Let me try that. The caution fights with pushing fear. Think we're supposed to write in word? Bravery? I could try that. Bravery?
Dude, the orbs.
What do you mean?
Read the second one.
Okay. What am I, this curse so deep, and makes her friends their distance keep? A word that means to slip away, when minds for memories decay.
Forgotten.
What? Then, what do we...
What if, yeah, the orbs are keys, right? What if the orbs are keys? What if that's how we get out?
Yeah, that actually... Okay, well, which one is which? Where do I put... from minds where memories decay... This is the from minds where memories decay. That has to be forgotten, right?
It has to be.
The other order has trust. So, 2 past the version, how to say, one that once destroyed leads to demise. These are skulls from the second trial.
Totally signs are from the revivals.
Gaze at the pillar if purge allows.
So now that's hunger totally grows.
For memories lost and people who fade
Are the feast that ensures this nightmare charade.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What's this?
I mean, it's like a gaze at it, right?
Gaze what? Gaze at the pillar if purge allows. Do we look at it? Let's look at it. Anything happen?
Doesn't look like it.
But know that its hunger eternally grows. For memories lost and people who fade are the feast that ensures this nightmare charade.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Memories lost and people who fade, right? Twins, maybe? Victims of Amorphous? Does Amorphous keep them?
But know that its hunger eternally grows? What's this? Does it mean that... Okay, what? Something. I'm not sure if it's amorphous, but something with hunger eternally grows. For memories lost and people that fade are the feast that ensures that this nightmare charade. Is it? You might be right. I don't think it's people it eats. It's memories. It eats memories.
Wait, these skulls, they're not looking at the pillar.
Gaze at the pillar. It's worth a try. Yeah, okay.
Where's the other dude? There should have been, or the,
Is this it? I don't know, maybe. I think it's the exit.
You think so? Do you see any
I think we can
buzzers?
make it. I don't know. It's like, I think.
What do we do? Dude, I don't know
I don't know which way to go, but like, dude, Bobby, we did it.
Yeah.
All the trials. You taught me how to be brave. I'm brave, Bobby.
Yes, bro. Okay.
I'm brave because of you, dude.
Stop, bro. That actually hurt. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, okay. How do we get out?
Start walking or what?
My precious If you truly gave up and you escaped that was I never ran from my grasp.
Your human emotions are quite remarkable. The way you cling to hope even as it slips through your fingers like sand. The way you torture yourselves with guilt and regret.
Such complex flavors, such rich textures. And now, after all this suffering, after all this pain I so carefully nurtured, your memories have ripened to perfection.
What's he talking
Clear
about?
farms, as you call them. That's what you all are to me. Vessels of experience, containers of emotion. I hunger for what makes you human. I feast on your bonds, your trust, your love for those you lost. How delicious it all is.
And now it's time for the harvest. I'd like to sing along about every lie I told, every false hope I planted, every promise of escape, all to enhance the flavor of this moment when you finally understand the true joy and the
I learned that.
You would be really quick. Someone like burn us fast enough so fear makes the memories all the sweet.
Why is there two of you? Bobby, who is that?
Run! Go! Is that Amorphous? Here goes another go!
Okay, just keep running. Oh my god!
No, dude, it can't be happening!
No! Oh, what are these things that are appearing? It's just everywhere!
We're so close, Robin, please! So much! What is this stuff?
Oh my... It's just appearing out of nowhere!
Bobby! You've taught me so much! You've taught me how to be brave! You've helped me find myself! I'm not that husky the proxy anymore, Robin! That's not me!
What are you talking about? Just keep running!
Robin, one of us is not gonna make it! I know this!
Wait, dude, just keep running, bro!
If it's gonna be either of us, it's gonna be you! Go find Tyler! Go find Abby!
Wait!
I've served my purpose! I'm helping you get out of here!
Dude, just keep running!
He's got to go!
Bro, it's covering my way! Dude, what are you doing? Come on, get ready, bro!
Bobby, just go!
Go! What? What the? Where am I? Oh my this. Bro, my fingers, bro. Oh my gosh. I escaped, but they didn't. I got another chance. I gotta figure out how to break them out or something like that. I don't know. But first thing first, let me get the people who's online. Just, I gotta get them out. I gotta get them out. No one is playing on the server. So I'll figure out something. I can stop whatever this thing is. What? Rejoice? Rejoice! Hello? You, get off the server. Get off the server now. What do you mean? Bro, just log off, bro. Just, I don't know, shut down the server and just log off for now. Okay. I'll explain later.
Okay, I'm enjoying my time. I'm flying.
No,
around.
bro, you're not listening. You're not listening. Just log off and I'll tell you why. I'll explain everything. There's like this entity thing going around, taking people.
Bro, why are you always so crazy, bro?
Bro, there's people, there's nobody online, bro. Have you not noticed this?
Yeah, I know. Why would I shut it off and just go be here? Like, why would I even? It doesn't make sense.
Bro, just listen. Just log off and I'll explain to you later, okay? Please.
I don't know, bro. I was having fun, just like lighting around in the air. You know, it's pretty fun.
Dude.
You know, like, oh wow, you know, pretty cool. What the hell?
What? Log off. Oh. I see names that I remember before. Did they take the rest of the server?
Thank you.
We'll figure out something. Like, stop whatever this thing is.
Hang on, what the fuck does that
I was exploring a friend's Minecraft server when I found what? The monster? Really? Happy New Year.
Whoa.
Huh.
What is this, bro? This is no regular Minecraft structure.
Yeah, it really isn't. No, honestly, this kind of feels new. Yeah, I don't know. I think so as well. No, I don't know what to make of this. It's like, Wait, what? What's your water? Oh, I guess tell us what the night are again. I'm doing this. Wait, oh my cow. How's that close? So do this. James, food and water. Food and water, that's... Sorry. Okay. What? What? Say some of this one time in the black and white world. Oh my... Oh, Tyler. Oh, Tyler's behind me, or whatever. That thing is, Tyler was behind here, and he just pushed me into the cave. Okay, what's your Tyler? I'm gonna say, yeah. Okay, yeah, I've seen this guy for 6 minutes. What's that? Ha. Okay. Sounds like there's a room. Okay. What? No, it's okay. It's okay. What's it say? Why is everything like that? What? Is there translation?
There we go. There's the translation. Holy shit, was it that hard for me to do that? Aisle. B. U. A. I. T. I. N. G. I'll be waiting, and then I don't know what that is.
afraid.
What is within us? What is this?
What's gonna happen now? What are you talking about? Our children!
The summer's scariest movie arrives.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you.
Y O U L O M Wamedy. Oh my god. How did that text get fucked up? Oh, never mind. Pretty sure that's meant to say I'll be waiting for you, Wamedy, but oh god, Milo, you're funny, but you're even more funny when you're on fucking 2 times speed. Just fucking howdy friends.
Howdy friends. Real quick before we get into the video, I have opened a P.O. box, and I will likely be doing some sort of fan mail segment in the future. So if you have anything you want to send me, say things that are generally illegal, then you can send them to this address right here. Don't put P.O. box because it will sometimes not actually send to the P.O. box. Why? I couldn't fucking tell you. But feel free to send me books or art or cool things that you found. I am open to all of it. But if you send books, you have to inscribe the inside of the cover, and I don't make the rules. Alright, with that out of the way, let's get right into the video. When you think of bog bodies, you likely think of Europe, places like Ireland or Germany or Denmark. Your mind may jump to finds like the Galley Man from Ireland. At 2,500 years old, he was found with the noose that strangled him still around his neck, staked to the bottom of a bog. Well, I mean, not the best way to go. Or you may think of the Rost girl from Germany, who is the youngest bog body ever found. She was estimated to be about 3 years old, though unfortunately it's difficult to tell considering that her remains were lost during the bombings in Germany in World War II, leaving behind only her woolen shroud that had once covered her tiny body. Or most famously, perhaps you think of the Tolland Man, whose haunting face is so lifelike that you can not only see the wrinkles on his forehead, but the remains of his once vibrant orange beard. It's finds like these that got many people, myself included, interested in archaeology. At the age of 5, when I first discovered my passion for archaeology, it was finds like Ötzi that really, I guess, sparked that flame. And of course it was a logical next step to be fascinated by the bog bodies from Western Europe. But all of the bog bodies which I have mentioned so far have one thing in common. Well, two things in common, actually. Firstly, and most obviously, is that all of them are dead. And secondly, every single one of them was found in northwestern Europe. But what you may not know is that bog bodies are not unique to just this part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo, and today we're going to be going across the pond to explore... There is no better time quite like a sudden and jarring scene change to talk about today's sponsor. I enjoy this sponsor so much that I am going to go on to become an actual customer of theirs. This sponsor is, of course, HelloFresh. I am a big fan of good food. The problem is good food is very time consuming, but thanks to HelloFresh it is possible to get fresh, good ingredients delivered directly to your door, which for someone who is now in their first apartment out of college is genuinely one of the nicest things I have ever experienced. Each meal comes pre-portioned, a single piece of garlic is all you need, and has this wonderful little recipe card that comes with it. To test out the service, we got the roasted garlic zucchini flatbread, Monterey Jack burgers, and last night we had the shrimp chorizo. The pre-portioned ingredients made it intuitive and convenient to make. HelloFresh allows you to pick from more than 50 different meal options, each of which are pre-portioned, high quality, and picked when they are at their prime ripeness. And they deliver their food right from a farm directly to your doorstep. Not only this, but it is significantly cheaper than doing grocery runs. I can't help but appreciate how HelloFresh, by centralizing the process, they are able to make it a lot more carbon efficient than your average grocery run. Give it the seal of approval. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code MiniMinivan to get 16 meals across 7 boxes plus 3 gifts for free. These gifts can include appetizers, desserts, or premium recipes. Nice. Once you click, my description will live update to count up the purchases. Big thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video. And now, without further ado, let's get right back into it. Here, crazy transition, let's go. The year is 1982. Ronald Reagan and Margaret taking milk from schoolchildren Thatcher denounced the ideologies of the Soviet Union. A gallon of gas costed 90 cents, and car radios in Ford Escorts across America blast the infectiously catchy refrain of Don't You Want Me. And just west of Cape Canaveral, Florida, in a town known as Titusville, construction begins on a new segment of road leading to a housing development. The access road to this new housing development had to be run through a pond, which of course it did. It's in Florida, which is pretty much in all aspects one giant pond. As construction begins, a backhoe operator by the name of Steve Vanderjagt discovers something odd in the bucket of his backhoe. At first it appeared to be a rock, and considering he was working in boggy marshland, this stood as odd. After hopping down from his truck to investigate further, he was shocked and horrified to find that what he had seen was a human skull. But what they didn't know at the time was that this skull was just the tip of the iceberg, and that inadvertently this construction crew had stumbled across one of the most important archaeological sites in America, a location which would soon become known as the... site stands on its own against pretty much every other archaeological site in North America. Firstly, bog bodies are already incredibly rare on this continent, and so finding any of them is something to note in and of itself. Like with many archaeological sites concerning human remains, originally it was believed to be the location of a murder. When Steve found a skull in his bucket truck, of course, the first response was to call the authorities. Police who came to the scene were almost immediately able to identify that these bones were a lot older than any modern murder victim, which left them with the next option, which is that they had stumbled upon an archaeological site. Professor Glenn Dorn of Florida State University was called to the scene in order to investigate the find. He was the former chairman of the Florida State University Archaeological and Anthropological Department, and so obviously he's the kind of guy that you want to have involved when you're digging around in the mud with a guy named Steve. One of the first things that Professor Dorn noticed was that the teeth on these skulls was far more worn down than one would expect in a modern individual. Modern people are a bunch of pussies, and all of our food is really soft and really lame, and so we die without ever actually doing any sort of meaningful wear on our teeth. But ancient people were hardcore, and they didn't have toothbrushes, dentists, or Wonder Bread, and the wear on these teeth suggested that they had been eating a far more diverse diet than modern humans. Professor Dorn was able to confirm that what they were looking at was the remains of an ancient burial complex. And even after the initial investigation, which yielded 5 skulls and 3 human bones, it was already the largest assemblage of human remains of this age in the entirety of North America. And Professor Dorn knew that this site had a veritable treasure trove of information to be learned. So they decided to conduct a full-scale archaeological excavation. But the problem is they were working in a bog. In a bog down every Rattling Bog reference in this video goes out to Quinn and David, who one night traumatized me by singing that song to me about 4 times on repeat. So in that bog there was some water. Rare water, Rattling water. This is such a stupid fucking joke. In 1984, enough funding had been raised that a full-scale archaeological operation was underway. To begin this operation, they needed to pump all of the water out of the bog, which consisted of this team installing 130 wells capable of pumping out 1,000 gallons of water per minute. And the pumps got to work, inundating the rest of Florida in shitty, boggy swamp water. As the water receded, allowing for archaeologists to be able to dig at the site, they found that they weren't looking at a few one-off graves or sacrificial remains like you see in Europe. Instead, what they were looking at was a sprawling community cemetery of a scale and age unlike anything ever found in North America. The remains of these bodies rested halfway down a 20-foot layer of peat. The Windover site had a peat profile that went down about 20 feet, and the human remains found at the site were all deposited around the 10-foot horizon. Sorry, I'm not left-handed, because I'm not a fucking loser. And this 10-foot horizon throughout the bog yielded a staggering amount of human remains. Throughout the course of the excavation, the initial 5 skulls found would expand to 168 human bodies. By and large, the remains found in the bog were laid to rest on their left side, with their heads oriented to the west.
It's not good enough.
And as my wonderful drawing depicts, many of them were buried in the fetal position. In fact, only 3 of the individuals found at the Windover site were buried lying on their backs as we bury our dead today. As of right now, archaeologists still aren't entirely sure of the significance of this position of burial, but considering that it was so consistent throughout the site, it is likely that there was some sort of reason for doing it. Typically, different civilizations will find different significances with the rising and setting sun and bury their dead according to that, but right now it is only speculation as to why so many of the bodies were buried on their left side facing north with their heads facing west. Rest easy, Speed Prince. Rest easy. As is indicated by how consistent the burial orientations were, it is clear that these people were buried with a serious amount of ceremony surrounding it. These were not the remains of people who were merely discarded in the bog after dying. These were elaborate funerary rituals to lay the deceased to rest. Many of the remains were covered in fabric shrouds, the oldest of their kind in the entirety of North America, which is one of the most important things they found in the site, but I'll get into that a little bit later. Many of the remains were found with the fabric shrouds covering them impaled with sticks in order to keep the body held at the bottom of the water. This would have ensured that the body did not float to the surface and was not able to be accessed by scavenging animals. And all of these efforts in order to keep the bodies from floating was wildly successful. Out of the staggering 10,000 pieces of human remains found at the site, only 6 had any evidence of being gnawed on by scavenging animals. Now, all of this information was fascinating to Dorn and the rest of his team, but of course there is always the one overarching question, which is, how old is it? Right off the bat, Doran figured that this site was far older than anything he had ever worked with. One of the primary reasons for thinking this was because the site didn't have any evidence of clay pottery. At this time, it was believed that pottery began to appear in the archaeological record about 4,000 years ago, and it was quite common after that point. Since this site had a plethora of different grave artifacts alongside it, but none of them were pottery, Doran decided that this site had the potential to be far older than that 4,000 year mark. But older than 4,000 years is really fucking vague, and there was only one way to know for sure. Time to draw a new title. Tag your weird 24-year-old friend who's dating an 18-year-old. Yes, it is weird. I don't care if she's mature for her age. You're just a shithead. The only way to truly know how old this discovery was to date it. But dating dead people needs to be handled very carefully, and there are many different types of dating in the world of archaeology. In my last video, I talked about surface exposure dating, or cosmogenic radionuclidide dating if you want to make someone's head explode, which is a dating method which is used on rocks in order to determine when the last time was that they were in contact with the sky. But there's a bunch of other methods as well. There are things like AR, or potassium-argon dating, which is another dating method which can be used on also rocks, actually, oddly enough. I don't know why I picked two rock examples to use in this video, but it's a little bit different. It's used to date rocks and see how long ago they were created through processes of heat. But I really don't feel like talking about AR dating because it sucks and it has nothing to do with this video. So today we're going to be talking about everyone's favorite, which is C14 dating. Now, right off the bat, I know that there are about to be comments below this video saying stuff like, how is it possible to radiocarbonate something because it was found in water, and therefore radiocarbon doesn't work, throw it all out the window, science is a lie, and the Earth is 6,000 years old. I get comments like that all the time, both on TikTok and on YouTube. Typically, it is younger creationist talking points and people trying to undermine pretty much all of archaeology, but one thing that I found that's kind of concerning is this lie has perpetuated to the point where people now just think that artifacts found in water can't be radiocarbon dated. In reality, things found in water, for the most part, can be radiocarbon dated. There are a couple situations where they cannot be. It is more common in salt water than in fresh water because salt water interacts with the C14 differently than fresh water does, and it has a result that causes things to appear older than they actually are. But since scientists are scientists, they are able to sort of account for how the environment the artifact was found in will affect the C14 date. Now, in a freshwater environment like at the Windover site, there is less contamination that comes from this fresh water. In a freshwater environment, the type of water you have to be the most concerned about is hard water, which is water with a very high dissolved mineral content. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is a boggy environment in Florida, meaning that it is primarily natural organic plant material and not a lot of, well, minerals. The fact that Steve got off of his bucket truck because he thought he found a rock proves that this environment does not have a lot of stones in it. Hard water is typically found in groundwater aquifers because they are locked up in stone, and in a site like this, the water would not have really caused that much of a problem. Anyway, that is a very long-winded way of saying that they decided to date the Windover site by using radiocarbon dating. I thought I'd sneak a little bit of science in there for you, even though it really doesn't have too much to do with the story. It's kind of like when your mom would put, like, peas in your mac and cheese in order to trick you into eating vegetables. To figure out how old the Windover site was, they decided to radiocarbon date a piece of one of these skulls found there. Well, several pieces of skulls, because you need to have multiple data points. You know what I mean. But the results obtained from these skulls were incredible. The burials of the site were found to be from about a 1,000-year span, centered around 6,300 BCE, meaning that the people who buried at this site lived between 7,000 and 9,000 years ago. This site is older than the pyramids of Giza by 3,700 years. That predates the so-called rise of civilization. I absolutely hate that term, by the way, because it implies that civilization requires everyone to be living in one place and, you know, having writing and a monarchy and all that shit. These people were a civilization. Anyone who tries to tell you otherwise is viewing human history from an overarching...
Let's see this shit. Let's see this stupid ass.
During the end of the Pleistocene into the beginning of the Holocene, much of the Earth's water was locked up in glacial ice. By this time, about 9,000 years ago, much of that ice would have begun to melt, but the sea sea levels were still globally far lower than they are today. And the landscape that these people walked would have been much different than the boggy, humid landscape of today's Florida. Instead of a Florida which is dominated by swampland, giant mice, and a city spawned out of a drunk frat pledge's chlamydia-induced fever dream, the Panhandle would have resembled more of a savanna. A cool, dry grassland where for thousands of years the Earth's last megafauna would have grazed. It is more than likely that the people who are buried along this site would have, or at least in the past few generations, walked alongside the last of the American camels and the armored glyptodon. The age and levels of preservation at this site what the world would have been like at the end of the Pleistocene. But before I get too carried away talking about how amazing it is to think about the world these people would have lived in, we have to talk about the preservation at the site. And all that preservation was there because the site was truly a bogs are unique environments when it comes to preservation. And the primary reason for this is because bogs are anoxic. Anoxic means that there is not a lot of oxygen in the environment, as you can probably tell. And oxygen is a primary driver in decomposition because it allows for many organisms to respirate. This is why if you die and fall on the ground, you will eventually decompose. But if you die and fall in a bog, you probably will decomplode a lot slower. In addition to change the word decompose to decomplode. This is why so many of the human remains found in bogs are found at an inhibited state of decomposition, and why in cases like the Tolland Man, despite being in a bog for 2,300 years and not decomposing, when they are exposed to the air, they will rapidly decompose, which is a fucking shame. But, you know, it's one of those things that ends up happening with archaeologists, where they do something because they're really cocky and they fuck it up a whole bunch. But while bogs are sort of a blanket term, bog environments themselves can be vastly different from one another. Things like pH or the acidity of a bog can be very different from place to place. Obviously, temperature as well, and the age. Now, most bogs have a pH of around 3 or 4, that they are safe, but means that it was exactly neutral, or more or less neutral. Which is why for all of these images, you are not seeing any sort of flesh preservation as you would expect to see in bog bodies of Europe. At the Windover site, the flesh, muscle, and skin of these individuals has decomposed, which is why they don't look quite like the ones that you expect to see in Eastern Europe. This is because not only is the bog environment different, but they are also, more than almost 3 or 4 times as old. So if you're disappointed that they don't have any flesh on them, you can't go, ooh, an awful face, I'd like to see what you look like in 9,000 years, you judgmental bastard. Instead of flesh and skin, the Windover inhabitants are now just bone. Though they do have a little bit of a unique piece of their bog with them. The bone is very heavily discolored, as you can see, and this was something which occurred because of the natural tannin in the watering of the soil. This ended up staining the bones this sort of rich brown color that they appear as today. Now, while the flesh and skin may be long gone, the bog did preserve something which was absolutely groundbreaking. Out of the almost 170 human bodies found at the Windover site, 90 of them were
Is that a fucking crop?
wings. I don't even know how such it. It's incredible. It's really, really fucking cool. It's one thing to look at the face of someone who walked the earth thousands of years ago, but it's another to know that their brain that once held everything they have ever thought is still in some form intact. It's honestly a little existential, and I don't know how long I can think about it without freaking out. The brains of these ancient people were not the only things that were preserved by the bog. The Windover bog also preserved stories. Stories of... Archaeologists believe that the former inhabitants of the Windover site were members of an ancient hunting-gathering community. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the things which makes this site so unique is that it's not a mass burial or the remains of human sacrifices. It is instead a sprawling community cemetery. Some of the indicators that this was not sort of a sacrificial site or the site of some sort of massacre is that there is an even split between men and women, which statistically indicates that both men and women will eventually die. If this were an archaeological site that was the remains of a mass grave from a war or from some other form of conflict, you would likely find not only evidence on the human remains, but there would also be an overwhelming amount of remains on one side of the gender spectrum. For example, in Europe, most mass graves of warriors would be male skeletons, and that trend also continues in the Americas. Or if it had been the site of a tragedy, such as a massacre, it would be more likely to find just women and children. But the even split of gender is something which indicates that these people all died for varying reasons over varying amounts of time. Another thing about the site which is fascinating is the distribution of age. Of the nearly 170 human remains found at the site, about half of them were under the age of 20, which by our modern standards seems like a very, very high young mortality rate. But we have to keep in mind that we are viewing this through a modern lens, where our mortality rate is incredibly low in comparison to ancient people, that is. Now, while this may seem like a lot of young people buried at this site, it is actually a very small fraction compared to what you see in even later, more advanced societies. This 50-50 split of the age bracket right around the age of 20 is actually a fairly good young mortality rate, indicating that these individuals actually lived quite long and healthy lives. Another indication of the sustainability of this lifestyle is individuals aged up to 70 years old, which 70 would become an age that was almost unattainable once you begin to develop into sedentary civilizations. The age of 70 certainly goes against what we view as a stereotypical hunter-gatherer society, where we think, you know, they're a bunch of brutes with clubs who die by 30. There was also evidence of a large amount of structure in this society, as many of these burials took place within 48 hours of the deceased deceasing. The way that archaeologists were able to determine this is that in the Florida temperatures and humidity at the time, and especially currently, a human brain will liquefy within about 72 hours. By interring the body within the first 48, they were able to preserve for the last almost 9,000 years. This indicates that there was a lot of care taken around burying these individuals. Not only were the bodies interred shortly after death, but the goods that were buried alongside them, as well as their burial shrouds, orientations, and the stakes that held them down, are all a fairly elaborate operation, meaning that this civilization had the time, energy, and resources to spare when burying their deceased loved ones. We also think that this group was semi-sedentary. Many indigenous groups before contact, especially in my native New England, would spend their summers on the seashore harvesting.
Booking.com, the family must depart. Scares to die for, indeed.
Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.com.
Yeah.
When you need help figuring out how to style your studio apartment, you can just ask Google for ideas that match both your taste and the space. 250 square feet never felt so spacious. Oh, sweet studio.
I'll be
the bounty of mussels
right back.
and fish, while they would spend their winters going inland, and this cycle would continue year in and year out. Our evidence to suggest that these individuals acted in much the same way is the fact that there are sporin pollen samples retrieved from the site indicate that these individuals were all buried around the summer months, specifically between the months of July and October. We know this by analyzing the pollen samples not only on the fabric that the deceased were buried in, but also in their stomach contents. A bog is also just a wealth of paleoecological information, as it tends to be a trap for pollen. Each layer is kind of its own little snapshot into what the environment was like at that point in history. As I mentioned earlier, the Windover Bog also has the oldest fabric samples in the entirety of North America. Many of the burials were wrapped with care in an ancient textile, and incredibly, this site is the only evidence that we have that these ancient hunting-gathering societies had the technology to weave. Dr. James Adavasio is a leading expert in textiles in the United States, and he was one of the ones who actually analyzed the find himself. The fabric that this civilization made was created out of twine. A twine, while we may just think of it as, you know, being something you use in your garden, consists of 2 or more pieces of rope or some sort of material wound together. It's pretty much just two little threads that are wrapped. This kind of looks like DNA. That was unintentional, but I'm gonna roll with it. The fabric was then woven out of this ancient twine, implying that there were multiple steps in creating a finished product. And this was absolutely groundbreaking information. Up until this point, there was no evidence that anyone nearly this old knew how to create something this complex. And this just shatters the idea that the Paleo-Indigenous people of North America were, or the Paleo-Indigenous people of really anywhere, were these just knuckle-dragging brutes, you know, wearing, like, bloody animal skins and, you know, again, beating each other with clubs. We've all seen the fucking, you know, depictions of it in pretty much any form of media ever. These people were not that. I cannot stress that enough. Not only were these people highly advanced in their ability to weave and create fabric, but they were also highly in tune with their environment. Paleobotanists who researched the site found the remains of pollinomorphs, which are pretty much ancient pollens, and they can tell you a wealth about a paleoecological environment. And they are an absolute pain in the ass for anyone who has taken a paleoecology course. I could barely stand it for, you know, a cumulative 3 hours, and I knew people in that class who did it as a job, like day in and day out, just looking at pollen under a microscope. If you do that, I have an unparalleled amount of respect for you. Paleobotanists were able to identify plants which currently live in the area, such as live oak, mulberry, swamp ash, and willow. They also found evidence of the American elm, which, as many of you know, is a much more rare species in the United States. The loss of the elm tree in the United States was primarily due to the introduction of Dutch elm disease in the 1950s, which absolutely decimated the continental population. While modern paleobotanists are very aware of what this ancient environment used to be like, there is one group of people who are far more aware of what this ancient environment used to be like, and that is, of course, the people who lived in it. While the skin and flesh of these people has long since worn away, their stomach contents are still present. And there is a myriad of things which you can learn from analyzing ancient stomach contents. Firstly, we know that these individuals, at least in the season when they were buried, had a diet which consisted primarily of fruits and berries. Not only this, but there is evidence that these individuals knew how to use the plants around them for their medicinal purposes. The excavation of one of the women buried at the site found high concentrations of holly, elderberry, and nightshade. Holly modernly can be used to treat coughs when used correctly. The berries are poisonous, so I mean, I guess that would treat your
My
cough,
land.
never coughing. And it's even been used by different individuals more recently in order to brew a type of tea which can act as a bit of a heart stimulant. Similarly, elderberry has also been used in order to treat cold and flu symptoms. And nightshade all contain a very high concentration of alkaloids, which today we know that alkaloids are an anti-inflammatory as well as an antibacterial. It is more than likely that this woman consumed these various things in order to try and treat an ailment which she ended up dying from. What this ailment may have been, we may never know, as only the stomach contents remain. And there are plenty of other artifacts which indicate how advanced these people were. Not only are there mortars and pestles, but there is a double-ended pestle, which is just fucking genius. You can pestle twice as fast. There are also animal snares and bone tools. Quite a few of the bone tools are made from things which you would expect. Things like white-tailed deer bones, as well as possum bones and turtle shells. But there were some bone tools found that were not made from what you would expect, including the remains of bobcats, manatees, and sharks. It is unclear whether or not these animals were hunted by this group of people, but the fact that they were found as grave goods indicates that they were very well part of possibly their diet, or at least their culture. Now, it's easy to assume that this group of people is the ancestor of modern indigenous groups, but at least at the time when this DNA research was done, there was actually no concrete evidence found between them and any group existing in the area. Now, before you go, oh my god, they must be aliens, I promise you they're not. In reality, DNA holds up really. I knew I drew DNA for a reason, see? DNA does not hold up very well because it's small and fragile. That typically doesn't go well with being buried in a bog for 9,000 years. So while they weren't able to draw any concrete conclusions from the DNA, it is more than likely that this group is likely a parent group to modern indigenous groups in the area. It's a group way too many times. And by bringing it to the present, I think it is time to smoothly transition to probably the most important takeaway from this. Today, the Windover site remains half unexcavated. This was done under the impression that as technology progressed, progresses and the field of archaeology becomes more fleshed out, people will be able to approach the site later with better techniques and methods in order to learn more about it. And it's amazing to think about that. It's amazing to think about all the things we can learn from it and all the things we have. And as archaeologists, it's really easy to look at all of these things as artifacts or as subjects. In fact, it's almost logical to do so. If you are working with thousands of artifacts, even finds like Tomai that I talked about in my last video, I referred to him by his name, but in reality he was referred to much of the time with a serial number. As archaeologists, I almost think we have a little bit of a diligence to begin to separate ourselves from that. And while yes, when doing a dig, it is important to be able to remember all the stuff that you've dug up, at the end of the day, you have to always remember to put it into perspective, so that when you look at this skull, you remember that you are not just looking at some inanimate object. You are looking at a person, just like you and just like me. Someone's wife, someone's daughter, someone's partner, someone's lover, or someone's friend. Behind their now empty eye sockets are the remains of a brain which once held everything they ever felt and everything they ever knew. Stories that made them laugh, experiences that made them cry. You are looking at the remains of someone who once felt deeply the brightest flames of love and the deepest stabs of anger. In every way except the place they were brought up in, these people were exactly like us. By referring to them as subjects and artifacts, we remove ourselves from that very human truth. Today, their stories are all but lost to us, but it's amazing to think that at the bottom of this bog is all that remains of a civilization of people who walked the earth 9,000 years ago. I want to dedicate this video to Professor Glenn Doran. He was the dig leader at the Wyndham Archaeological Site. All of this happened because of him and his patent. And I found his
video
page through the Florida State University directory. And I wanted to see if I could contact him to maybe do an interview and talk to him about this site. And I learned that he passed away in June of last year, which was very sad. Definitely not a surprise that I wanted to have. But rather than wallowing in sadness, I want to thank Dr. Glenn Doran for all that he has done for the world of archaeology and for giving us this wealth of information from this site. So wherever you are, Professor Doran, Godspeed. Okay, outro time. Firstly and foremostly, I would like to thank my viewer and patron David for donating this wonderful microphone that I have been recording with. This is now my third microphone. I'm really stacking up the L's on this, so at least in the test audio that it's quite good. So David, thank you for helping make my production quality a little bit better and helping make everyone else's ears bleed a little bit less. Once again, I have opened a P.O. box. Send cool stuff to it if you would like. I will do an unboxing of cool things at some point. Maybe I'll go to the post office in like a week or something and see if anything's there. Again, and I cannot stress this enough, nothing illegal or dangerous. I do not want to be responsible or dead. And no live animals or human organs. Someone in my last stream offered to send me their kidney. Please do not do that. I do not want your kidney. I don't even want anyone else's kidney. No kidney, no organs. Draw the line there. But check me out on Instagram and Twitter for a more insider look at my life and my
wrong fucking one.
As well as video updates and all that, but that's secondary. As always, I would like to thank my patrons for making this video possible. Patrons get early, ad-free access to all of my videos. If you're interested in becoming a patron, the link to that is fucking somewhere. I think it's on my profile somewhere. The names of my patrons will all be in the credits of my video, so if you're one of my patrons, stick around for that. Remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, remember to bury your loved ones with your prized double-ended pestle, so they can pestle twice as fast in the great beyond.
Stop.
Need that last video, please.
I'll clear this file you got there.
Here we are again. It is a chilly September morning in the year 1931, and a cold ocean spray breaks over the bow of the trawler Kalinda. The Kalinda and her crew are conducting a routine fishing trip in the North Sea, the body of water between the British Isles and mainland Europe. As the morning drags on, net after net is hauled up from the murky depths. The catch is stowed and the nets cast back overboard. But midway through the trip, the sailors pause to clean the nets. Like all trawlers operating in the North Sea, the Kalinda had to deal with its nets becoming entangled in large chunks of peat, and so the sailors set about detangling these chunks and casting them back overboard. One sailor by the name of Pilgrim Lockwood grabbed hold of a particularly large piece. As he did, it broke apart in his hands, revealing something hard within. As he cleaved this strange object off on his coveralls, he stopped dead. In shock, he called for the rest of the crew to see his discovery. A murmur spread through the gathering crowd as they got their first glimpse of the object in his hands, the meticulously carved point of an ancient bone harpoon. The crew was likely giddy with excitement as they passed the discovery around, but what none of them could have known is the massive implications of what they had just discovered. That below their tiny boat, floating alone in an open sea, was the vast remains of an ancient drowned world. Howdy friends, my name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to take you on a field trip back in time, where we will explore the rise and eventual cataclysmic fall of the infamous Doggerland. Together pretty good, right? Milo's Cabinet of Curiosities. I've been finally going through all the boxes of cool stuff that I've wanted to use in my set that I've been collecting since about a lifetime before I actually had a set. And now I finally am getting to start to put it somewhere. So that's really exciting. I actually decided it would be fun to do a video going through all the boxes of stuff and kind of explaining my treasure trove, so you guys can get excited for that. Okay, we're talking about Doggerland today. That's pretty fun, isn't it? Look, I know that I'm going to have to turn a light on at some point, but for right now this lighting is just too nice. And like every rainbow, at the end of it, there's a little treasure. So for now, you guys can just deal with the weird exposure of this video, because it looks really nice in person, so deal with it. Oh yeah, we gotta go to Doggerland tonight, boys. Gotta get that in the sunlight. Look at that. Oh yeah. Like many major discoveries in archaeology and natural history, the locals were familiar with it for far longer than science had been, and Doggerland was no different. Those who lived on the shores of the North Sea were all too familiar with the putrid black stumps that would appear at low tide. In fact, they were so familiar with them that they actually referred to this phenomenon as Noah's Wood, a reference to the mythical deluge in the Bible, which the locals used to explain the stumps underwater. Why are you singing little songs to me, little baby man? Okay, wow, that's ambitious. But in 1913, a geologist by the name of Clement Reed became one of the first scientists to actually look into the phenomenon of Noah's Wood. His book, called Submerged Forests, became one of the very first actual scientific publications theorizing that there was a sunken land mass in the North Sea. In the book, he notes that the stumps extend far out below the low tide line, and he infers from this that at one time these must have been immense forests, and that these forests must have extended far out into what is now an ocean. Now, he backs up this claim by looking at some other discoveries by the local coastal people. The local fishermen were all too familiar with finding washed up animal bones on the shores and having their hooks and lines ensnared in chunks of peat far out into the ocean. You know, I'm looking at my camera over there and I feel like this part is just, it's a little bit too hot. Does that mean I actually have to turn an artificial light on? God damn it. Wow, look at that. Look at that terrible light. I'd like to thank God for lighting this video. Clement notes that some of the bones found along the coast belong to extinct animals, and the chunks of peat weren't just collected out to the low tide line, but far out to sea. The locals even had a name for these, referring to the chunks of peat dredged from the seafloor as moor logs. But perhaps one of the biggest connections that Clemens makes is to something called the Dogger Bank. It's an area of the North Sea about 60 miles from the nearest land, but it has a depth of only about 60 feet. This seemingly random area of shallow water was very well known by all of the local fishermen. So with all of the pieces that Clement was collecting, he created this, the first ever geologic map roughly outlining what would go on to become known as Doggerland. Knowing what we know today, it is really amazing looking at this map, because in 1913, with almost no technology to actually map the seafloor, Clement managed to put together a really good map of what Doggerland would have been like. Gotta love scientists, man. They find a way. Clement concludes his book Submerged Forests with a bold claim that the land
It's like with cats. If I pitch, I sit small.
Indicating a sea level 90 feet lower than at the present day. Now, Clement doesn't really claim to have enough evidence to understand why this is, and he also admits that he isn't sure if this is because the ocean is rising or the land is lowering. Though with the information he had at the time, he speculates that this was due to the land getting lower, which we now know to be not true. And he even postulates when this subsidence ended, about 3,000 years ago. And he uses some pretty logical trains of reasoning, even if they are incorrect by today's standards. This paper is absolutely amazing, and is available for free online, and is linked with the rest of my sources in the description. If you're looking for a fun read to just kind of like flip through and look at some cool old diagrams and stuff, I recommend you check it out. In the final page of Clement's book, he says this: in this connection, it might be worthwhile systematically to dredge the Dogger Bank in order to see whether any implements made by man can be found there. With his conclusion, Clements had correctly inferred that if there was land, there must have been people. Now, unfortunately, Clements would die just 3 years after the publication of this book in the year 1916, and he would never know that his hypothesized lost land would go on to be proven true. A mere 15 years after Clements' death, what is widely regarded as the first artifact from Doggerland was recovered. The artifact, of course, was none other than a 6-inch long bone harpoon dredged from the trawler Colinda. Milo, is that the 8th wonder of the world, the Raymond H. Fogler Library? You better believe it is. I wanted to interject real quick to tell you something important. On October 22nd, I am going to be giving a public talk at the University of Maine. I'll be discussing pseudo-archaeology, pseudoscience, and the importance of science communication. As you'd imagine about a public talk, this talk will be open to the public. So if you're interested in seeing me give a live presentation, well, you can find information for that in the description of this video. Remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and go Black Bears.
Hello, Shelby.
Can I bother you? I'd like to bother you. Oh yeah, we bothering the cat tonight, boys. The harpoon barb that was recovered from the Colinda is widely regarded as the first artifact to actually be discovered in Doggerland. Because the entire thing is underwater, it's kind of hard to recover artifacts from it. Because this is a pivotal discovery in driving science to learn more about Doggerland. Officially, the discovery is brought to the British Museum. Some could even argue that it is one of the few artifacts that actually rightfully belongs in the British Museum. The archaeologists who analyzed this artifact found that it was not made of bone, but the antler of a red deer. And they initially dated the artifact to the Mesolithic period, about 5 to 15,000 years ago. But the archaeologists were really confused by this discovery. After all, this harpoon had been found about 50 miles off the Norfolk coast at a depth of, what was it, 120 feet. Okay, you can go back, Schminky. I just wanted to hold you for a minute. You're very sweet. Yeah, there you go. You're small. Now, at this point, it wasn't believed that Mesolithic people would make it this far out to sea. Instead, most of the interaction between Mesolithic hunter-gatherers and the ocean would have been sticking along the coastlines. To learn more about this, an expedition was sent to where the harpoon had been discovered. Just a year after the discovery, in 1932, more samples were dredged up from the same site. What they found was, as you won't be surprised, a bunch of peat. Now, the people of the British Isles would have been very, very familiar with peat. It is a dense, black, carbon-rich material that is made as plant matter dies and is deposited in a wet environment and just stacks up year after year. It is where bog bodies come from, and it was used to heat a lot of the homes in the British Isles. Because they cut down all their trees. Skill issue. Rapa Nui moment. Cutting down all your trees. The weird thing about the peat that was discovered near the Colinda harpoon site was that it showed evidence of being formed in fresh water. After thorough research, the scientists were able to conclude that the water above the peat now was a salty ocean, which is a little odd. But this did explain something about the harpoon. It means that it was likely not lost at sea, but lost on land. Or at least near land. Okay, look, you know what I'm talking about here. Come on. But this added a surge of interest into the theorized landmass beneath the North Sea, and it led to a flurry of research over the next 100 years aimed at proving Doggerland. Slowly but but surely progressed, Doggerland changed from a wild piece of speculation to a well-supported scientific theory. Much of both the early evidence and modern evidence for Doggerland is discovered by beachcombers. People walking along the coast of the North Sea have been recovering artifacts there for years. They have found projectile points made of bone, antler, and flint, some of which we now even speculate to have been made by our European cousins, the Neanderthals. Should I say some of our European cousins, the Neanderthals? See, it's all in the hand gestures, man. I told you, I'm bilingual, I speak Italian. As well as finding bones of now extinct animals like species of wild horses, saber-toothed tigers, and even woolly mammoths. And, a little freakily, bones of ancient people. This area remained under-researched by geologists and archaeologists for quite a while. For both fields, it was really hard to access. Geologists didn't really deem it old enough to be something worth their while, and for archaeologists, the context was so destroyed that they thought their efforts would be best spent elsewhere. So it wouldn't be until 2010 that some of the largest efforts in actually understanding Doggerland would have been undertaken. A large piece of this research was done by an archaeologist by the name of Vincent Gaffney. He wanted to create a map of Doggerland. Short of him surveying the entire North Sea by himself, he decided to take a little bit more of a strategic route. He worked with oil, natural gas, and wind companies who had already surveyed the ocean floor and used their data. And with the addition of sediment cores gathered in 2019, Gaffney and his team were able to prove that Doggerland had in fact been above water. From all of this data he had gathered, Gaffney was able to complete what his predecessor Clement had started more than 100 years before, completing one of the first real maps of Doggerland. And from here, archaeologists were able to have the first concrete look at what Doggerland was. Doggerland is the name given to a 17,000 square mile piece of submerged continental shelf in the North Sea. During the last glacial period between about 120 and 20,000 years ago, much of the Earth's water would have been locked up in massive continental ice sheets. As a result, there was less water in the ocean, and so the ocean levels were a lot shallower, as much as 400 feet shallower. This means that for much of recent geologic history, Doggerland would have actually been above water, and it would have created a lowland that bridged the gap between the British Isles and continental Europe. This also means that if you were standing in what's now continental Europe and looking at the British Isles, they wouldn't have been isles, they would have been a distant mountain range. While this map kind of seems alien to us, it would have been the map of Europe that most of our human ancestors would have been familiar with. So let's start a walk back in time and have a look at the bones of Doggerland.
It's the biggest deal at breakfast. Get a medium hot or iced coffee and 2 delicious wake-up wraps. The Dunkin' $5 meal deal.
When your doorman looks bleak, just type that into Google and get some ideas back. Making your home away from home feel a little more like home. Just ask Google.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra. Or current eligible GMC owners get 20% below MSRP on the Sierra 1500 model.
For this section, I will be heavily referring to this paper, Description of Paleo-Landscape Features in the Southern North Sea, by none other than our boys, Fitch and Gaffney, et al., of course, lest we forget the et al. In this paper, Fitch and Gaffney give us an excellent window into what this world would have been like. In Chapter 3, the authors use this seismic data to create a map of this drowned world. Here, Fitch, Gaffney, and the team divide the sunken ruins of Doggerland into 4 sections: the north, the south, the east, and the west. Oh, wow, you're really paying attention today, aren't you? And creatively labels all of them. You ready for this? 1, 2, 3, and 5. No, 4, of course. You kidding me? First, let's have a look at
1, 2, 3, and 4.
The north side of Doggerland. This elevated region is none other than the Dogger Bank, a submerged geographic feature that has been known about literally forever. I mean, it was written about in, the Submerged Forest book. People know about it. Wow, I wrote that so much nicer in my script. A feature identified by Clement back in 1913. You can look at Dogger Bank as sort of the northern coast of Doggerland, and the Dogger Bank would actually have been above sea level a lot longer than most of Doggerland, eventually, as we will see, even becoming an island. By looking at the topography, we can see the remains of ancient stream beds, drainage systems flowing northwest off of the submerged highlands and out into the sea, and in the south, a much bigger drainage system flowing southwest. Geologic evidence actually suggests that many of the rivers in Doggerland were flowing in the paths of ancient meltwater rivers that were revealed from the ice sheet as it receded 20,000 years ago. Now let's have a look at section 2, the east side of Doggerland. This one is a little bit more boring. It's pretty much just a big sloping plain. But you'll notice a large feature to the north, a massive depression called the Elbe Paleo Valley. This is actually a continuation of the modern Elbe River, and the colossal size of this channel suggests that at the time it had a massive flow. This channel would have also added more than 400 kilometers to the Elbe River, making it longer than the modern-day Rhine. And this brings up something that's really important. Many of the rivers that flowed through Doggerland are the continuation of rivers that still exist today. Fun part, Milo getting to pronounce the names of rivers in Europe and not looking up any of them first. This one is for all my European viewers. Rivers like the Thames, the Ouse, the Weser, the Wall, the Waal, all would have continued flowing through Doggerland. How'd I do? Probably not very good. I don't know. Someone give me a scorecard. Well, obviously rivers with headwaters that originated in Doggerland are now submerged. Because Doggerland was a lowland, many modern rivers would have continued flowing through it, which is kind of cool, I think. Now, let's have a look at section 3, the west side. This section hugs the coast of England, and its most notable feature is a large depression known as the Outer Silver Pit. Why is it? I should have looked up why it's called that. I have no idea why it's called that. That would have been an interesting thing to add in the video. This video could have used another 20 minutes of me talking about random shit. The Outer Silver Pit can be 80 meters deeper than the surrounding water. And one of the theories for what this feature is the remains of a paleo lake, uncreatively called the Outer Silver Pit Lake. It would have caught the drainage from the British Isles to the west and the Dogger Bank to the north, or I guess at the time it would have been the Dogger Highlands, settled in Outer Silver Pit Lake, and then flowed out into the North Sea to the north. Another theory is that this feature was carved, or at least made more apparent by the sudden rapid inundation of Doggerland. And lastly, section 4, the south. Here we get into sort of the narrow gap between the British Isles and continental Europe. And one of the things you'll notice is there's really not that much information here, and that's because, as the author notes, there's just a lot less data. There are a few notable paleo channels to the west, which seem to have intersected with the Ouse River, or is it called like the Ouse? If it's called the Ouse, I'm going to lose my mind. But with so little data about this area right now, we'll undoubtedly learn more in the future. So if we take all that and zoom back out, we finally have a map of Doggerland. A vast low-lying region with the Dogger Hills to the north, possibly a large lake to the southwest, and many streams, rivers, and tributaries all eventually going north into the sea. So the last thing you want to know is why this is even here in the first place. Doggerland is all on what's known as an alluvial plain, a big outwash of glacial debris, sand, gravel, and rocks. But you came here because you wanted to go on a field trip back in time. And luckily for you, I can take you there. Remember that peat we talked about earlier? It has layers in it. Being made by layer upon layer of natural material in a wet environment, peat is a calendar, meaning that scientists can take a core sample of a peat bog and look year after year at a calendar of what a paleo environment would have been like. So thanks to the work of those diligent scientists, we are going to go all the way back to the beginning, right before the rise of the Mammoth Steppe. Uh-oh, Steppe Mammoth, I'm stuck in a glacial deposit. If anyone remembers that, joke, you've been watching me since, like, my second video, I think. Oh no, Steppe Mammoth, I'm stuck in a glacial deposit. That's so fucking stupid. Wow, we've come a long way, haven't we, guys? Still,
Why am I laughing?
in a college dorm, isn't it? So, got that going for me. Got a little whiskey in my mustache. When Doggerland first emerged about 20,000 years ago, it would have sucked. It was just a massive, barren, rocky, desolate landscape. Like every part of the world that experienced glaciation, there would have been no topsoil. It would have been exposed patches of bedrock, or massive plains and mounds of sand, gravel, and debris. So now that we have the bones of Doggerland, let's watch as life begins to creep onto this desolate landscape. The first life to make its way into what would become Doggerland would be our pioneer species. These are the species capable of tolerating this barren environment. First, it would have been lichen, which can grow on stone, and shortly after, it would have been followed by mosses. These lichens and mosses would have begun to break down the outside of some of the rocks, and even though they're absolutely tiny, they would slowly be able to build out a tiny bit of topsoil. As the lichens and mosses do their thing, the climate is slowly warming, and year after year, enough topsoil had built up that some new species were able to move in. Eventually, the next category of primary succession took place, and the lichens and mosses were joined by grasses and small perennial plants. And as the climate continued to warm and the grasses did better and better, this marked an important transition, where Doggerland began to transform from a barren, desolate wasteland into the infamous Mammoth Steppe. The large, somewhat arid grassland that we refer to as the Mammoth Steppe would have been the largest biome on the planet at the end of the last ice age, or the end of the last glacial period. God, I know someone's gonna check me on it. Today, only a tiny fragment of the Mammoth Steppe still exists. And something I think is really interesting is why the Mammoth Steppe no longer exists. There's a couple reasons for this, one of which being that the megafauna is all gone. The megafauna that once grazed on the Mammoth Steppe would have kept the growth of trees to a minimum because it would eat them before they got big, and so it would pretty much just constantly stay as a grassland. But since we killed off all the megafauna, we don't have to worry about that anymore. But there's actually a much larger environmental reason why the Mammoth Steppe literally can't exist anymore. First, let's look at the difference between the Mammoth Steppe and a modern tundra. Our modern tundra is made up of mosses, lichens, and woody shrubs, all kind of early to middle-of-the-road pioneer species. They are things that typically grow a tiny little bit every year and then have an extended period of dormancy during the winter. The modern tundra is a very low-energy environment. Now, in comparison, let's have a look at the Mammoth Steppe. On paper, they look pretty similar, but the big difference is that the Mammoth Steppe would have been dominated by grasses. While mosses and lichens were still present, the Mammoth Steppe would have looked a lot more similar to a modern grassland than a modern tundra. The secret to understanding why the Mammoth Steppe no longer exists today is looking at its location on the planet. Have a look at the map of the estimated extent of the Mammoth Steppe biome. While sources and estimates vary, what is agreed upon is that the extent of the Mammoth Steppe was absolutely massive. Estimates show this paleobiome extending from the American Midwest all the way through the Bering Land Bridge into mainland China, potentially as far south as the Korean Peninsula, to the northern coast of the Black Sea, northern Italy, and even to the Iberian Peninsula in modern-day Spain. This puts the southernmost extent of the Mammoth Steppe potentially as far south as latitude 40. Now again, let's compare that to the modern tundra. Think about where the tundra is on the Earth today. It's between about 60 and 75 degrees latitude, in the far reaches of Siberia and northern Canada. Now you may actually be starting to see where this is going. The Arctic Circle, the place where there's at least one day out of the year where the sun never rises, starts at latitude 66, meaning that a large portion of the modern tundra biome is in an environment where it will go at least a day out of the year where it receives no sunlight at all. And this is the key to understanding what happened to the Mammoth Steppe. The majority of the planet that still has the temperature and arid environment to support the Mammoth Steppe is simply too far north to have enough sunlight to support it. Even though the Mammoth Steppe was cold, it existed so far south that it received a lot of consistent sunlight, and this allowed for fairly high productivity pioneer species like grasses to grow. Most grasses need a season to propagate, grow, and ultimately go to seed, and in the Mammoth Steppe there was enough sunlight in the growing season in order to do this. The modern tundra receives so little sunlight comparatively that it's only capable of producing a very short, intense growing season, and is incapable of supporting an environment with this high level of productivity. So I'm sure there's many factors contributing to the downfall of the Mammoth Steppe. I think it's something really interesting to think about, because with the Mammoth Steppe going from one of the largest biomes in the world to barely a few patches across the planet in just a handful of 10, 15,000 years, it makes you think about what was lost. What sorts of species and subspecies of grasses, insects, and rodents once called this place home? Grasslands are immensely productive and biodiverse environments. Now, without getting too into the weeds into extinct insects, the rise of the Mammoth Steppe ecosystem in Doggerland brought with it all of our favorite charismatic megafauna. Mammoths, woolly rhinos, saber-toothed tigers, and horses once roamed this land. And so it was the Mammoth Steppe environment that was the first real ecosystem coasts, rivers, and lakes of Doggerland. But the climate continued to change. The Earth got a little bit warmer, there was a little bit more humidity, and the ice caps continued to melt. And so the higher temperatures and rainfall eventually caused the Mammoth Steppe to turn into the Dogger woodland. Yo, okay, why didn't you guys tell me that it was getting dark out and that I need to turn another light on? God, I thought you were my friend. You know who is my friend? It's me!
Communimax works naturally with the water in your body. Free your gut to free your mood.
Golf has always been so expensive. They told us they're making these irons. They're so good. I have to learn. When I hit Tagalos for the first time, wow, unbelievable. Performing the same, feels the same as a very expensive iron. And that's
Guarantees matter, especially on your brakes. Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Say something. I'm putting it up here. My prized catch, the fearsome Savannah lion. You're such a swishy little cat. You're like a dust bunny with legs. She's right behind me, isn't she? Girl, my thermometer, bro. Come on, man. Have some respect. Guys, it's that time of the year again. It's 64 degrees in here. You know what that means. In like 3 videos, Milo's going to be wearing a down jacket. Oh, Milo, you have a fireplace in there. Did you take, I don't know, the whole summer to maybe get a fireplace actually installed? No, of course I didn't. Okay, quick PSA here. Whenever I talk about paleoecology and the climate changing at the end of the last glacial maximum, I always get at least one comment from someone being like, see, the climate's always been changing. I'd like to remind everyone that while I study archaeology, I do have my primary degree in environmental science as well. And I can tell you pretty confidently, as someone that has done 8 years of school in environmental science, that climate change is actually happening. If you do not believe in anthropogenic man-made climate change, the only explanation I can see for it is that you have not actually done your own research. So I encourage you, before you leave that comment, to actually go look into this literally a tiny little bit, because it is happening. This is the fastest the Earth has ever warmed since the Chicxulub impact event, which is, you know, probably not a good sign. And there is extensive evidence to back up that it is greenhouse gas.
What is that? I'm sorry, I'm stupid.
Does not make them any less true. So, let's get going. Around 11,500 years ago began the Holocene epoch, or epic, because I know that one of you is going to criticize me on it in the comments. You should meet up with the guy who left the comment about how the climate's always been changing. Maybe you can kiss about it. This time period, about 11,500 years ago, would have been right at the end of the Younger Dryas period, a time when the Earth's temperatures dipped for about 1,500 years. Whoa! Nice job there, Schminky. Yeah, I was going to say that. A period of warming around the beginning of the Holocene epoch is really the true end of the last glacial maximum. And it was also marked by some major sea level rise that established a new coastline in Doggerland. During this period, many of Doggerland's largest rivers, tributaries, lakes, and coastlines would have formed. And with the environment getting wetter, it led to the rise of a lot more, well, wetlands, including evidence of a large wetland to the west of the outer Silver Pit Lake. During the transition into the early Holocene, Doggerland would have had four major environments. The first would have been a shallow marine environment to the north. The seawater that had risen over the glacial plain would have created a shallow sea environment, which would have been cold but would have received enough sunlight to be a pretty productive environment. Another biome that would have arisen is the willow woodland. The genus Salix, or commonly the willow, would have been particularly adept to this environment. It loves really wet, cool places, which is kind of all the Doggerland was at the time. When we think of willows, we typically think of the weeping willow, which is, you know, a large tree, but the willow genus is composed of more than 300 different species, everything ranging from large trees all the way down to small scrub brush. And it's likely that willow shrubs would have been actually some of the first intermediate species to enter Doggerland after the Mammoth Steppe had begun to recede. Extrapolating this line of reasoning, I think it's safe to say that since the willows kind of got a head start, they did really well in the early days of Doggerland being able to actually grow trees and bushes. The third environment during the transitional Holocene period of Doggerland would have been grassland. I know it's not very exciting, but there still would have been some of it left because there was things grazing there. While mammoths would have gone extinct in this region about 10,000 years before, there were still wild horses and other grazing animals that likely kept large growth to a minimum, maintaining large grasslands. And the last of the major environments would have been marshland. As the sea level rose and more rain fell, large flat areas got transformed into wet. They were wet. You want me to explain a marshland to you? Good. This also led to a transitional area between the ocean and the lowlands. Because the land was so flat, there were huge estuaries and deltas that would have been brackish, where fresh water and salt water would have mixed. Now, as the Holocene creeps on, we begin to see a transition into what's called a pre-boreal environment. Slowly but surely, we see birch and pine begin to creep into the pollen record. This period also saw the rise of the heathland, a scrubland environment that did really well in the now accumulated layer of poor acidic soil. It was mostly scrub brush and small plants. And finally, about 10,500 years ago, Doggerland gave way to a boreal forest. The pollen record indicates an uptick in hazel and oak trees, and in the marine environment to the north, green algae, now able to survive there in the warmer climate. There's also evidence to suggest that the freshwater ecosystems were thriving at this time, with a large increase in the amount of aquatic species present on Doggerland. Especially common are things like snails, mussels, and other mollusks. But during this Memorial period, some of the cracks start to show. This is some of the first time that we see living environment beginning to be overtaken by sea level rise. And the warming of the climate, which is causing the sea level to rise, is also forcing more animals into this very productive environment. Species like the red deer, and those that would go on to make tools out of its antlers, Homo sapiens.
Not the birch.
Were actually probably there pretty much as long as...
God damn it, not the birch, man, no!
In order to help us learn a little bit more about this environment, I want to welcome someone very special. A friend of mine and another amazing science communicator here on YouTube, none other than History with Kaylee.
So let's take a look at some of the remnants from the Doggerland landscape that we can see today in modern times. A landscape that went all the way from modern day west coast of the Netherlands to the modern day east coast of England. Near where I grew up is a place called Schorl. This location has a beautiful pine forest that mixes together with the sand of the dunes. These pine trees were planted about 100 years ago, but the trees used to roam this area naturally for thousands of years. This area was once an Atlantic dune forest, but unfortunately the trees were cut down over the centuries, leaving behind large sandy plains. As you can imagine, sandy plains are not a great defense against the water of the North Sea during storms. And knowing that this area of the Netherlands is situated a couple meters below sea level, this was a bit of an issue. So the decision was made to reinstate the Atlantic dune forest. And the same species of pine trees and also oaks, birches, and rowans were thus planted about 100 years ago. Pine trees hold the sand with their roots, preventing it from blowing away, and they evaporate a lot of water. What's fascinating is that Schorl in the Netherlands is located at latitude 52.7, and Norfolk in England is located at a latitude of 52.6. The reason why this is fascinating has to do with the fact that here in Norfolk we can see the remnants of the other side of this ancient Atlantic dune forest. The coastline of Norfolk has the same pine, oak, birch, and rowan trees that grow through and near the sandy dunes, showing to us that long ago, during the time when Doggerland was still a landmass, a massive forest with sandy plains stretched from the modern-day coast of the Netherlands to the modern-day coast of Norfolk in England. This type of forest is actually very common along the Atlantic coast of England. The characteristics of this particular ecosystem is the salt spray that the often strong wind constantly brings with it. That salt spray and the wind ensure that the upper parts of the branches often break off, which causes trees to grow in more width, which explains their irregular shapes. Of course, it's unclear when the Atlantic dune forest first came to be, but it's safe to bet that this occurred before Doggerland sank beneath the waves. The forest most likely changed over time due to the salt spray, but because we can clearly see two distinct locations on both sides of the North Sea at nearly the same latitude, it's not a big stretch to think that there used to be a very large forest spanning from North Holland in the Netherlands to Norfolk in England.
Thank you very much for sharing your expertise, Kaylee. You might be thinking to yourself, wow, Kaylee actually lives near the North Sea. She's probably a lot more qualified to make this video, and she is, which is why she also made a video about Doggerland, focusing a lot more on the archaeology. This is a collaboration. This is what collaborations are. This is how we collaborate. This is how we uplift each other, you know? Just science communicators looking out for science communicators. Anyway, after this video, you should go check out Kaylee's video if you want to learn a little bit more about the human life of Doggerland. Let's keep rolling with this. What we have now is a picture of an immensely productive environment. A lowland that supported a shining marine ecosystem, and freshwater lakes, both of which that would have been teeming with life, as well as rivers, forests, and grasslands crawling with horses, deer, and other delicious little guys. And bands of hunter-gatherers would have followed game into this environment and benefited from its vast resources. But this paradise wouldn't last, because where there is life, there must also be death. And I think now it's finally time to talk about the unfortunate final chapter, the death of Doggerland.
This is Julian Page. Pedro. They just bought their first home and are learning a lot. Thanks to Google, Pedro knows more than he wanted to about gravel. And Judy wouldn't call herself a plumber, but she dabbles.
Wait, how do these things work together?
Honey, I did it!
So far, if they've learned one thing about home ownership, is that there's a lot to learn. Good thing you can just ask Google.
The $7,500 federal tax credit for eligible electric vehicles is ending. Must get delivery by September 30th, 2025.
It's been argued that Doggerland was lost over 3 major stages. 3 stages that took place over the course of a few thousand years. The first of this was during the early Holocene, about 9,000 years ago, as sea levels continued to rise. Since much of Doggerland was a low-lying area, most of it was highly susceptible to even a small amount of sea level rise. And as this process persisted into the Holocene, eventually Doggerland began to fragment. Slowly, seawater would have surrounded the Dogger Hills, creating the Dogger Bank Island. And with this, other lumpy glacial deposits became islands as well. This period would have transformed Doggerland from a vast open plain into an archipelago. At the time of this archipelago, about 8,000 years ago, the sea level had showed no signs of stopping. The large Dogger Bank Island became smaller and smaller, and many of the little islands just sank beneath the waves entirely. To put this into perspective, let me give a little bit of an illustration of how quickly the sea levels rose. Between 20,000 years ago and 11,500 years ago, the sea level went from 425 feet below its present level to 230 feet below its present level. Editors, do a little bit of math there to show how much that is. And maybe if you want to even be fancy, a little bit to show how much that is per year. And maybe even how much that is on a human lifetime. To show that this wasn't fucking Atlantis that just suddenly went underwater all at once. Because I know someone's going to say it. Then from about 11,500 years ago, sea level went from 230 feet below present to just 85 feet below present. As the sea level rose, more and more of Doggerland was submerged, eventually leaving it with just the Dogger Highlands Island and the productive marshy low-lying lands of the British Isles and continental Europe. But that's no fun. We want floods. I want Atlantis. Okay, now we finally get to talk about the flashy things that destroy Doggerland that, you know, make really fun Netflix mockumentary series. You see my eye twitch there? I swear to God, I felt it twitch. Fucking season 2. It's coming, isn't it? I'm doing a lot of this to get back. Okay, finally, here's some of the fun theories about what destroyed Doggerland. About 8,200 years ago, something happened about 3,500 miles away. In North America, the retreat of the Laurentide ice sheet and the Cordilleran ice sheet had resulted in massive glacial lakes. There were some small ones, like Glacial Lake Cape Cod, some medium ones, like Glacial Lake Hitchcock, which I am currently working on a video about, throw a cool animation up in there, and some absolutely massive glacial lakes, like Glacial Lake Missoula in the Pacific Northwest. Among the massive lakes was Lake Agassiz. Lake Agassiz filled what is now the Great Lakes region, and it was absolutely gigantic, covering an estimated area of 170,000 square miles. Like Lake Hitchcock and Lake Missoula, the death of Lake Agassiz took place in the form of a massive cataclysmic flood. Around 8,200 years ago, something went terribly wrong in North America, and the entire lake drained out of the Hudson River pretty much all at once. This caused a couple of problems. One, it raised the sea level by Doggerland by between half a foot and a foot over the course of a few months to a year, and 2, it stopped the North Atlantic thermohaline conveyor belt. This huge influx of cold water made the weather systems in the North Atlantic just kind of like die, which caused a period of extended regional cooling for about 100 to 150 years. Next time you think that the environment isn't important, remember that it is literally the only thing that has dictated every single chapter of Earth's history. So that's pretty bad. But the final controversial event, which some believe to have led to the death of Doggerland, is a giant tsunami. If I were were to give a concrete description of what happened to Doggerland, I would say Doggerland's destruction was due to sea level rise. Sea level rise that took place in an immensely fast pace in geologic time, but was almost imperceptible on a human lifespan. But there are some scientists who suggest that the final nail in the coffin for Doggerland was a massive tsunami. Around 8,200 years ago, the same time that all that horrible stuff was happening in North America, an enormous submarine landslide took place off of Norway's west coast. It is estimated that between 600 and 800 cubic miles of sediment broke free from the continental shelf, resulting in one of the largest underwater landslides that we have any evidence of. This massive force caused a huge displacement underwater, which resulted in a tsunami. Now, since the landslide was going west, most of the tsunami probably kind of went out to the open ocean. But there is evidence of the impact of this tsunami all across the coast of the North Sea. In Scotland, there are deposits associated with this tsunami that indicate it could have had a height of between 10 and 17 feet. And evidence in Denmark suggests that it was impacted as well, even though it wasn't directly in the tsunami's path. Which means that even if it wasn't the brunt of it, some portion of this massive tsunami was headed straight for whatever was left of Doggerland. Even if Doggerland didn't bear the full brunt of this force, the devastation would have been astronomical. Since the submerged alluvial plain that Doggerland is built on is so shallow, it would have forced the tsunami upwards, where it would have barreled straight into Doggerland, and core samples taken from the southern North Sea do support this. While the impact was likely different in much of Doggerland, it's believed that the part that was hit the hardest was the Dogger Bank. This outlying island was kind of like a barrier island for much of the southern part of the North Sea, and it was likely slammed with the tsunami. Any communities that called this place home would have been devastated. And to make matters worse, since many ancient hunter-gatherers would have lived along the very productive coastlines, they were right in the tsunami's path. With no warning and some of the most productive environments hit the hardest, it's likely that ancient humans were hit immensely hard by this disaster. There are even estimates that the tsunami wiped out a quarter of the North Sea coast's population. Now, while there is plenty of evidence that the tsunami impacted this area, there's not much to say that this was truly the final nail in the coffin. It's highly likely that the tsunami was able to submerge the rest of Doggerland, and even if it did, since it was a tsunami, it eventually just would have washed back out to sea. But it wouldn't be unfair to think that this could have been a coup de grace to many of the communities that call this place home. Proving the impact of a tsunami had on the ancient people of Doggerland is really hard to do. Because a tsunami is so immensely destructive, there is barely anything left from it. It eroded coastlines, washed away archaeological evidence, and left just a massive mess behind. And it happened at the exact same time at some of the coldest, harshest weather of the last millennium. The remnants of Doggerland ended up surviving into the Neolithic period. By about 7,000 years ago, what was once Dogger Island had been reduced to a massive sandbar, and not long after that, it slipped beneath the waves entirely. But despite the few tangible objects from Doggerland, we are still fascinated by it, and our hunger for knowledge has pushed the boundaries of archaeology as we tried to understand the ancient people of Doggerland. The field of archaeology is kind of like being a crime scene investigator. You're trying to piece together a story from documentary evidence. While most archaeological sites pose some sort of challenge, Doggerland is an entirely different beast. The inundation of Doggerland from sea level rise to tsunamis has meant that the context of the archaeological sites there have been completely destroyed. As I talk about a lot on this channel, context is the understanding of where an artifact is from. Having a projectile point in a box is really not worth all that much. Instead, you want to know the environment that it was found in. Was it in a riverbed? Was it in a peat bog? And was there anything else near it? Random chance discovery along the seashore, or a needle in a haystack dredged up from the ocean, it's really hard to learn about the people that once lived there. But archaeologists can be incredibly resourceful, and just because the odds are not in our favor, does not mean that we're not going to learn something about it. One of the best examples of this needle in a haystack is from, once again, our boy, Gaffney. In an estuary site known as the Southern River off the coast of Norfolk, Gaffney and his team took one of their core samples, and as luck would have it, this core sample happened to contain a fragment of a hammerstone, the remains of a Mesolithic tool that had been lost at the bottom of the ocean for thousands of years. While this isn't the most flashy discovery, it was a revolutionary find, not only telling us more about Doggerland itself, but also being the first artifact in the world successfully recovered from a deep-sea environment. Despite their rarity, artifacts, not unlike me, turn up. I don't think I can say turn up while doing any of this. I need a natty light. And as fragmentary as they are, they do give us a tantalizing glimpse into what life would have been like in Doggerland. If you want to learn a little bit more about the life of ancient humans in Doggerland, I really recommend you check out History with Kaylee's video. The link to that is in the description. We did these videos sort of as a collaboration, where she focused on the human side of things and I focused on the natural side of things. I guess humans are natural, but you know what? I'm going to view the world with a human-centric lens because I don't give a damn. Well, folks, I'd like to thank you all very much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, I would be very appreciative if you could give some type of interaction. I make all of my educational content on YouTube for free, and engaging with the video helps them do better and allows you to continue watching them for free. Like I always say, consider it like tipping the bellhop, except instead of actually tipping, it's literally completely free, and there is no reason not to. So, do it. Well, this has been a fun one, hasn't it? It got awfully dark in here. Sun sets now at like 3 p.m. Well, guys, I think that's gonna do it. I would like to give an extra special thank you to my patrons on Patreon. Patrons get early ad-free access to all of my videos. Not only that, but all of your names are gonna be in the credits of this video as a small token of my appreciation. If you'd like to become a patron and support what I do here directly, the link to that's in the description, right down there. And lastly, I'd like to give a big thank you to all of my returning viewers. I feel like the latter half of this summer has been really successful, and it's been amazing to actually get some great videos out that I'm really proud of and see people absolutely love them. And I feel like I'm really starting to hit a stride here, which is pretty awesome. And I mean, with a set like this, I mean, Jesus, I kind of got to take it seriously, you know? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all very much for watching this video. My name is Milo Rossi. Remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, remember to be like a willow. Cool and wet. Bottoms up. Salute.
What the
shit. Ugh. Schminky, do you want to be in the credit sequence? Schminky doesn't want to be in the credit sequence, but she's going to. Oh, she's a circle. Do you know how you are? Look, she's one of the floppy ones. She just kind of does this. Whoa. She's doing sit-ups. I'm going to have the first domestic cat to have abs. Yeah, you're just like Dad. Fucking jacked. Little tiny man. If I do this, you'll think I'm your mom.
You know, you really gotta be cleaning your room. Oh my God, what is this in your garbage? Is this weed? You know, you're never gonna get a job.
I'm kidding, you'll get a job. I just don't know what. If anyone has any job postings that the only requirements being small and fluffy little guy, well, I got one for you. It's about time she starts paying her fucking rent. Thanks for watching, everybody.
If it feels like your phone hasn't changed in years, maybe it's time to change your phone.
Shut up.
This video will be covering topics that some viewers may find disturbing. While all of it will be in an educational format, it will contain images of burials as well as discussions of death and violence. Viewer discretion is advised. Vampires. You know them, you love them, you have a weird obsession with them, and according to the Smashing Pumpkins, the world is one of them.
The world is a vampire.
These fictional, blood-sucking creatures have captivated the minds, hearts, and fantasies of many in the modern age. They've inspired television shows like What We Do in the Shadows and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. They've inspired books like Salem's Lot and Twilight. They've inspired movies like Salem's Lot and Twilight. And what's that other one? Interview with the Vampire. I haven't seen it, but I hear it's good, apparently. And even music that I will reluctantly admit I listened to much too recently. But for this video, we're going to be going back to a time when vampires weren't heroes, heartthrobs, or cartoon villains, but instead were viewed as a legitimate threat of supernatural origin. A time when paranoia and superstition around the occult resulted in innocent people being treated with the accountability and brutality reserved for demonic entities. Howdy friends, my name is Milo Rossi, and today we're going to be exploring these superstitions and the grim archaeological evidence that sheds light on those whose lives and afterlives were marred with the brutal superstition of the vampire. I already said brutal, didn't I? I don't know. We'll leave it. What's the worst that can happen? It sounds like shit? Fine. Title card. Uh-oh. You guys see that? Hotspot's starting to creep in here. The sunset's coming. Guys, it's happening. It is 45 degrees in the studio right now. Last video was 65 degrees. At this rate, 3 videos from now, I'll be dead. YouTuber and archaeologist Milo Rossi found dead, frozen in his own home. How this is even possible, we have absolutely no idea.
Why am I laughing?
And dates back to a terrible time in my life. Time known as October of 2021. Whoa, is it actually, hold on, what's today? Whoa, I may have actually recorded this like almost exactly 3 years ago. That's crazy. Either way, let's give it a watch.
Vampires used to roam the earth, and you can't convince me otherwise.
Yes, I can. Watch this.
These are burial cages from the medieval times, and they were to prevent the undead from escaping from their graves.
They aren't, and no, they weren't. They are called mort safes, and they were invented in the 1800s in England. It was common practice for medical students to learn anatomy on real human subjects. Of course, the best place you could go to find an abundance of these subjects is a graveyard. The living didn't want to see their deceased family members exhumed and put under the scalpel by a bunch of hungover frat guys. They started to do this. They would lock the bodies into the ground.
Oh, wow. Classic. My hair was a lot better back then. What was I doing with it? God damn, look at that. That's luscious. This was one of my first videos to get like 10 million views, which I was stoked about. And it was just some guy doing like vampire pseudo-archaeology. But anyway, this video did so well that I decided to make another one like a week later because there was more people talking about the same bullshit.
She's proof that vampires used to live on the globe.
Oh boy, another video about vampires. I feel like I've heard about all the arguments that there are for vampires at this point, but since it is the season, I suppose I will hear this young man out and see if he can change my mind.
No, man, that man was probably about the same age that you were, Milo. Sit the fuck down. Wow. Look, I don't want to hear a goddamn thing about it, okay? I was in like a Manic episode, alright? The thing that he talks about in this video is the Vampire of Venice, a human skeleton found with a brick lodged in its mouth, which is vicious and horrifying, and was likely part of the superstition of people thinking that she was a vampire. Does this mean she was actually a vampire? No. But what I think is really interesting about these discoveries is that even though these people weren't vampires, the superstition still meant that they were treated as if they were. And as I looked into this phenomenon a little bit more, I found that this discovery was just the tip of a horrifying iceberg. That despite vampires not actually being real, the mere superstition of them means that we have archaeological evidence of people who were accused of being vampires. So I think in honor of these videos, and right as I was about to transition onto YouTube, today we're going to be taking a deep dive into the horrifying world of vampire burials. But I think in light of today's topic, we're going to need a little bit of a mood change. First, as an homage to my amazing fashion sense from 3 years ago, we're going to need a little bit of a costume change. And second, we need to wait for the sun to go down. I want to start a band. It's going to be composed of a harpsichord, a theremin, a slide whistle, and a triangle. I'll see you after dark. Jesus. That's easier. Hello. Wow, I have outdone myself this time, folks. That's fucking crazy. Oh, I know you can't see me at all standing here. Welcome to my video. Okay, only one last thing to do and we can get this bad boy going. I think that the only appropriate drink to have with a video like this is a bottle of wine. Milo, who are you drinking wine tonight for? 'Cause the boys. Now, of course, as you can see, it is almost 40 degrees in here. So didn't really think that part through, but it's all in the name of content, you know? Oh, Jesus. It's only been there for 120 years. Let's put a hole in it now. There better be sick, like, organ music playing this entire time. Thing in the
the garbage. I was gonna say more rods, that's just fucking, that's good enough. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ, this is not the height this is supposed to be used at. There we go. Anyway, this is why I found it in the garbage. Straight up not working. Look, that gag was gonna be so good if it actually fucking worked. Oh, I was just being an idiot, actually. It completely works. You aren't supposed to pull it back again. Okay, now we're ready. Okay, let's start the video. Let's get vamping. We suck in tonight, boys. Can you see my breath? I can see my breath. I can't see your breath, though. Or can I? It is the summer of 2018, and an archaeological team led by David Soren is conducting an excavation in the Umbria region of Italy. It's in a little town called Lugnano, and the site that the archaeologists are working on is the ruins of a 1st century Roman villa. Now, that seems like a pretty logical place for an archaeological excavation. They weren't actually there because of the villa. Instead, they were there because about 400 years after the villa fell into ruin, it was repurposed. In about the 5th century AD, this ruin was converted into an impromptu graveyard. A graveyard which locally gained the name the Necropoli dei Bambini, or morbidly, the Cemetery of the Children. At the time of this excavation in 2019, the remains of 50 different individuals were found there, and as the name suggests, they were all quite young. The eldest discovered up until this point, a female, was only 3. But during this excavation, the archaeologists discovered something bizarre. The unusual burial of a child uncharacteristic of anything else found at the site. The remains were found in an improvised tomb made out of roof tiles from the collapsed villa above, and they were from a 10-year-old whose sex was not able to be identified. The thing that set them apart from the rest of those in the cemetery was not only their age, but the way that they had been buried. This individual, for whatever reason, had been buried on their side with a stone lodged in their open mouth. The stone had flecks of mortar on it, indicating that it had also come from the ruin above. This told archaeologists that this was not just a piece of rubble in the ground where the child had been buried, but had been placed there intentionally. This grisly discovery came as a shock to the archaeologists who had never discovered anything quite like it, and it earned this discovery the nickname, the Vampire of Lugnano. Now the logical question here is, why? Now this cemetery had been started in around the mid-5th century because of a massive outbreak of malaria. During this outbreak, younger populations would have been hit exceptionally hard, a morbid trend that we can see indicated in this graveyard and is likely the reason that this graveyard existed in the first place. Now the Vampire of Lugnano also had an abscessed tooth. This symptom is indicative of someone who died from malaria. That candle just melted straight through and just burned out inside. That was a little creepy. There we go. Now, at the time, the good people of the 5th century probably did not have a great idea on what malaria was, how it worked, or the processes by which to avoid it, which likely resulted in an immense amount of superstition. One of the primary reasons for why this individual was buried on their side with a stone in their mouth is based on the superstitious belief that they could rise from the dead and infect others, and that these burial precautions would prevent that from happening. Now, why this child was treated in this way while other ones in the cemetery weren't is currently unknown. Perhaps there were some other extenuating circumstances around their death that would have warranted them being buried in this way. As we will see later, accusations of vampirism are something that go far beyond just the way that an individual died. As strange and disturbing as this burial is, it is far from the level of grisly creativity that would come to arise in later vampire burials. In fact, the Vampire of Lugnano, buried in the 5th century, actually predates the idea of a vampire, or at least a vampire as we know it. While the vampire superstition wouldn't arise until about 800 years later, these haunting burials highlight a fear of something that long predates the vampire, something that our modern world has mostly forgotten, something referred to as a I was downstairs getting ready for this video, and I was like, oh man, what kind of glass should I use? And I was gonna find like a cool chalice or something, and I opened the cabinet, and this was the first thing that I noticed, and I was like, shit, I gotta use this stupid ass cup in my vampire video. 'tis the season. There are many theories as to where the vampire myth came from, and like any piece of superstition or mythos or fable or legend, it's almost impossible to actually nail down a single concrete source. Instead, they are something that just morph through time as they are told and told and told and retold and change pretty much indefinitely. And I would imagine that there's probably been some kind of superstitious fear around the dead rising again since, like, as long as people could die. The idea of a vampire is something which, as we'll see, originated really in, Europe, but literally, like, every culture around the world has some variation of the dead rising again, whether it be in a physical form, a spiritual form. I genuinely think that if you just, left 10 people on an island who didn't know anything about the outside world, eventually they would have their own superstitions around the dead rising again. Okay, anyways, let's go back to the beginning a little bit here. Before there were blood-sucking vampires, there were revenants. This is a superstition that really begins to be seen around the 6th or 7th century AD, and it's sort of a blanket term for entities born out of the beliefs and superstitions of various pagan religions. And this is exactly why we can find vampire burials that predate the actual idea of a vampire, because many of the superstitions and precautions surrounding revenants were things which carried over as it was later adopted by Christianity. And we have pretty significant archaeological evidence to suggest that these superstitions also vastly predate the idea of a revenant as well. Take, for example, a grim discovery made by construction workers in the Saxony-Anhalt region of Germany. While working on installing power lines, a construction team discovered human remains. It really is amazing how many of these stories start with the construction workers. It must be insane to stumble across that way on your day job. The Dog Bodies in North America video I did a while ago started in the exact same way. She's like, oh, we're going to build a housing development corpse. Anyway, they called an archaeologist to come analyze the site.
I don't think so. Fucking corpse.
Buried on his side, which is a little unusual, and what's even more unusual is that his grave contained no grave goods, offerings, evidence of clothing, or burial rites. But the most unusual feature of this grave was that he had been buried underneath a massive stone. Not like under a stone, like a headstone, like a stone had been placed on top of his body. This huge flat stone was about 3 feet long and 2.5 feet wide and estimated to weigh around 110 pounds. Did this thing come undone? No, my little fucking thing is undone. Don't let him catch you without your thing. And this massive stone was placed directly on top of the man.
What does that mean, Milo? What does that fucking mean?
Is that this was also to prevent him from rising from the dead. Now, what's so amazing about this site is that it dates back a staggering 4,200 years, almost 3,500 years before the idea of a vampire would even come close to materializing. And this burial is attributed to the Bellbeaker culture, a culture that I'm sure you all know so much about because it's so commonly talked about all the time. I'm kidding. I had never heard of it until I made this video. Someone got on that. North02. I feel like North02 should do a video on that. Everyone go ping North02 to make a video on the Bellbeaker culture. Now, we're unsure if the people's Bellbeaker culture would have called the guy rising from the dead and haunting the living. We do know that they clearly had some sort of superstition around it. And if it really is the case that this was a precaution taken to prevent someone from rising from the dead, then this is an indication that the same superstition to prevent this from happening persisted for more than 4,000 years. Because, as we're about to see, this exact same strategy of using a huge rock to pin a body down was a method that was also in use when it came to actual vampire burials. Which indicates that while the ideas, concepts, and reasons behind the dead rising again have changed a lot over time, some of the superstitions around how you're supposed to deal with it have actually remained the same for thousands of years. Now, the idea of a vampire as we know it today really began to take shape as pagan practices were co-opted by the Christian church. This may come as a bit of surprise, but before Christianity, a lot of people were pagan, and so the Christian church kind of needed to pander to these people in order to make them think that their guy was better than their guy. And to do this, the Christian church did a whole lot of things sort of pulling from pagan religion. They would kind of co-opt some of their holidays and festivals. They would allow pagan people to still practice some of their beliefs as long as the Christian ones were done alongside it. They would, kill all of them. Little things like that that really make you interested in Jesus and stuff. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. Actually, there's no paganism in Christianity. That's just heathen stuff. It's a complete coincidence that St. John's Day is on the summer solstice, or that Michaelmas is right around the fall equinox, or that Jesus just so happened to be born like right near the winter solstice, or that his resurrection is celebrated around the moon cycles of the spring equinox. So anyway, sort of co-opting pagan beliefs, it made Christianity a little bit more palatable to the masses. And by around the 10th century AD, it was the Roman Catholic Church that had co-opted, among other things, the pagan idea of a vampire. What I find to be also very interesting about this is it sort of illustrates how, while beliefs and dogmas have changed through time, every single idea that we have today today is pulling things from much older versions. The idea of a vampire may be sort of new, but we've sort of been handling it in a traditional way that has been handed down for literally thousands of years. Christianity, a fairly new religion, but it pulls from things that have been handed down for literal thousands of years. This isn't a theology lesson, but I do think it's something that is kind of interesting. So as the Catholic Church began to sort of Frankenstein on elements of other existing beliefs, the Catholic Church would allow for some groups of pagan people to continue their burial rites and rites and rituals around the dead, as long as the Christian ones were practiced alongside it as well. This obviously wasn't the case in all places, but by doing this, they sort of allowed some of the pagan beliefs around death and spirituality to sort of make their way into the Catholic Christian dogma. And one of the ways that the pagan fear of the revenant began to combine really well with a Christian ideology was the Christian idea of the soul, with Christianity claiming that the soul is a separate entity of the body and can exist outside of it. This married very well with the idea that the dead didn't have to stay dead. So again, like with all cultural and societal phenomena, there's really no time that this happened. This is something which took place gradually and imperfectly. The marriage between pagan superstition and Christian conquest that would pave the way for the entering into the Middle Ages is when the idea of a vampire really kind of started to take shape. And as time went on, the fear of the legitimate threat that these creatures posed to the living began to rise to a simmer. Now, in the beginning, these weren't blood-sucking creatures. Initially, it was believed that a vampire could kill you simply by looking at you. But that had to be nerfed because it was absolutely broken. Bad day to be a vampire, though. That would really suck, you know? Well, you're telling me I used to be able to look at these dudes, now I gotta suck them? Now, over time, these creatures morph. Instead of being vengeful spirits,
I don't want to be gay. Wait, what?
Demonic entities, which honestly is, I would say, a little bit scary. You know, it's one thing if fucking old, Jim rose from the grave because, he was pissed off at you because you didn't mow his lawn that one time. But if you start telling me that old Joe's rising from the grave because Satan told him to do so, I'd be like, give me some of that Jesus, Now, needless to say, once this thing started to become about Satan and demons and all that stuff, was when the simmering fear sort of rose into a boil. And there is a nowhere where this panic...
Why can't you do it for 9,999 gold?
Again, there are many reasons for this, but one of the ones that I think is really important is that at the time, and probably for many generations afterwards, and if some could argue probably even to this day, there was an immense amount of generational trauma. You see, around this time, the area had been absolutely devastated by multiple wars, especially in Poland. The trauma of loss and destruction brought on by a vicious war is something that would have permeated really deep into sort of the psyche of the people at the time. And so it's not all that surprising that a place devastated by war was particularly susceptible to superstition and the fan flames of religious panic. Priests working for the church just exacerbated this situation by pointing the finger at witchcraft and demons. This, of course, went on to ignite the Christian fears of demonology and the pagan superstitions that lay just below the surface, which is why it is here in Eastern Europe that the fear of vampires exploded into something much more similar to
Yo, how's it going, everybody? I want to pop in here for two reasons, one of which is very important. The not as important one is, check out this sick hoodie. I think there's sort of a haunting beauty to vampire burials, and I wanted to try and pay homage to it with a piece of clothing, and so we made this sick design. Now, the second and much more important thing is that this design is going to a good cause. We are here right on time. Come here. As some of you may have heard in the news cycle, Hurricane Helene, this lovely lady right here, my girlfriend, went to school in North Carolina. It is where we met. We spent much of the early part of our relationship in North Carolina, and so especially to her, it's a very important place. So this lovely lady did the design for this. I'll pass this on to you.
It doesn't have a ton to do with Asheville, but we felt like it was really important to do what we can, especially with Milo's reach and audience, to just get the word out and continue to send funds to Asheville. It's been almost a month since all of it happened, and with how quickly the news cycle turns over, it's really easy to hear about the hurricane, be devastated for the first couple weeks, and then move on with your life. But a lot of the people in my community who I love are still dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. My teacher, who is like family to me, doesn't have a way to shower in clean water right now. It's still brown coming out of their tap. So it's really important that we continue to do work within that community and other communities near Asheville that don't have as much of a draw, that have been pretty much wiped off the map.
We are going to be donating half of all the proceeds of this hoodie to Beloved Asheville, which is a charity that has been working in Western North Carolina and Asheville long before Hurricane Helene, so we can guarantee that the funds that are raised for it are going to continue going to support the long-running restoration effort in Asheville.
They are a nonprofit that does community organizing on a large scale. They have food banks that they leave throughout the town, and they also just are widely trusted by Asheville as a community. So if you can donate to them, that would be amazing.
I have also linked a link to Beloved Asheville's direct donation page in the description of this video. We will be making a donation. I encourage any of you that can make a donation, as much as it would be great to have, more purchases of the hoodie, and all donations will go through that. I really encourage you that if you do have the money to spend, skip the hoodie and just go straight to donating. And yeah, I want to thank you all again for watching this, and thank you for your support. And I think that with the amount of people that we have here, we can really make a difference. So from Z and I, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Schminky wants you to donate.
Whoa, you go play on my soft heart like that. Schminky said you have to donate to Beloved Asheville.
Vampire hysteria over in Eastern Europe began to really ramp up around the same time as probably the most infamous case of mass hysteria ever recorded. None other than the Salem witch trials. In the 1690s, panic broke out in the rural farming town of Salem on the north shore of my home state of Massachusetts. 30 individuals were found guilty of witchcraft, of which 19 were put to death. Fuck, too many witches. Too many witches. Now, I know what you think when you hear that. You think, wow, that is an excellent opportunity for a tourist-based economy. Look, I'm not gonna hate, okay? I'm a asshole at heart, but whenever I drive through Salem and I see, cute little pictures of witches in the windows, I'm like, you know that they, lynched these people, right? This wasn't like a cutesy, crystal girly shop kind of situation. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. How long does it take before it's okay for a mass tragedy to turn into a fucking tourist destination? I'm thinking about opening up a t-shirt shop in Jonestown. Come for the Kool-Aid? Stay. Now, the witch trials were pretty insane. Even though only 19 people were put to death, more than 20 people were accused of witchcraft. That's a lot of people. Wait, did I say 20? Did I say 20? I meant 200. If I didn't say 200, I meant 200, not 20. Well, the root causes of the Salem witch trials are something which are undoubtedly going to be debated until eternity. What is clear is that this was not an isolated incident. Around this time, across the Anglo-Christian world, panic had broken out over the presence of demonic entities, and the fear of demons, Satan, witchcraft, and were at a fevered pitch. Now, at the same time as the Salem witch trials, a different kind of occult-based panic was happening across the ocean, where the fear of vampires had transcended from a old superstition into a genuine concern. And as a result, people were persecuted accordingly. Take, for example, this instance, which is recorded by an Austrian official in about 1725. This story takes place in a town in Serbia. One of the townspeople, a man by the name of, Petar Blagojevich. Petar Blagojevich, how'd I do? Yay! I didn't do very good, did I? One of the townspeople by the name of Petar had passed away. After his death, they did all the things you do. Petar Blagojevich. Petar Blagojevich, how'd I do? Yay! I didn't do very good, did I?
Nope.
Things you do when someone dies, bury them, get really drunk, all that stuff. Normally when someone dies, it's kind of over once the last shovel goes in, But not in this case. In just the 8 days following Petar's death, 9 other people in the village would die of a sudden and mysterious illness. Now that is a little bit weird, but what makes it even weirder is that almost every single one of them allegedly claimed to have had visions of Petar strangling them. There are even versions of this story where it said that Petar would return to the house house of his widow and son and demand to be let in. In those versions of the story, it ends in a few different ways. In the good version, the widow and the son flee town. And in the bad version, the widow flees town, and Petar breaks into the house and kills his son in cold blood. Now, needless to say, people weren't exactly thrilled that all of this was happening. It was a little bit weird. So they went to the priest and they were like, dude, this is like kind of your thing, right? And the priest was like, this is completely above my pay grade. I'm going to try and get some advice from the church higher-ups. We're going to figure out what we can do about this situation. But that wasn't good enough for the villagers, and frankly, I don't really blame them. After all, allegedly, multiple people had been killed by Ghost Peter. You never know if you're going to be the one who's next. So they decided to take matters into their own hands. As the story goes, the townspeople exhumed Petar's body to inspect it for signs of vampirism. And when they did, they found him as though he had just died. His skin was unblemished, his nails were a little bit longer, and allegedly his once clean-shaven face now had a beard. As you can imagine, the townspeople weren't exactly stoked. They were like, who? That's fucked up. I know what we gotta do about this. So they dragged Petar out of the grave and staked him through the heart, where, again as the story goes, he bled as though he had just died. Now, to really drive this point home to Petar, they decided to finish the job by building an enormous funeral pyre and burning him to ash. At which point, allegedly, the hauntings and mysterious deaths in the village stopped altogether. Now, did this actually happen? I have no idea. Is it very possible that this was the result of a disease in town or something like that, and it was a compounded series of unrelated circumstances that resulted in this crazy outlandish story about a man rising from the dead? Quite probable. Is it a sick story nonetheless? Abs-fucking-lutely. But either way, there's no use playing Monday Night Quarterback with this, because at this point, people genuinely thought vampires were a threat and that they were killing people. And so elaborate rituals were concocted to keep the dead actually dead. Just like at the Salem witch trials, the things that drew accusations of vampirism varied immensely. But unlike at the Salem witch trials in Massachusetts, most of the people who were accused of vampirism were already dead, which I guess was good for them, because it was not good for the people in Salem. Because vampires were something that rose from the dead, it was normally the circumstances around a person's death that would draw accusations of vampirism. So real quick, I think it's important to go over the many bizarre reasons that people would be accused of being vampires. Reasons that people may be a vampire. Speed run. You died a violent death. Skill issue. Did you die and then there was a natural disaster after you died? Your fault. Vampire. Were you the first to die in an epidemic that other people would then die of? Your fault. Oh, here's a pretty big one. Are you unbaptized? Yeah, I can smell that. Are you from here? No? Vampire. Were the rituals and ceremonies around your death not good enough for me or our village? Then, probably a vampire. This one I'm not going to make a joke about because it's a little depressing, but dying at a sort of significant time in your life or in a sort of significant way. This could be something like dying during childbirth or around a marriage, drowning, murder, suicide, execution. I'm just like listing words that'll get me demonetized, aren't I? Did you do something that would get you demonetized on YouTube? Vampire. Sure, your death may have been followed by a natural disaster, which would mean you're a vampire, but were you also the first one to die in a natural disaster? Vampire. Do you look a little weird? Vampire. And then, of course, the big ticket item, diseases. I know a lot about diseases, and so, vampire. Did you have rabies, cholera, malaria, or a mental disorder like, I don't know, schizophrenia or something like that? Vampire. Now, all of these examples are things that have to do with the circumstances around an individual's death. But beyond just these, there's also a whole ton of things that have to do with you after you die that could also get you accused of being a vampire. Was it found that your burial shroud was decomposing faster in your mouth than anywhere else? Vampire. Weird little note here, a lot of the time this was discovered by grave robbers, which I think is funny. You guys aren't gonna believe this. Old Jim over on the hill, his burial shroud decomposing in his mouth. How did you figure that out? Vampire! Are you dead and someone had a bad dream about you? Well, yep, you're a vampire then. Did a member of your family become ill after you died? You already know the answer to that one. Then there's all kinds of gross ones about blood, like if there's blood coming out of your mouth, out of your ears, if your belly becomes bloated, which are all things that can happen when a person has, you know, died. Is your body pliable? Vampire. Is your body not pliable? Probably also a vampire. I don't fucking know anymore. Are you growing a beard or hair? Rogaine. Vampire. Did you die and look a little bit too fresh? Fresh. Did you die and look a little too fresh? Right on. Or if your body was moved after burial. And if you got, like, uprooted and put somewhere else. Maybe that's about the pesky grave robbers. No, you dug old Jim, his burial shroud was decomposing in his mouth, so we decided to just bury him somewhere else. I decided to bury him in the neighbor's yard. Oh, god damn it, he wasn't a vampire then, but he sure as shit is now. Now, the tricky thing about being accused of being a vampire is that you really can't actually do anything about it in the fact that you're dead. Which normally makes it very hard to do pretty much anything. But for the living, to whom this was probably the greatest level of concern, they couldn't just let you sit there being all vampire-y and stuff. Okay, so what did they actually do to prevent these people from rising from the dead? Now, a couple things worth noting here. One, superstitions and practices varied a lot from place to place. And two, again, content warning, as if you didn't need it already for that whole last part. If you made it this far, I promise there's nothing you can't handle. Now, fortunately, or unfortunately, I guess, there are countless graves across Eastern Europe that paint a grisly picture of those Oh, man. It's getting colder in here. I think I need to put on a jacket. Okay. Look, I was gonna put on like a cool, like black jacket because it would be cool, but it is just so goddamn cold in here that I don't think I have a choice but to put on this wool coat. I am now Morris, the Soviet vampire. I found this jacket at a yard sale, and it was like $10, and I was like, ooh, $10 for a wool jacket, that's kind of cool. And I looked at it, and it has a little fucking tank on it. And I looked inside it, and I'm like, oh shit, this thing's old. And I'm like 90% sure this is like an actual, like, Soviet military jacket or something. I don't know enough about military history to pin it, but maybe someone in the comments. Look, this is what you get. Have a look. Yeah, have a little look. There we go. Okay, someone can diagnose it from there. But either way, my name is, I'm not Vlad. Vladimir Pila. Vlad the Tame Impala. Is that Tame Impala? I don't know. I don't listen. I'm not a fucking normie. Let's go to Poland. Like I said earlier, there are a lot of vampire burials in Poland. Oh god, I have to pronounce names now. For example, like at Drasko Pomorski. I feel like that's pretty good, but I kind of doubt it. In this town, archaeologists discovered the remains of a cemetery. It dated to around the 17th or 18th century and contained 6 individuals, and it's believed that all of them died of cholera. That being said, almost every single individual in this cemetery was found buried with the elaborate burial superstitions that are reserved for vampires. In one grave were the remains of a man aged between 35 and 45. Him, just like the rest of the people found in the cemetery, were buried in a simple wooden box. And this individual had been buried on his back with a small sickle over his throat. This was another common burial superstition to prevent the rising of the vampire, as it was believed that if they tried to get up, they would decapitate themselves. I mean, I guess it's kind of smart. I feel like they probably could have just decapitated them, but well, whatever. There was also the remains of a young woman between 16 and 19 years old, and she was found with a copper headband around her forehead, a copper coin near her mouth, and as if that wasn't enough, also a sickle over her neck. Some kind of restraint is something that will also be seen a lot at these burials. In this case, a copper headband intended to keep an individual pinned to the ground so they couldn't rise again. There was also the remains of a woman between 30 and 40 found with a sickle across her neck and a coin in her mouth. Coins are, and kind of always have been, part of various superstitions, in this case made to ward off evil spirits. It's also believed that things like coins and stones would be placed in the mouths of people accused of vampirism
What?
so that they would have something to bite down on, so they couldn't rise from the dead and go on to bite you. I don't know if they thought that someone could just spit the coin out and then bite you, but I don't know, it was worth a try, I guess. Along with this, there was the remains of a woman between the ages of 35 and 40 who was also found with a sickle over her neck and a coin in her mouth. But this individual also had a crushed skull. Now, it's believed that this was due to heavy machinery driving over the site beforehand, but I'm not exactly sure. I hope that it was due to heavy machinery. I really hope so, because it is also known that one of the other methods of dealing with a vampire is to crush them with a rock. There was also the remains of a woman between the ages of 50 and 60 who was found with a whole smorgasbord of things to stop her from vampiring, a sickle across her waist, a coin in her mouth, and a stone placed on top of her throat to stop her jaw from opening, and a lack of teeth. It's believed that the teeth were removed post-mortem, which could indicate that that was also a precaution taken to prevent her from vampiring. The sickle across her waist is another one that becomes common in later burials. Just like the belief of putting it across their neck, it was believed that if you put it across their midriff, they would cut themselves in half when they rise up, which would be really hard to do, but I guess, again, worth a shot, worth a shot. It's that or vampire, so you may as well try it. And lastly, the remains of a young individual whose age and sex were unable to be identified, who was found with a stone placed over their throat. This is one of the most expansive vampire graveyards found pretty much anywhere, but it is far from the only one, and definitely far from the only one in Poland. Take, for example, the vampire discovery in Peen. Isn't that the band that wrote, Ocean Man? In the city of Peen, archaeologists discovered the remains of a woman who was buried around the 17th century. Elements from her burial indicated that she was of a fairly high social status, for example, garments made of silk, but, and critically, she had a snaggletooth, which, as we discussed before, could have been enough evidence to suspect that she was a vampire. Though I'd imagine there were probably other circumstances around her death that led people to believe this. But either way, the reason that people think she was a vampire is because she was buried with a sickle across her chest, a sickle across her neck, a coin in her mouth, and a padlock on her toe. This is another trend that was believed to keep vampires from rising. Locks either on their toes or shackling their legs together. It is a little bit unusual that a woman of presumably high social status was treated in this way, but again, as is the case with many archaeological sites, we will never know exactly what the circumstances were around her death, which is so goddamn frustrating. Okay, last one from Poland. Why don't we have a look at the discovery from Helm? No, I'm going American. Chelm. Here was discovered began to resemble what it does today. Well, I'm not exactly sure why this is, but this one is, for some reason, way more gruesome than all the other ones. The individual at this burial site was crushed beneath huge, heavy stones. And, as if that hadn't been enough, they had been decapitated and their severed head placed face down into the grave. This is another element of the superstition around vampires, that if you buried them face down or put at least their head face down, they wouldn't know which way is up. I don't know what sort of empirical evidence they were using to try and prove that that was the case, but I don't know, maybe they just really thought vampires were stupid or didn't have an internal compass. Guys, whoa, let's step away from Poland here for a second. This is getting out of control. Let's have a quick look at the mother country, fucking Italy. Okay, we've already talked about the vampire of Lugnano, the 5th century.
Mother country, fucking Italy. What?
Cemetery. That is not the only vampire burial found in the mother country. There's also the vampire of Venice, found in Lazzaretto Nuovo, which I actually touched on at the very beginning of this video. It was the one that British guy was talking about in that TikTok. This is proof that vampires used to live in, what did he say? On the world. Was it on the world or in the world? It was something that didn't make any fucking sense. Tell me your little funny jokes, little man.
She's proof that vampires used to live on the world.
It is proof that vampires used to live on the world. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm looking at my outfit that I had then. I got hotter.
Lazzaretto Nuovo in Venice.
Lazzaretto Nuovo. I I tried to pronounce it then too. I probably fucked it up as much now as I did then. Anyway, this woman was found buried in a mass plague grave. This aligns with what we were talking about earlier, that people could be accused of vampirism if they died in the plague, if they were the first one to catch it, or something like that. Okay, we're going to shift our perspective a little bit. Let's have a last little look at Bulgaria. Firstly, let's have a look at the vampire of Pericon. Pericon. Here the discovery was made of the remains of a 40-year-old man dating back to about the 13th century. His remains were found staked through the heart with an iron rod, probably the most classic of vampire hunting techniques. This is similar to another discovery made in Sozopol, Bulgaria, where the remains of 2 men dating to the medieval period were also found staked through the heart. And lastly, in Debelt. You gotta put the belt on the pants so they don't fall down. You gotta put the belt on the pants, you're gonna be arrested for public indecency. Here the remains of 6 individuals from the medieval period were discovered, and there is evidence to suggest that all of them had been nailed down through their hands, feet, and torsos. These discoveries are also sort of the tip of the iceberg. There are many more and countless more to be discovered. So these are some of the ways that you're supposed to, deal with a vampire. There are plenty more. Many people suspected of vampirism were buried with 3 different burial customs for redundancy. In case decapitating them didn't work, you wanted to crush them with a rock as well. Like, dot your I's, cross your T's and shit like that. Some of the ones that we touched on that had a few variations of were classic decapitation. While the site we looked at had the individual decapitated and the head face placed down, in other locations the head would be decapitated and placed between the knees. There are also instances of shackles or locks binding the legs and arms to the ground. Some actually took this idea a step further and just cut the legs off, which seems thorough. I certainly wouldn't be able to rise from the dead if I didn't have legs. I also know that I certainly wouldn't be able to rise from the dead. Another interesting one that we've sort of touched on is burying an individual face down. There was some belief that if the individual was not facing the direction they needed to go to rise from their grave, they would either just dig farther into the ground, or instead of biting a person, they just bite the dirt. Again, I'm honestly, if I were a vampire, I'd be a little offended, because it kind of seems like a lot of people just thought they were really stupid. Like, if I was an undead entity, do you really think I'd fall for the old sickle over the neck trick? There are also undoubtedly countless vampires that we don't know about because they were cremated. Probably the ultimate move in preventing something from rising from the living is to just make it literally not even exist anymore. And in a weird twist of irony, this is actually probably a decent way of dealing with things like the plague, which people did attribute to vampirism at one point. But I guess bodies are incapable of actually spreading the plague once they have been turned to dust. We've also seen multiple examples of stakes being driven through the body. The classic and most infamous one of these is a stake driven through the heart, but sometimes these were also done in order to pin the individual to the ground. And the last and very bizarre one of these is sewing needles through the belly button, which makes me a little bit uncomfortable even saying those words out loud. But look at you, you're not uncomfortable by that. You're cool and different. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of like gore. I think gore is kind of cool, All of these superstitions seem kind of ridiculous by our modern standards. It's easy for us to sit here with the perspective that we have and look back in time at these people and be like, what a bunch of idiots. But I want to remind you that these acts were committed by people exactly like you and I. These were not some different species, these were not some backwards, twisted barbarians. These were people who were just brought up at a different time. It's easy for us to pedestalize ourselves today. We are so much better and more intelligent than those in the past. But it bears repeating that if any of us had lived at this time, we very easily could have been the person wielding the stake or the one on the other end of it. And because if we look far enough back into the shadows of the past and things begin to get hazy, we take for granted the fact that today we know a lot. Maybe, some might argue, a little bit too much. But if we look backwards into the shadows, we can see that for all of human history, perhaps even until this day, all of our actions have been dictated by one thing: the fear of the Today, people are not accused of being vampires. vampires. We can sit in our living room couches or on our bus ride home from school and look at memes about them,
New York City,
and TV shows about them, or read a book about them. They can be funny, they can be a little bit scary, they can be sexy, they can be super gay, but if there's one thing that they aren't, it's real. Now, you can easily say that at the time these burials happened, vampires weren't real then either. But they may as well have been, because they dictated the way that people actually lived their lives. The actions that people took at this time were done with the understanding that vampires were a very real threat. So even if vampires didn't really exist then, does it really matter if people acted as though they did? So what changed? As time went on, many of the superstitions that would make people accuse others of vampirism began to be more understood. Things like germ theory were discovered, unlocking the wonderful and horrifying world of biological diseases. Once we knew what germs and bacteria and plagues were, we did not need to pin things on vampires and the dead. Along with this, science made great strides in understanding death. What happens to a body post-mortem, and that many of the unusual phenomena once attributed to vampires are just a natural part of the decomposition process. In fields like natural science, disasters were understood more. Droughts, tornadoes, floods, and hurricanes all began to be understood as natural phenomena not attributed to the supernatural. And so yet again, the use for vampires faded into obscurity. In the 1890s, the scientific revolution really found its stride, and with it, it drove the final proverbial stake through the heart of the vampire myth. With so much of a better understanding of the world that we live in, we no longer had need for these baseless superstitions. And so the fear of the dead rising and wreaking havoc among the living, a superstition which had existed for literally thousands of years, finally came to an end. And so these creatures finally became endearing characters of pop culture rather than vicious demonic entities. But the superstition around vampires hasn't been entirely laid to rest. In 2004 in Romania, a family member of a recently deceased man was complaining of having horrible nightmares, visions and hallucinations of him rising and wreaking havoc on the world of the living. In response to this, the man's body was exhumed from the town cemetery. First, a stake was driven through his heart, and then his heart was removed. After this, his heart was burned to ash and made into a potion in order to cure the family members who'd been suffering from these hallucinations. I will highlight again, this was in 2004. Fear of the unknown will drive people to do outlandish things, and this is why it's so important for us to understand the world around us. With every scientific advancement and discovery, we get a little bit closer to knowing. I have a great memory of, in my early years of college, there was a group who will remain nameless on my college campus who made a big stink on Indigenous Peoples Day. These individuals were firm believers that it should go back to being Columbus Day, and they backed up this belief by trying to say that in the New World, all of the people that were here were a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Yes, these were college students, I know, they should have known better. And the way they backed this up was by posting a bunch of propaganda images made by Spanish conquistadors showing human sacrifice and things like that. Now, I thought this was hilarious for a myriad of reasons. One, shut the fuck up, and two, do they know barbaric cultural practices are not a market that are cornered in one part of the world? The immediate example that came to my mind was the Spanish Inquisition. You want to talk about ritualistic sacrifice? Or the Salem witch trials? Huh, weird, a bunch of white people killing each other over a religious belief? My point with this is not to point fingers or make some big political statement here. It's the fact that when people are fearful of the unknown, they make terrifying and horrible decisions. This is why it is all the more important to study science and to understand the world around us. Because while it's easy today to understand and accept the fact that vampires and witches have never existed, and that sacrificing people would never change how much rain is going to fall, does any of that really matter to the people to whom that may as well have been true? So finally, while we enjoy this crisp fall weather and watch our favorite vampire shows or movies, I think it's worthwhile to take a moment to humble ourselves and think about how far we've come, and remind ourselves of the places that bear the bones of people to whom the idea of a vampire wasn't just a silly fairy tale. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for watching. And I'd like to give a big thank you to all of my returning viewers. Bonus points if you're watching this at the live premiere, Sunday nights 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'd like to give a big welcome to all of my new viewers. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy this video, I humbly ask you sauce of interaction of some kind. I make all of my educational content on YouTube for free. And I boost the algorithm to let you keep watching it for free. Like I always say, it's like tipping the bell up. except it's free. I would also like to give a massive thank you to my patrons on Patreon. Patrons get early ad-free access to all of my videos and their names in the credits of all my videos as a small token of my appreciation. If you'd like to become a patron, the link to that is in the description. Wow, well that was a fun one. I've never filmed this late at night before. This is fucking weird. It's like, it's honestly a very spooky night out there, fellas. I'm gonna be honest. It is like 38 degrees and raining. There's been like rain like sheeting against the windows of the studio I'm in, and it's completely dark through the rest of the room. It's just I have one light shining at my face and then the candle behind me. I cannot see anything else. I keep seeing like my reflection in the window off to my side, and it's like startling me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all very much for watching this video. As always, I hope you enjoyed, and that you maybe even learned a thing or two. Remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, happy Halloween. Now I can't see a fucking thing. Ow.
Milo. Milo, bro. Where did my fucking controller go? You fucking bitch.
Let me guess. Silicones, sulfates, dyes, native locks, and more.
Sacred geometry.
Sacred geometry. Sacred geometry. Sacred geometry. Sacred geometry.
Now.
Sacred geometry.
It's a term that I've heard used so much that it's practically lost all meaning. If I had $1 for every time I saw someone draw a line between the Great Pyramids and Easter Island and try and pretend it actually meant something, I would never have to make another YouTube video again. Hi, Shrinky. Okay, but today we're going to be talking about a site that has actual, real sacred geometry. Sacred geometry that is not evidence of some lost, advanced, globe-spanning civilization, but is evidence that a group of people who propaganda has taught us to be unsophisticated and unintelligent, in reality had an unbelievably sophisticated understanding of mathematics, geometry, and astronomy. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to tell you about the real sacred geometry at the Octagon Earthworks.
Today I am in the town of Newark, Ohio. My name is Brad Leopard, and I'm the senior archaeologist for the Ohio History Connections World Heritage Program. As I say, the guy to talk to about these sites. The issue that I found was that my camera was not set to face autofocus, it was set to pet autofocus, which still doesn't really explain why it focused on my computer. Who knows? I fixed it now. This is the former extent of the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks Complex at Newark, Ohio. Today, the only parts of this complex that still exist are this, the Great Circle, and up here, the Circle and Octagon Complex. These earthworks were constructed about 2,000 years ago by the Hopewell culture, an indigenous American culture that utilized a combination of hunting and gathering and subsistence agriculture throughout the Middle Woodland period and created massive geometric earthworks. I just made an entire video about just this site and how unbelievably impressive it is. So if you want to learn a little bit more about the archaeology of this site and the culture associated with building it, you can go check that video out now. But this video is sort of an unofficial part 2 for something that I didn't get a chance to talk about in that one. And that is the sacred geometry and astronomy of this incredible site. I think it's so fascinating and intriguing that it deserves a video of its own. What was the thing we did last time? Come a little bit closer. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to figure out that the Hopewell ceremonial earthworks in Newark, Ohio are geometric in nature. You can see circles. You can see...
No! I thought it was a fucking triangle.
You can see octagons. This is pretty standard for most of the Hopewell earthworks. Now, while in the last video we covered this site as a whole, today we're going to be focusing up here. These two enclosures are referred to as the observatory circle and the octagon. I had a pointy thing last time, didn't I? I did. I'm not doing the sword gag again. I already did that once. I can find something funnier. I don't think that's pointy enough, actually. Yeah, you can go back to where you were, Schminky. Sorry for bothering you. This is the price you pay for being my pet. That's a little better. This is the observatory.
Fucking battle shuffle. World War Shuffle. Or just multi-tool shuffle.
When Silo showed up to this area, they stand on that platform and be like, wow, you can observe things up here. The observatory mound at the end of the observatory circle is built over one of the entrances and exits that used to exist for the circle. And the Hopewell builders just sort of built over it to create this platform on top. Remember that observatory mound is going to be very important for the astronomers. Then up here we have the octagon. Can you guess why they called it the octagon? Seriously, help me out with this one, guys. I have no idea. 8. The octagon is the largest of the enclosures that still exist at the Newark site. The octagon is very big. Inside it are almost 50 acres. That's a lot of acres. What's interesting about the octagon is it has all of these entrances and exits that sort of go on each of the corners. And within each of those entrances and exits, there is a small rectangular mound. Those mounds are believed to have sort of blocked the line of sight from in and out of the octagon. So when you were in it, it was sort of its own little enclosed space. Now, I think there is nobody better to tell us about the astronomy at the Octagon complex than Dr. Brad Lepper, one of the leading archaeologists in the mound-building cultures in this part of the world, and my wonderfully informative host when I visited this site in person in order to create the documentary. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the guy, Dr. Brad Lepper.
If you stand on this mound, which is called Observatory Mound, if you stand there, sight through that gateway and out through that gateway, you're looking at where the moon rises at its northernmost point on the eastern horizon.
Wow!
And if you stand in this gateway and sight right along that wall, you're looking at where the moon rises at its southernmost point on the eastern horizon. There are actually 4 points on the eastern horizon, the northernmost rise and the southernmost rise, and then the southernmost of the northernmost rises and the northernmost of the southernmost rises, and then 4 corresponding set points. Alignments to all 8 of those are built into this architecture, as well as the other circle and octagon in Chillicothe, 60 miles south, called High Bank Works.
Wow. The fact that the Hopewell builders were able to incorporate this level of sophisticated astronomy into a physical construction is astonishing. I can say that with some level of confidence, because in leading up to this video, I've been trying to research the lunar precession and how it works, so that I can convey it all to you. I have absolutely no idea how the lunar precession works. I have a very vague understanding of, the moon is on its own axis, and the Earth is moving somehow also as well. And then as I was researching it, I kept coming across videos like this, and I would just stare at it.
like slack-jawed with like a little drool coming out of my mouth. Look, I had a hard enough time trying to explain the Milankovitch cycles in the Green Sahara video, so just don't come to me with astronomy. I'm not an astronomy guy. There's a reason I study this stuff instead. So needless to say, if me, a fairly well-educated guy with access to an unlimited pool of human knowledge, can't figure out the lunar procession across the sky, but the Hopewell builders could do it with baskets full of dirt, kudos to them. One of the most interesting parts of the story of the discovery of the lunar precession alignments at the Octagon is how it was discovered. I'm putting my shovel down for this, okay? Milo needs to tell you something. Again, a big thing I want to drive home for all of you guys is that it's very easy for us to be so bombarded with the term sacred geometry and advanced technology by, pseudoscientists and pseudo-archaeologists that when we hear these terms used correctly, we almost write it off on principle. So I want this site to stand to suggest why we should look for these things in sites, and how there are going to be times where there is actual sacred geometry that is evidence that they were immensely sophisticated civilizations and cultures. And I think there is no greater example for why archaeologists should keep an open mind than how this alignment was discovered. The scientists credited with discovering the astronomical alignments at the Octagon are Ray Hively and Bob Horn. The motivating factor for these two to look into the astronomy at this site was the book Stonehenge Decoded, which, for any of you that are familiar with pseudo-archaeology to nefarious archaeology, you may be familiar with it. Stonehenge Decoded is a somewhat controversial archaeological book talking about the different astronomical alignments of Stonehenge and how it was not only a solstice calendar, but something that could be used to predict eclipses, all kinds of crazy stuff. To give it a little bit of credit, it did a decent job of utilizing early computer models in order to figure out some of this information, but one of the large sort of issues underlining the entire publication is that if you have enough angles and run enough simulations, you can kind of make it align with anything. Anyway, Hively and Horn, inspired by this, set out trying to prove that pretty much any ancient site could have a solstice orientation. So they were working at some different sites and kind of showing how you could make solstice orientations, and then they got to the Octagon, and they were like, oh, geometry, of course, like this one will be no sweat. And they ran into something really unusual, which is that there is no solstice alignments for the Octagon, which is statistically significant because pretty much anything can have a solstice alignment. And so that piqued their interest as scientists to be like, wait, there actually might be something here that we should look into. And lo and behold, when they decided to look into the rises and sets of the lunar precession, they found that there was alignments for all 8 of the positions the moon rises and sets in its minimum and maximum extent across the sky, which is just absolutely insane. Now, I have heard some of the, alternative history people being like, see, the archaeologists, they just don't listen. If they took a chance to think about these things, they would see the light.
Bro, it's not fucking done.
This was a completely scientific process. Archaeologists looked at data and were able to prove that there is a correlation there. Their opinions and beliefs change when presented with new information. Frequently, we hear pseudoscientists and pseudo-archaeologists talk about how just no one listens to them, when in reality, archaeologists have listened to what they have been saying the whole time and have debunked most of it many, many, many years ago. If scientists are reluctant to accepting something new, it's probably not because they just don't want to listen to you. It's more likely that there just isn't enough evidence to support it, or there's more evidence to support a different hypothesis. Thanks to the diligence of these scientists, we are now able to prove that these sites and the people that built them had a highly sophisticated understanding of the lunar precession and other astronomical alignments. And we're also seeing a lot of these kind of small little rings along. Are those a consistent, same structure? What is the sort of situation with those?
We don't know. We think they could be shrines. Some of these circles, such as this one and this one, we speculate that it could be speculated because we've never been able to do any archaeological excavations there, but that they could be sweat lodges, where people coming up this avenue would first enter there for purification ceremonies and then come out and then enter through whatever appropriate entrance of the Octagon. Go into this circle, go back. And here, people coming from Raccoon Creek up this avenue also have a similar kind of circle that could be a sweat lodge.
Another interesting piece of this story that I touched on in the last video is what this site is now, or was until January of this year. This site had been turned into the Mound Builder Country Club and Golf Course. Now, as I mentioned in the last video, thankfully, this site is now being turned into a park. It is being incorporated into the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks UNESCO World Heritage Site, along with the Great Circle, which is already a park and part of this system. I wanted to give a little bit more of the story on the golf course side of things. When I was researching this site, I couldn't help but almost feel a little bit glad that the golf course was put in. Not because I think that it's an ethical or morally right thing to do, but because it, in my view, saved this site from the expansion of the city of Newark that destroyed pretty much everything else here. But I was talking to Brad again in preparation for this video when I learned something very interesting. These sites are both managed by the Ohio History Connection, and the Octagon Earthworks was given to the precursor organization of the Ohio History Connection in the 1930s during the Great Depression. And in the 1930s, when the Ohio History Connection got this site, there was a conversation of whether or not to turn it into a park or a country club. And as misfortune would have it, many of the people involved in this decision were pretty well-to-do. To loosely quote the conversation that I had with Brad on the phone the other day, the country club saved the Octagon Earthworks from being turned into a park. Now, this also means that the country club has actually been leasing the land from the Ohio History Connection for all of this time, meaning that the Ohio History Connection actually owns the land. So the eminent domain that is having us turned into a UNESCO World Heritage Site is actually just a termination of a lease, and not just termination of a lease. Oh my god, I gotta warn her. It's actually just a termination of the lease, and not like the Ohio History Connection coming in and, like, you know, taking the golf course by storm.
The Ohio History Connection actually owns this property, and we have leased it from them or one of their predecessor entities for over the past 100 years. The Ohio History Connection essentially wants to take back the property.
But you said you have 59 years left on a lease. How can they take the property?
Essentially, they filed a claim to appropriate or take back the lease. It's an interesting situation from a variety of different perspectives.
Dude, good luck.
And lastly, because I know all of us are very concerned with making sure that the golf course is able to still continue doing what they do, the golf course is not shutting down, it is just relocating to the Trout Club, is that what it's called? The Trout Club. And they're going to be changing the name of the Trout Club back to the Mound Builder Country Club, which is very funny considering they are no longer built on a mound. So there's kind of the rest of the story with the golf course. I will let you have your own opinions about it. Okay, now let's zoom out a little bit and look at this site as a whole, because it's the only way to be able to see the true extent of the sacred geometry that is hidden in almost every single one of the structures at this site.
So this has a diameter of 1,200 feet. The circumference of that circle is equal to the perimeter of that perfect square.
Wow.
So there's, in addition to being connected by these ceremonial avenues, there's a connection in terms of the geometry. What about the others? Well, the area of that perfect square is equal to the area of that perfect circle.
Wow.
That's the observatory circle. Huh. That's 1,054 feet in diameter. That measure, which we call the OCD, and in this case it stands for Observatory Circle Diameter, shows up over and over again in Hopewell architecture throughout Central and Southern Ohio as well. In fact, of the 8 sites that make up the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks UNESCO World Heritage Site, all but one of them incorporate either 1,054 feet or half of it or a quarter of it somewhere in their architecture. And in fact, the distance from the center of that circle to the center of that circle is exactly 6 times that diameter. Really? And the distance from the center of the octagon to the center of the square is also 6 times the diameter.
Wow.
What about the octagon? The octagon, you could put 4 Roman Colosseums just in the octagon. That's how huge that is. Wow. So it's bigger than any of these. But if you draw a square inside it, drawing from alternate corners there, the sides of that square are equal to the diameter of that circle.
Wow.
And the area of that hidden square is equal to the area of the great circle. Well, deeply hidden geometrical connection. Wow. And I think that must have had some significance. I mean, in the same way that the Pythagoreans were thinking like geometry is discovering the mind of God or something. These people aren't Pythagoreans, but they're coming to the same conclusion, working on the same problems, working on how to square circles and things like that.
The fact that the Hopewell builders were not only able to figure out this level of complex geometry, but figure it out on this scale is just amazing to me. I'm not a big math guy. In fact, I loathe math. I resent the very existence of math. But even I, a certified math hater, am absolutely blown away by the fact that they figured out how to do correlating areas not only with the same shape, but with, like, different shapes having the same area across really vast spaces. That's just incredible. I can't do that. Now, interestingly, some of this geometry was actually noticed as early as when Squire and Davis made their map back in the 1800s. As I talked about in my last video, much of what we know about this site is because of the Squire and Davis map. It was published in the very first publication of the Smithsonian Institute and recorded much of this site before it was destroyed by the city of Newark. And part of the inspiration for Squire and Davis making this map is because they saw how rapidly this site was being destroyed. With some of the most impressive features, like the Cherry Valley Ellipse, which was a massive burial complex, being completely leveled by the Ohio Railroad and the industrial site that developed around it. Again, if you want to learn a little more about how horrifying that story is, you can watch that video after this one. But even Squire and Davis in the 1800s made note of that octagon, what was it? Observatory circle diameter, the OCD. It's fascinating that 1054 number shows up over and over again at different Hopewell sites. Give us sort of an indication of a unit of measurement that they would have used?
Yeah, exactly. So, and we don't even know exactly what that was. It's some multiple of 1,054 feet.
Yeah.
But what their Hopewell foot or Hopewell meter might have been, that hasn't been worked out yet. But certainly they did.
That's really interesting. But this is actually the name of a UNESCO site that covers 8 different locations. The Circle and Octagon is another one of them. Again, even though they were part of the same site, they are now 2 separate sites. And then there are 6 more. And every single one of these other sites incorporates some part of that 1054 measurement into it, showing the consistency and sophistication of the Hopewell builders. Ideally, in the future, I'd love to visit some of these other sites and sort of continue this into like a little, mini documentary series that I just flesh out over time, because I was fascinated visiting these sites, and I would love to see the other ones. Again, if you get a chance, do yourself a favor and visit this place in person. It's amazing. The people there are highly knowledgeable. Tell them that Milo sent you again. Okay, now there's one more sort of secret piece to this site that I forgot to mention in the last video that is probably, in my opinion, even more impressive than everything else. And it has to do with this. Oh, sorry. It has to do with this. This is referred to as the Great Hopewell Road, and it is another thing that seems like it should only exist in the far-flung reaches of pseudo-archaeology. But I'm going to get into it in just a second, because there's a couple other things I want to mention about this site before we get into that. Okay, one, I have kind of 2 little corrections from my previous video. A, this ring, this enclosure ring, was actually not a mound, even though I have it indicated as a mound. That was a stone circle around the burial mounds. So, sorry about that. Second, in this beautiful animation that illustrates what parts of this site still remain, I accidentally indicated a thing that does not remain. This part does not remain. Pay no heed to that. That segues us perfectly into part 2B, talking about Hull Circle. I mentioned this minor enclosure, which actually survived much of the destruction of the site because it was the location of the stately home of Eli Hull in the 1800s. Have a look at that house. I wanted to show this and kind of slip through the editing cracks in the last video, but you can still see his house on Google Maps, which I think is very funny. It's at a super odd angle, sort of tucked into the back of what is otherwise just an American suburb. But there's, I think, a tiny fraction of that whole circle left in the front yard, but the rest of it has been subdivided to all hell, and there's probably nothing left of it. And then the other one that I mentioned, which I saw some comments about, is this giant lake. This lake is something I wrote about on the infographic poster that we made for this video, but I forgot to mention it, and I probably should because it is not there now. This lake was a kettle pond that formed when a large chunk of the Laurentide ice sheet broke off when the glacier was receding. It got packed around with a bunch of glacial sediment, leaving it stuck in the mud, and then as it melted, it left a pool behind in its place. It had 2 islands on it. One of these islands even had 2 mounds on it. We don't know anything about them, though, because both of the islands are gone, the lake has been drained, and it is now a suburb. So we don't really know much about it.
When I first started working there, I thought it was perhaps man-made, that perhaps it was initially just a big pit where they dug out the earth to build the earthworks. But in a manuscript that goes back to 1862, they talk about when the farmers were digging trenches here to drain it, they found peat and marl at the bottom, which indicates that it's a very ancient lake, probably a kettle lake formed by a block of glacial ice that was sitting there and melted.
Wow.
And so it's been a lake for 10,000 or more years.
But it's believed that it was very intentional that this lake was included in this site because this entire site is surrounded by rivers on almost all sides, which would have acted like superhighways and also hemmed it in with water, which had immense spiritual significance to the indigenous people at the time.
This surfwork is embedded within the rivers. Because there's the Raccoon Creek up there, there's the South Fork of the Licking River there. Down here there's Rant Creek. So it's almost like a triangle of rivers that enclose this space, almost like a microcosm of the ancient indigenous North American cosmos.
Wow.
The sky world, the beneath world, that's the water world, and then the middle world that we live in, and it sort of either is on the back of a tortoise or it's just floating there in the water. And these ceremonial passageways bring in the beneath world. They're almost like maybe conduits of energy from the beneath world to the streams, because there's one going to each of the three streams. And then the sky world is brought down through these astronomical alignments. So this is, insofar as anything this big can be called a microcosm, it's sort of a microcosm of the cosmos.
Oh, and lastly, I forgot to mention this, but if you're interested in this map, it can be yours. This video, I made 3 posters. Well, my partner in editorial team made these 3 posters. I don't have this kind of artistic talent, sorry. We have this, the artist's interpretation of the Hopewell ceremonial earthworks at Newark. We have this, which is an infographic telling you everything that you would want to know and more about this site. And this, a map showing the sacred geometry and astronomical alignments of this site. If you are interested in those, you can check them out in the description of this video. Okay, now, let's talk about this, the Great Hopewell Road.
I think this was a highway that extended perhaps 60 miles and connected it with Chillicothe.
Wow.
A ceremonial highway. And the reason for that, one of the reasons for that would be that if you wanted to go by river from Chillicothe, you have to go down Scioto, up the Ohio, up the Muskingum, and then up the Licking. This would be faster to walk a straight route.
Wow.
Not that the water routes weren't used here, I'm sure they were. Things could be coming from eastern Ohio, or Pennsylvania, or New York, and then end up coming up this river.
But if your point A was at Chillicothe and your point B was here, it would be a shorter distance to just cross kind of straight.
Yeah, and I think the best evidence indicates that all of this starts in the Scioto Valley, Paint Creek Valley around Chillicothe. That's where these earliest earthworks are. That's where the spark that ignites the Hopewell explosion happened.
Wow. Wow.
They've shown this very poorly on this. There's an 1862 map that shows it takes 2 angles and then goes off perfectly straight.
Whoa.
And that map was done by 2 brothers, James and Charles Salisbury, in 1862. And they traced it for 6 miles. They said it goes on a perfectly straight path through tangled swamps and over hills, still keeping its undeviating course. Wow. And they said it's still going. They just got tired of following it. I did my undergraduate work at the University of New Mexico, did my first field work out there. Been to Chaco Canyon, and they have long straight roads with the ancestral pueblones that can go for miles and miles. And some of them have berms that actually define road. It made me think of Chaco Canyon Road. Wow. And I'm like, wow, 6 miles and it's still going. Where would it go if you completely traced it? This was back in the 90s before GPS. So I'm using USGS quadrangle maps laid out in a row at museum and a ruler and a protractor, drawing them across them. And this goes, it points directly to the center of Chillicothe.
Oh my God, that is amazing.
And so I've made the argument that because of the cultural similarities, the same kinds of architecture, the same diameters of circles, presumably the same kinds of artifacts in the mounds, that this is the northernmost of any of the geometric earthworks by a long shot. So I think this was projected up here into the Raccoon Creek Valley from Chillicothe, and they're acknowledging that that's where they come from, and they're creating a sort of a sacred pathway that allows pilgrims from Chillicothe and Newark to go back and forth following a sacred road.
Wow. The Great Hopewell Road is probably one of the most interesting parts of this site for me. And it's something that really scratches that itch of a great mystery that is just this close to being discovered. Again, people like Brad are professionals in this field, so when I hear them talk with some level of confidence about a site like this, I'm pretty inclined to trust them on it. However, more research will be needed to actually prove that this is, in fact, a 60-mile a road that runs all the way to Chillicothe. But some of this research is actually being done. For example, recent LiDAR mapping has actually found small fragments of what could be the Great Hopewell Road as far as 8 miles away from this site. Now, I don't think it's a massive stretch of the imagination to say that if that wall exists kind of in the middle of nowhere, 8 miles away from this site, where else would it be going? But what is also frustrating about this entire story is that these amazing discoveries, both factual and still theoretical, are still able to be co-opted by those who want to use it for nefarious pseudoscientific means. There is plenty of pseudo-archaeology to go around about the Octagon and Great Circle. Believe me, I'm not going to go into it in this video because it doesn't deserve the airtime, and I want to talk about what there's actual scientific evidence backing up. Because in my opinion, it's even more interesting than the made-up things. And even amazing archaeological discoveries that are working on being proven, like the Great Hopewell Road, have been co-opted for some kind of shady ways. If you were to look up the Great Hopewell Road, one of the first things that you will find is it being co-opted in support of the Book of Mormon. This is not all too surprising, as Mormonism is, with the risk of sounding insensitive, a religion which is largely founded in pseudo-archaeology. When colonizing forces discovered these constructions, they believed the indigenous people to be more or less incapable of building them. After all, that fire of manifest destiny in taming the West relied on the people and settlers viewing the indigenous people as being less than human. And so when settlers were faced with irrefutable evidence that the indigenous people of North America were highly sophisticated civilizations, they had to grasp at outlandish ideas to explain these sites. Everything from these earthworks being constructed by Hernando de Soto's expedition, to them being built by lost Phoenicians who washed ashore in North America, to, of course, them being evidence of one of the lost tribes of Israel, a foundational tenet for Mormonism that added a religious justification for manifest destiny. But this was not only a land free for the taking, but a land whose taking was ordained by God. Now, obviously, I say none of this to have any sort of disrespect for someone who is part of the Mormon faith. I am obviously not an archaeologist, and I am not here to argue about the existence of God or one religious text over another. I am simply...
Get the fuck out of my inventory, you stupid ass knicker. No one fucking loves you.
...view that we have been taught for these people goes really deep. I normally don't show comments that I get on previous videos, but I think that this one is an important one for us to all learn from. Now, while my gut reaction is to fly into a defense of how wrong this is, this incredibly harmful misinformation and misunderstanding of indigenous people is the result of propaganda. Propaganda that has gone on for so many hundreds of years that it has reached, like, the absurdity event horizon. And so this is why I believe it is so crucial to teach about these sites and to look at real instances of sacred geometry and astronomy and massive constructions like potentially a 60-mile road leading between 2 enormous sites. It's important for us to try and understand the ground truth in these situations. And it's important for us to not fall into the patronizing attitudes of the alt historians who claim that they were only able to do this because they were taught how to, or the patronizing attitude of sort of the modern progressive spiritual who look at this as the indigenous were just so in tune with everything. These people, just like every other group that has ever lived around the world, were immensely complex. They were sophisticated. They were multifaceted. They were flawed. They experienced the same range of emotions and motivations that you and I do today. And the most important thing that we can do in archaeology is remind ourselves of that all of these cultures we talk about, no matter when they existed, what they looked like, or who they believed in, were pretty much exactly like you and I. And it's my hope that in making these videos, I can make your connection with these ancient cultures just that much stronger, so that all of us, no matter who we are, what we look like, or who we believe in, can look at these amazing ancient civilizations with the reverence and respect that they so deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all very much for watching this video. And again, I'd like to give a huge thank you to Dr. Brad Lepper for helping make this video possible and sharing his expertise with us. Make sure to give him a big thank you in the comments, and if you go to the site, make sure to thank him in person. If you're not quite done folding your laundry or washing your dishes and you're looking for something else to watch, why don't you throw on the video where I talk a little bit more about this site? I'll link it in the description, or I'm sure it'll probably just auto-play after this. It'll be in your recommended. This video was really into the minutiae of specific elements of this site, but do yourself a favor and learn about the entire thing in the spectacular grandeur that it once existed. And if you would like to check out one of these posters and help support not only the channel, but also the artists that helped create create it. You can check out the link in the description of this video. I'd like to give a huge thank you to my patrons on Patreon who help make what I do here possible. Patrons get early ad-free access to all of my videos, and all of your names will be in the credits of this video as a small token of my appreciation. If you're interested in becoming a patron, the link to that is in the description as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much for watching. My name is Milo Rossi. Remember, stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, I lied, it was all aliens. There we go. That's pretty good.
The fuck?
Oh, that was a fun one. We have fun here, don't we? We have fun here. Did I get everything? I think I did. It's such a beautiful day out. I think I have to go outside. It is balmy. It is almost 50 degrees Fahrenheit in the studio right now.
Oh my god, you idiots!
It's July. I'm filming this video probably like 4 weeks before this actually is going to come out, so it's probably a lot warmer now. Oh, and also if you haven't, check out the April Fool's video. It's just me doing goofy stuff for, some amount of time. I don't know, I haven't actually filmed it yet. I film it tomorrow. This is the downside of YouTube, is like everything is filmed in like this weird order where like you guys get to see it all in chronology. So like anything I put to print is all that you guys get to see. But for me, it's like, oh damn, I said I was going to release that video in 2 weeks, and the last video that's already out, well, I don't have time to do that. Here's 6 other videos I need to film first, so sorry about that. Do the best I can. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat lunch. Bye.
So, Grim, what do you think about these? Absolutely love them. They're affordable, and you're getting the same quality as the major brand.
Now a more serious one. Are you tired of smiling all the time? No. Truthful answer.
Did the taco gods just wink at me? 6 net carbs per serving. Well, golly gee.
Whoa.
They say you have about 30 seconds to catch an audience's attention. So there you go. Don't worry, we're gonna get to this in a second. But for now, hit him with the intro. Today I am in the town of Newark, Ohio, standing in front of a nondescript 5-lane road in what might potentially be an active crime scene. And when you look at the backdrop behind me, you probably don't really think of this as a location that would have an archaeological site. And yeah, what you will find here is one of the most important archaeological sites in the entirety of North America. It's a
1,
site
2,
of
3,
monumental
4,
scale
5,
and
6, 7,
complexity,
8.
and a site that was a pilgrimage for indigenous peoples from the Gulf of Mexico to the Yellowstone caldera all the way up into what is today Canada. It was built more than 2,000 years ago and covers more than 4 square miles, and is a site that I see infrequently talked about in the world of modern pop archaeology. But despite this, I think it's a site that you will be fascinated by, because it illustrates the sheer level of technological advancement and cultural coordination of the ancient people of North America. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Great Circle Earthworks. Today we are here with none other than Dr. Brad Lepper, who is, as I say, the guy to talk to about these sites.
My name is Brad Lepper, and I'm the senior archaeologist for the Ohio History Connections World Heritage Program. And I've been working at this site, the Newark Earthworks, for a big chunk of my professional career. I was hired by the Ohio History Connection in 1988 to be the curator and site archaeologist for the Newark Earthworks. And most of my research in the subsequent years has been focused here and on another Ohio History Connection site, the Serpent Mound. This has been my passion for the last 40 years or whatever.
Like I said, the guy. Brad, thank you so much for being here today. My pleasure. Let's explore the site. Let's go. So this is the entrance to the circle.
Yes, this is the only entrance. It's the grandest gateway in the ancient Hopewell world.
Wow.
Shit.
That is a huge entrance. Look at that.
And you have to try to imagine 2,000 years ago, that interior ditch would have been filled with water, and there were no trees.
Really? Wow, we've just sort of actually entered the earthwork now. This thing is massive. I don't think I really got a perspective. I looked at it on satellite and on maps before coming here, but this is gigantic.
It's 1,200 feet in diameter. That's 4 American football fields.
Oh, wow. That is amazing. The Hopewell ceremonial earthworks in Newark, Ohio are really impressive. At one time, they covered more than 4 square miles, but because of the expansion of the town of Newark, much of them has been destroyed. This map, pictured on my left, illustrates the extent that these earthworks once had, all of which are part of the Newark Ceremonial Earthworks UNESCO World Heritage Site. 2 of the 8 protected earthworks are in Newark, Ohio, those being the Octagon Earthworks and the Great Circle Earthworks, where we'll be shooting today. So even though these are 2 separate sites now, they were once part of the same large complex. So for the sake of this video, I want to talk about this site in the context that it once appeared, not just what's left of it. So why don't you come a little bit closer, and we'll talk about just how amazing this site once was. Wow, this is really nice, guys. I feel closer to you already. We should do this more often. We need like a little pointy thing. Do I have something that's pointy? That's a little bit too big, I think. A little dinky. I don't know how I feel about that. How about this? Knife sharpener. On guard. Bonk. I think a very important thing to note when talking about pretty much any ancient culture, we have no idea what the Hopewell actually called themselves. They could have referred to themselves as different things based on the village they were from, or their, lineage or something like that. The Hopewell Builders is a name that has been assigned to them. Before descendant communities of the Hopewell Builders and the Hopewell culture, the term Hopewell is a little bit contentious, so we kind of want to avoid referring to them as things like the Hopewell people, because that wasn't really their name. I may have a little bit of a Freudian slip here and there and use that, and I want to kind of apologize in advance because it's kind of just the way that my vernacular works. I wouldn't be shocked if in the future we see this name be changed or we see some sort of reforms the way that we refer to them as. So I just want to make that clear right now that I'm trying to be respectful to, kind of the loaded history of assigning groups with names, especially when it's a colonizing force assigning a group with name and not the descendants assigning it a name. So this may be something which is subject to change in the future, but I'm making this video right now, so who knows? This might be horribly outdated in 10 years. So, what are we looking at here?
So this is based on a map published by the Smithsonian Institution in 1848, their very first publication, in fact. It's a survey done by Charles Whittlesey, Ephraim Squire, and Edmund Davis of the Newark earthworks before so much of it was destroyed. Mm-hmm. It's not a perfect map, but it's iconic.
Mm-hmm. First and foremost, this is an artist's interpretation. It was created by my wonderful partner, Zaboski. Thank you, honey. It looks beautiful. I love you. Now, because this is an artist's interpretation, things like these farm fields are not based on archaeological data. The Hopewell Builders did have agriculture, and so we thought it was important to include a little bit of that here. And things like these tree lines are also not specific to any sort of actual archaeological data. They are simply there to sort of indicate a little bit of what the surroundings would have been like. So I just want to preface that. I know this isn't a big deal to most viewers, but my whole thing is, talking about misinformation, so I don't want people to be like, did you know there was farms around literally everything? I have no idea if there was farms around literally everything, okay? It just looks really nice. Give me a break. You guys are also going to have to forgive me if my voice sounds a little wonk in this video. I'm just getting over a cold, and so I figured it was the perfect time for me to stand in my 40-degree studio and recover from it by talking loudly and breathing in cold, damp air. I got pneumonia talking about the Great Circle Earthworks, not clickbait. Let's get cracking on this thing, shall we? The ceremonial earthworks in Newark consisted of a few major locations. In the northwest, we have Observatory Circle, which is connected through a narrow passageway to the Octagon. Over here to the east, we have one of the larger enclosures of the site known as the Cherry Valley Ellipse. To the southwest of that, we have Wright Square. And finally, the star of the show, the shooting location of today's video, the Great Circle herself. Boom! Costume change. And I'm not sick anymore. Look at how nice my voice is. La 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 la. Well, you're probably wondering, Milo, why are you looking a little bit different? And that's because I'm here to tell you something about that. That's called the Octagon right there. The Octagon is probably the most fascinating earthwork at the Newark site, with multiple angles of it calibrated to the 18.6-year cycle of the moon's progression across the sky. Okay, you're gonna be on this table now? That's cool. Wanna be in the video? That's a yes. Along with that, this site has actual sacred geometry. Like real sacred geometry. I know, it's crazy. And I was gonna include the sacred geometry and astronomical alignment part in this video, but the more I dug into it, the more I realized how insane it is that the Hopewell builders figured this stuff out. And the script just kept getting longer and longer, and I kept adding more and more into it, and I decided, you know what? This is so impressive, it kind of just deserves its own little video on its own. So after this one, I'm gonna do kind of a separate video just diving into the sacred geometry and astronomical alignments of this site. I think that in doing what we do here, it's so frequent to see examples of people making up sacred geometry or claiming that it's evidence of some lost master civilization from the Ice Age. We can kind of fall into a habit of having a knee-jerk reaction when we hear the word sacred geometry to just say like, no, absolutely not, and just sort of write it off on principle. I think it's equally important to give actual credence to sites like this where sacred geometry does exist, because it's not evidence that some lost civilization taught them, it's evidence that the Hopewell builders were really technologically advanced. So in order to give ample time and reverence to this unbelievable site, I'm going to be making a whole separate video talking about the sacred geometry and the astronomical alignments at Newark. And this one will stand as more of the site itself and a little bit about the Hopewell culture. So if you're interested in looking at what real sacred geometry and unbelievably complex astronomical calendars look like, stay tuned for that video. It'll probably be the next one after this. Another thing I forgot to mention in the first studio section of this video, the observatory mound and the octagon earthworks were both turned into a golf course. The Great Circle, the Octagon... Okay, Shmiki, you have to go down. I'm pointing at things now. The only parts of this site that still exist are the Great Circle, the Observatory Circle, and the Octagon. And a tiny little sliver of Right Square that exists in, like, the backyard of a welding fabrication workshop or something. The Great Circle still exists because in the 1800s it was turned into the county fairgrounds, and this complex still exists because
break the fast. The fuck do you mean break the fast?
By the Ohio State Militia, it was turned into a country club, literally called the Mound Builder Country Club. I know, not great, but I am very happy to say that as of this January 2025, it has officially been given to the UNESCO World Heritage Site, meaning the country club and the golf course on top of it will be dismantled, and it will be actually turned into the archaeological site and sacred site that it deserves to be. So that right there is a huge dub. Anyway, I want to just mention that because I thought it was kind of cool.
Midway USA has just about everything for hunting.
I can't help but be fun up and see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got me with that. I feel fabulous.
Stupid ass cunt. Fuck you.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra, or current eligible GMC owners get 20% below MSRP on the Sierra 1500 model.
Back to the video. The Great Circle is, as its name would imply, great in scale, not quality. Well, quality as well, but it's great, it's big, it's great big, you know? And despite how colossal it is standing on the inside, archaeologists aren't entirely sure what was actually in it.
It's hard to say, and we haven't done the sort of ground-penetrating radar kinds of studies that would reveal that here. And when we have, like using magnetometry, we see this layer of the fairground.
Because in the late 1800s, settlers used this giant circle as a fairground, and so the entire surface of it is littered in thousands of metal nails, making any sort of signature from anything else metal at the site completely invisible. Hey, you know, at least it still exists, which is more than I can say for almost everything else here. At the very center of this circle is a small feature known as Eagle Mound. It was named because it vaguely is winged like an eagle would be. Well, indigenous groups in this part of the world do build effigy mounds, as they're called, mounds that are made to look like an animal. Archaeologists don't have enough reason to believe that this was actually made to look like an eagle, and think that it was kind of just conjecture based on its shape afterwards. Now, there has actually been some excavation done at Eagle Mound, and at its center, archaeologists have found post holes, evidence that there was once a longhouse at the center. Archaeologists have also found the remains of the floor of this longhouse, which is made out of alternating layers of differently colored clays and soil. This is one of many examples of the Hopewell builders using different colored earth in their constructions. For example, the Great Circle itself was once colored with different types of soil, with the exterior part of the enclosure coated in a darker soil, and the interior being coated in a lighter, almost yellow type of soil. But probably most interestingly, that at the center of the Great Circle at Eagle Mound, archaeologists have found the remains of charred human bones. Okay, quick little clarification about the charred remains found at the Eagle Mound. The charred human bones were allegedly found by an antiquarian in like the late early 1900s, and further excavation done in the 1920s didn't find any charred human bones. So the credibility for this is sort of so-so. Contextually for the site, it's not out of the question because there were charred human remains found at the Cherry Valley Ellipse, but I just wanted to put that out there so you know that there's a little bit of further research to be done at this site in order to actually confirm that that's truly what was found here. There's evidence to support this site was once used for rites and rituals associated with preparing the dead for burial. So this would have been, was it flowing water through here, or was it kind of like a moat?
Yeah, it was like a moat, except it's on the inside of the wall rather than outside.
Is there any theory as to why there was a, moat on the inside of the wall?
There's notions. We're talking to our indigenous partners. There's some tribes that think bodies of water can't be crossed by spirits of the dead.
Oh, I see.
So it may be that human remains will be processed for burial out here, then to be taken through ceremonial processions to the burial mounds a mile that way. And the water boundary would have kept the spirits here and from wandering off and possibly causing harm in the community or just getting lost.
Probably the most interesting, in my opinion, features of the site is this, the Cherry Valley Ellipse. The Cherry Valley Ellipse was absolutely massive, and it was an enormous burial enclosure. At the center of it were, I think, 11 mounds were counted there. Enormous, huge burial mounds. Interring the dead in mounds was customary for a lot of different cultures in this part of the world at this time. And it's sort of believed that this side of the complex was associated with death rituals and preparing the dead for burial. As we talked about earlier, archaeologists have found the remains of charred human bones at the Great Circle. Charred human bones were also found at the Cherry Valley Ellipse, meaning that this is likely a place where the dead were prepared and then finally laid to rest in the ellipse, making this essentially a massive graveyard. I got some bad news about the Cherry Valley Ellipse. You see, when settlers first came to this site, Cherry Valley Ellipse is pretty much the first thing to go. It all started in the 1830s when the Ohio Canal came through the area and went directly through one of the burial mounds. Beside it, workers reported finding, as you won't be too surprised, human skeletons. Not only human skeletons, but skeletons covered in intricately cut pieces of mica, a sheet-like mineral that originated hundreds of miles away from here and was brought to this site. Workers excavating here estimated that they pulled 10 bushels of this intricately cut mica out of this site. Today, none of it exists. But it gets worse. You see, shortly after the canal was constructed, America was still on its manifest destiny grind and was laying track. As misfortune would have it, when the railroad came through town, it went directly through the middle of this ancient cemetery. Mounds were leveled and excavated to make way for the rail grade that came through. And I am horrified to say, were torn down and leveled, and the material used as slag to fill in low places so that the railroad could pass over it. If that isn't one of the best analogies for the colonization of North America, then I don't know what it is. Even by the time that Squire and Davis made their map, most of the Cherry Valley Ellipse was completely destroyed, with one of the last mounds of the site leveled when a mill was built on top of it. And with that, a sacred cemetery at one of the most important sites in the Hopewell world was turned into a wasteland, an industrial complex, with God knows how many thousands of individuals and tens of thousands of artifacts lost to time. Because so much of the destruction of this site happened so quickly and with no archaeologists to intervene with it, there have been almost no artifacts recovered from this entire site, except for one. See, that mill I told you about earlier eventually had to be torn down. Bless up. And when that happened, workers started excavating to build a basement for the next building. It was here that they stumbled upon a grave that happened to survive the destruction of everything around it. And when they dug into it, they found not only human remains, but a carved effigy of a person wearing a bear skin. This figurine has been referred to as many different things. Originally, it was named after the guy whose, attic it was found in or something, but we've obviously changed that now because that was a really stupid thing to do. Today, this object has been referred to as the Shaman of Newark. Newark, and it's a really interesting piece. Now, I can't show you an actual image of the figurine because it is a burial good, and many of these burial goods have been sort of repatriated to the descendant groups of the people who created them, and they've deemed it not really appropriate to use photos of it. However, it's okay to show drawings and artist depictions, so that's what's here. But if you were to Google search it, you could find some images of it online, for those of you that are interested. The Shaman of Newark is absolutely beautiful. It depicts a seated figure wearing a bear skin holding a severed head in its lap. Now this feels rather grisly, and originally, of course, the first thought was, it's a war trophy! Again, the propaganda. But you don't exactly have to be an empath to look at this figure and, you know, kind of piece together that it doesn't really look like a warrior. It is more likely that this is a depiction of someone doing some sort of ceremony. It's known that some Hopewell burials would incorporate severed heads, not severed heads as a trophy, but in the same way that in, you know, Christianity or Catholicism, there's like relics of the saints. So, you know, if you have, you know, someone who did something great, you keep some of their remains. So this may have been the case for the Hopewell people who would, you know, maybe keep the remains of ancestors, and they would later be interred with people later down the bloodline. Interestingly, this figure also is depicted with copper ear spools, of which there are actual artifacts found at different Hopewell sites, and are associated with some sort of ceremonial regalia. Now, as beautiful of an artifact as this is, I want to emphasize again that this is one of the only artifacts we have from this site. This entire complex was so rapidly and wantonly destroyed that most of what was there was lost. I know you've probably been thinking this whole time, Milo, that's a pretty cool poster. And you're right, it is a pretty cool poster. I'm a big map nerd, as you guys are probably aware. And as we were making this map, we kind of thought to ourselves, you know, I bet, you know, all of you guys, if you're anything like me, you're also probably really big map nerds. So we decided that we could make this available for anyone who wants this map. And of course, since that wasn't enough work, we decided to make not one, not two, but 3 maps available. We have this one, the artist's interpretation of the Great Circle Earthworks, as well as a map showing the astronomical alignments and sacred geometry of this site, which I'll talk about in the next video, and the magnum opus, a full infographic of everything you could ever want to know about the Hopewell ceremonial earthworks, including a bunch of information that I didn't have time to cram into this video. It took me almost as long to make this poster as it did to, like, script the rest of this, so enjoy it, I guess. But if you're interested in those, you can check them out down in the description. You can get them in a pack, so you can get all 3 if you're interested. But if you're looking for something to spruce up the walls of your dorm room or your apartment, well, why not something made by a real, actual human artist? This video has been in production a very long time. As you can probably tell, I filmed this back in November. Now, one of the things I thought would be really cool to do would be to do, like, miniature shots. So I made a whole little 3D printed miniature model of this. I made, like, a 3D render of the site. Oh, wow, look at that. Pretty cool. I have to cover my face so it doesn't lock onto me. Now, my team and I had enough to do with this video, so we didn't have time to do miniature shots of this, but my wonderful editor, Kale, did use this data for the model, 3D model that we kind of used digitally to show you around this site. But if any of you guys are interested in using any of this 3D data or have a 3D printer yourself, I'm going to have the OBJ file for this model over on my Patreon. It'll be available for the standard early access tier, and I'll probably also try and put it up as like a one-off thing, which I think you can do for anyone who's interested in it. But yeah, if you have 3D printing capabilities or are just interested in messing around with this model in a 3D program, enjoy it. It's yours to mess with.
A sign. Booking.com. The family must depart. Stairs to die for, indeed.
Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com? Booking.com?
Yeah.
I just need that last video from you.
That's an awfully big file you got there. And big files, well, they don't download that fast. Rome wasn't built 2 minutes before class.
Oh, we're good. It's a Mac. We can just use AirDrop. You better get in there.
Whatever. Don't tell me what to do.
Old Bronny now has 3 plies. That's lit.
That'd be funny. Only Bronny has 3 plies. It's new. It's strong. It's bouncing broad.
So, can you give us a little bit of a perspective of what the timeline of this location was?
So the earliest people we know of are 13,000-year-old Paleo-Indians. We're getting an indication now from like White Sands in Mexico that people were here much earlier than that.
Yeah.
But we simply don't have that evidence in Ohio.
While we don't have any evidence for pre-Columbus people at this particular site, we do have evidence of them at the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania, which is only about 160 miles away. And the oldest evidence there dates back to about 16,000 years.
And some of the artifacts found in those deep layers are Flint Ridge flint.
Which is the type of flint found at Flint Ridge, which is the very same flint used by the Hopewell builders.
Really? So know they came through Ohio.
How's that for Flint? Through the end of the Ice Age, paleo-indigenous people would have been living as these very kind of small, hypermobile groups. They would have hunted big game, and they wouldn't have stayed in one place for all that long. But as the megafauna began to go extinct and the climate began to change, humans had to adapt to a new lifestyle. It's around here that archaeological evidence shows the ancient people beginning to expand their diet and live in slightly larger but still nomadic groups.
So that culture has a different name, and that's the archaic culture. And that goes for like 6,000 to 7,000 years.
Then about 2,800 years ago, in the area that is now Ohio, the people living there discovered something revolutionary: agriculture. This massive lifestyle revolution harkened in what archaeologists refer to as the Woodland period.
And then you go back as far as 800 BC.
One of the largest cultures to arise in the Woodland period was the Adita.
And those are the direct ancestors of the Hopewell culture.
I see.
And they start building mounds, circular mounds.
That were sometimes burial structures, or they built small earthen enclosures which were used as community churches and worship centers.
And that's basically what community churches should look like for the Hopewell. But something happens, there's an explosion of art, ritual, and architecture. And the Hopewell culture is sort of right at the, I think, the golden moment in time, because they had the rich diet of the hunter-gatherers, hunting, fishing, and gathering. But then they also had the stability afforded by limited agriculture. They weren't growing corn, which is what most people think of about Native American plants. They were growing what's called the Eastern Agricultural Complex: goosefoot, lamb's quarter, knotweed, little barley, some other sort of starchy or oily seeds. And the two most familiar things would be squash and sunflower. But then
sunflower, really?
Yeah, it was a domesticated plant here. Wow. It's one of only about 7 places in the world where local plants were domesticated. The Hopewell culture in general dates between about AD 1, perhaps as early as AD or 100 BC, all the way up to AD 400. And I've made an argument that this is relatively late. We have a few radiocarbon dates from other components that seem to cluster around 300 AD, 300 CE. And I think that's plausible. I think all of the astronomy, the geometry, the architectural stuff was worked out by the people in Chillicothe. That's like the origin point of the Hopewell culture. I think most archaeologists agree. And I think people came here, some group of people came up here and built the grand synthesis of Hopewell architecture and religion. All these individual elements have corresponding earthworks in Chillicothe. Here they're brought together in this massive composition. The Newark earthworks originally encompassed more than 4.5 square miles.
Wow. So that's the scale we're looking at here? This is covering 4 miles?
Probably maybe not across, but yeah, I mean 4 square miles.
4 square miles. Wow.
A conservative estimate is that 7 million cubic feet of earth was used to construct it. And the technology that they used was as simple as you can imagine: pointed sticks, clamshell hose, and baskets. Is this something that was built? They wanted to build it now, and so they gathered 1,000 people and worked them every day for 6 months or something. Or was it just people would come here for particular festivals, for particular ceremonies, and participate in building in an episode, and then come back next year and add more? We just don't know.
The Hopewell would take what the Adita had started and bring it to the next level, and they created some of the largest earthworks and complexes of any one of the civilizations that built mounds. And they expanded their sphere of influence, with artifacts like conch shells from the Gulf of Mexico and obsidian from Yellowstone caldera all found in association with Hopewell sites.
It's connected to an area where there were many burial mounds, which links it by parallel walled roads directly to that ceremonial activity. Also, I think these places were pilgrimage centers. I think people were literally coming from the ends of the very world to come here.
Wow.
As pilgrims. The burial mounds at Newark were simply destroyed. The burial mounds in Chillicothe, ceremonial regalia is found in those mounds made from raw materials, special raw materials that come from the ends of the world.
Wow.
conch shells from the Gulf of Mexico, copper from southern Canada, obsidian from Yellowstone Park. Wow! And oh my goodness, the obsidian have these like giant spear points that are like this big, but they're made out of glass, so you're not lining these spear points. They're ceremonial offerings, buried in mounds either as funerary objects or sometimes in large deposits of just offerings of lots of ceremonial regalia at one time.
Wow, so we have evidence, extensive evidence, that the Hopewell people were at the center or at least part of an enormous trade network then.
I don't think it's trade. I think they're bringing ceremonial offerings here. When I was an undergraduate, it was taught as if it were a trade network.
Okay.
But I think it's because nothing in Ohio really is going in the other direction, except maybe this spiritual message. You just find a little bit of the signature flint for Fort Flint, which is quarrying about 9 miles from here. And it comes in all the colors of the rainbow, so it's really distinctive. Wow. And the Hopewell quarried that flint on an industrial scale and made basically two kinds of artifacts, little sort of bladelets that are like replaceable razor blades, and small little triangular bifaces. And we find a smattering of those around, not as far as Yellowstone certainly, not even as far probably as the Mississippi River, but I think those are given as pilgrims tokens to people here.
A little souvenir that they get and then bring back home with them.
Yeah, and Ohio has an advertising slogan now that has revived an older one that I think is really appropriate. It says, Ohio, the heart of it all.
Hey, Grandma, up for a road trip?
What do you say?
The golf course is completely surrounded by Indian mounds. The Ohio History Connection essentially wants to take back the property and not compensate us for the improvements that we've made to the Mound Builders Country Club.
Follow your heart at ohio.org. Ohio, the heart of it all.
2,000 years ago, this was the heart of an indigenous civilization that covered much of eastern North America, all the way to Yellowstone, all the way to the Gulf of Mexico.
We wouldn't say that the Hopewell were people that existed in the Gulf of Mexico, that existed in Yellowstone and, northern Canada. So was this a place that multiple different cultures would have come? What was really the sort of cohesive nature of the Hopewell people?
Yeah, I think the cohesive nature had to do with their religious beliefs. It's sort of like a rough analogy would be like Catholicism. And so you've got Catholic churches in Mexico and Guatemala, you've got them in Spain, you've got them in Africa, and they all have their own local flavors, but they all have this sort of religious core. And I think that's the case with the Hopewell. There's people all over much of North America that are participating in this. And people were coming here speaking mutually unintelligible languages. But we know from early history that they had like a sign language. That on the plains and on East North America, people had a sign language, and it was like a trade language. And so they could communicate. Also, the Hopewell had this incredible ceremonial vocabulary, the regalia that they wore, helped to identify them as maybe Bear Clan or whatever. And people coming here wearing that regalia, they'd be, you go over there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that because of this rich symbolic vocabulary that the Hopewell had, but the scale of the places, the artifacts that come from the ends of the world, I mean, why build these gigantic complexes unless you expect to fill them, particularly at certain times of the year? Like the church I grew up in, Christmas and Easter, then things full. Other times it's not so full. Sometimes there's just a couple families there on a Saturday for a wedding.
Yeah.
These places would probably like that. And with the Octagon, we think here those key dates related to the cycles of the moon.
Interesting. What was sort of the first contact with European settlers in this area, and how did European colonization affect the once enormous scale of these earthworks?
The earliest account we know is from 1800, when a guy was like local pioneer living in a cabin further east, was like coming over here on his horse, hunting deer, and stumbled across it. And the story goes, he goes back and gets his wife, and they both come riding back, and he's like, what the heck? They're just, the minds are being expanded. But very shortly after that, The city of Newark is founded on the other side of the river. It starts growing. It starts expanding this way. People start plowing the mounds down just because they want more cornfield. This is very fertile land. In 1848, Ephraim Squire and Lyndon Davis, writing for the Smithsonian Institution, do a map here. They write that the ancient lines can now be traced only at intervals among gardens and outhouses. Wow. And they predict 50 years from now, the people that live here will have to look at our map to even know this was here. Wow. That did in fact happen in many places like Circleville. It does not happen here because the local community manages to save the Great Circle by making it the county fairgrounds, and the Circle and Octagon by making it the campgrounds for the National Guard. And they have different histories over time, but because of their intentional work to try to preserve these major elements, a big portion of this site, an important part, was saved. The burial mounds became an area of heavy industry. The Ohio Canal went through them, the Central Ohio Railroad went through them, and the railroad actually used the burial mounds as, oh look, a pile of dirt. We can use that to build the railroad embankment. Oh my God, that's horrifying. So that's why we have almost no knowledge of what came out of the burial mounds here at Newark. Wow. But we have the example in Chillicothe of those sites that tell us that the same things found there were probably found, would have been found in the mounds.
This is known as Hull Circle. It's a rather large minor enclosure of this site. Despite being located at like ground zero for the destruction of this site, Hull Circle was saved because a guy named Eli Hull was like, that is a great spot to build a house. And so at some point in the 1800s, Eli built his stately home in the middle of the circle and incorporated the earthwork into the landscaping of the site. There's pictures of the house in the circle in some of like the old atlases from Lincoln County. Check it out, it's pretty neat. Now today, the land around Hull Circle has been subdivided beyond recognition. And except for maybe a few small fragments that survive in backyards, Hull Circle is pretty much entirely destroyed.
There are estimates that between 8,000 and 10,000 mounds were in Ohio. The Ohio Historic Preservation Office knows about 2,000. And many of those are historic records. The mounds no longer exist. Wow. They just have a record of them.
So it's not even 2,000 existing. It's 2,000 that are known of.
Yeah.
Wow. And how many would you say are still actually standing?
I mean, it's hard to say because some are on private land, and some private landowners protect them. But the ones that are on sort of state or federal land that are protected, it's a handful. I mean, a dozen, 20. Yeah, it's a very small number.
Oh, that's so sad. Archaeology is a tricky business. You're in a race against the clock and against those that want to develop these sites for progress. This is why it's important to teach and learn about these sites, because when stuff like this happens, it's completely irreplaceable. It happened then, and it's happening now. And as tragic as it is to think about what was lost, not only historically and archaeologically, but also culturally and just morally, I hope that it will at least give us a little bit of a motivation to, you know, try and advocate against stuff like this happening in the future. Like, I think it's easy to kind of hear about how much of this has been lost and just feel really defeated by it. What is the thing that kind of keeps that light alive for you, that makes you think that we can still learn a lot about this?
Well, the big thing that we just accomplished last year was getting these sites on the World Heritage List. Because we have people in the community that have no appreciation whatsoever of these. They'll drive by them and don't even know what they're looking at. And I've experienced that from some of my very earliest years here. I would go to school groups and talk to them, and you know, they don't even know what's in their own backyard. And so one of my goals early on was to get these sites inscribed in the World Heritage List. They certainly deserved it. And then when these people, the people in Newark, see people from around the world coming to see these sites, they'll recognize that these sites are important and that they have something precious in their own backyards. And I think we have to do that all over the place so that people appreciate it.
Because we're so used to that more European architecture and archaeology made out of stone and things like that, how do you try and convey the significance of these sites despite the material that they're made out of?
There was an author of a book, I probably shouldn't mention it, in her last chapter, it's a book about archaeologists, and it's a wonderful book, and so our archaeologists are really great and do great stuff. But in the last chapter, she talks about a bus ride to Machu Picchu, and there's like a million women in the back who I know who is going on about the Hopewell earthworks and how they deserve to be a World Heritage Site. this one going like, well, big deal. They're just piles of dirt, not like Machu Picchu. And because of reading that, the response I give people is, these mounds are piles of dirt in the same way that the Parthenon is a pile of rock. That does put it in perspective. Yeah, rock. Yeah, boom. Wow.
Brad, thank you so much for sharing this site with us today and for platforming your expertise. I really appreciate you sharing everything you know about this site.
It's a pleasure. I'm very happy that you were able to be here and be able to share all of this with your platform.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I guess to kind of end things off here, what would you have to say? I kind of always, whenever I'm working with someone on camera, I always give the opportunity at the end to give them the place to say something that they feel like needs to be shared with a broad audience. Do you have anything that you feel like you would want to share with the world, be it about this site or something larger?
What I want people to come away with when they visit these sites are that these sites are not just, as some people have claimed, piles of dirt. They are magnificent earthworks using Mother Earth, the most sacred material available to Indigenous Americans, to create this monumental architecture. And I want people to be able to appreciate the grandeur of these sites and see them as the Indigenous people may have seen them.
Thank you very much, Brad. It's been a pleasure having you on today. I appreciate you sharing your expertise.
Thank you, Milo.
The Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks at Newark, Ohio are an unbelievably impressive site. I'm sure all of you have heard friends come back from vacations and be like, oh, you had to have been there. Pictures don't do it justice. And I'm going to say exactly that to you right now. Pictures and videos do not do it justice. My team and I have tried our best to convey the scale of this site using overlays of modern roads that you guys have kind of a rough idea for how big they are. But there is really nothing like standing at the middle of the Great Circle and looking around and being like, oh my god, people built this with baskets? For anyone that lives remotely close to this area or is planning on driving through Ohio...
Nigger, my son would not do that.
It is free, it's open
to what the fuck is that?
World Heritage Site, and it is absolutely worth the visit. Especially now that they're expanding over to the Octagon Earthworks as well, which I regrettably didn't have time to visit while I was there, so you'll actually get to see it before I do. Once that's actually incorporated into the site, though, I think I'm going to have to go back, because that's going to be really cool. But if you do go, make sure to find some of the people that work at the site and chat them up. Brad, thank you so much for helping make this video. It was a pleasure to work with you, and it was truly an honor to have your expertise here. For those of you that do go to Great Circle, make sure to tell them that Milo sent you. Now, I don't really like splitting videos up into two parts, which is why I tried to make this one really just the whole thing about the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks at Newark. But I really do think that for this case, it is the best move to make a whole separate video just talking about the sacred geometry and astronomical alignments, because again, I've heard so many of these buzzwords used in so many pseudoscientific ways that I really want to capitalize on an opportunity to talk about the case where it is completely factual and scientific. If you're watching this at the live premiere, Sunday nights, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, it'll probably be out in like 2 weeks or something like that, but this video is going to be up on YouTube indefinitely, so chances are by the time you're watching this, it's already out. Check it out. If you're interested in checking out one of these posters or one of these other posters that I don't have here physically with me in person right now, so we're going to just kind of show images of them popping up on the screen. The link to that is in the description of this video. By purchasing these posters, you not only help fund the free publicly available online education that we do here, but you also support actual real artists. Not a single AI was used in creating this poster, or this poster, or this poster. So a portion of each sale of these posters goes directly to the artists, so they are actually reaping the reward for their hard work. I'd like to thank you all very much for watching this video. It was a blast to make, a lot of work, but absolutely worth it. As always, remember to tip the bellhop on your way out. Likes, comments, subscriptions, and sharing this video with your friends is your way of gaming the capitalist algorithm to help me continue doing what I do here, and it doesn't cost you a cent. I'd also like to give a huge thank you to my patrons on Patreon who help make what I do here possible. Patrons get early ad-free access to all of my videos, as well as check that out if you're interested. Patrons also get their names in the credits of this video as a small token of my appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, it's great big, you know? I got nothing. Pick a funny clip from the video and stick it in there, I guess. You know, I feel like we've been doing more credit sequences where it's me just kind of standing here and talking. And I have a hunch that that's exactly what this is. Thanks for watching, guys. This was a fun one. A lot of work. There was definitely, I overcomplicated this one a little bit with all the posters and all of the 3D models and all of the animations, and I'd like to formally apologize to my team. Sorry, guys. So I appreciate all of your patience and for, contributing to the channel and just keeping the train moving forward, you know? Whenever I get really stressed out, taking a really long time to produce a video, it is always just the best feeling when it finally has premiered and just seeing the overwhelming show of support and everything from my audience. I really cannot stress enough how grateful I am for all of you guys. It just means the world to me that you guys love what I do here, and it feels so gratifying to make something that people really love. It makes every hour, every reshoot, every, extra week added onto a project absolutely worth it at the end of the day to make something that people love and are inspired by. Not to get freaking sappy in the outro. See, I caught it. This is a professional video. We don't do that in that naughty language here. Alright guys, did I get everything for my reshoot? Yeah, I think I got everything. Okay. Well, that's the end of the video, guys. The dream, the impulse.
I can't help it if I'm not gonna see them watching.
If all that bumping, teasing, and bleaching has left you with some country fried hair, well, come get yourself some fixins at Pantene. We have everything you need to get your hair healthy again. Pantene, fixins for country fried hair.
The Tartar Pits. If there is one fossil site in the world that you are familiar with, it is this one, the La Brea Tar Pits located in Los Angeles, California. However, what you may not know is that La Brea means the tar in Spanish, meaning that its name is actually the Tartar Pits. This location is an uncontested crown jewel in the fossil record. It provides the single greatest chronology out of almost any fossil site on the planet. Howdy friends, my name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to welcome you behind the scenes at the La Brea Tar Pits.
Well, now I don't know who to look at. Jesus.
What's going on
Yeah.
YouTube?
All right.
Today we are here with a face that may be familiar to many, if not all of you, none other than Lindsay Nicole. Lindsay, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to be here. I'm happy to finally be in the same place in person. We've done quite a bit together virtually, but today we are here collaboratively at the La Brea Tar Pits. Lindsay, you want to give just a quick introduction of yourself, what you're all about, for those that may not know?
Absolutely. I'm Lindsay Nicole. I'm a zoologist and science communicator on YouTube. You can find me at Lindsay Nicole. I focus on all types of animals, weird animals, evolution, prehistory, and all that. And yeah, the Tar Pits is awesome. We're in Los Angeles. That's where I'm from. So I love the Tar Pits, and I'm very excited to be here.
I know, here on Lindsay's home turf. I feel a little out of my element. It's hot in December, which is not how my brain works. And Lindsay, you're using this as part of your History of Life on Earth series, is that correct?
I am, yes. The last episode of the History of Life on Earth that we know of. We're covering the Pleistocene, the Holocene, and that's where we live today. So check it out.
Yeah, so if you want to learn more about the time period as a whole, check out Lindsay's video. I'm going to be going a little more in depth on La Brea Tar Pits. Lindsay, good to be here. Let's get right into it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
Now, while a fossil bed being in one of the most urban environments in the entire country is pretty unique on its own, the La Brea Tar Pits are famous for many other reasons. One of the most interesting of these is the fact that the La Brea Tar Pits are, as the name would suggest, an asphaltic fossil site.
This is the real reason you came back to the Tar Pits. Yeah! That's crazy. Oh yeah, let's get in there. Get a little scoop of that. There he goes. Wow, that is bizarre.
Yeah.
Ugh.
This is a very unusual type of fossil site where crude oil bubbles to the surface, and it is this crude oil that has preserved immense quantities of fossils. Asphaltic fossil sites are very uncommon, and they typically occur in places that has both a oil or petroleum deposit and some sort of tectonic activity. In these places, crude oil and tar bubbles to the surface, and it is in this crude oil and tar that fossils are preserved. As you can imagine with how specific the conditions needed for an asphaltic fossil site are, it's a very rare thing to find, with only like a dozen of them in the entire world, and hands down the most expansive and best known of these sites is the La Brea Tar Pits in Los Angeles. In this site, the tar pits preserve fossils from between 10 and 40,000 years ago. And because of how many fossils have been recovered and how complete the fossil record is, this site gives us one of the best windows into what life was like in this part of the world at the end of the last glaciation. The fossils that you're probably most familiar from this site include, the charismatic Ice Age animals like saber-toothed tigers, cave bears, mammoths, and giant ground sloths. But there are also hundreds of thousands of fossils of other animals recovered from this site as well, like turtles, birds, and amphibians. Myself and Lindsay Nicole were given the unique opportunity to have a look behind the scenes at this famous site, where we were able to take cameras behind the curtain to see how things actually work here. We got to see where fossils are actively being excavated and seeing the light of day for the first time in 40,000 years, as well as the procedures in the lab where they study and prepare these fossils, and even my personal favorite part, the bone vault, just this massive room that is completely full of shelves covered in bones of every animal that you've dreamed of since you were a little kid. So today, in this slightly different video, we're going to be taking a little bit of a look behind the scenes at the La Brea Tar Pits and learning from the experts what
Even the gargantuan Leviathan.
so special. Whoa! We got the diorama, dude. What? We got slime.
So this is very much a first draft, but I just love it so much, and I thought it would be helpful for understanding why we have fossils here. Depending on whether you have asphalt seeping up but no stream channel to bury it, you're probably not going to get fossils there. If you get burial without the asphalt coming up, you might get fossils like a lot of the rest of the area, but where they get chemically turned to stone, like most dinosaur fossils we think of, which we still get here too sometimes, but more often we get the classic, where it's a combination of that burial and that asphalt to just beautifully preserve those fossils. And then sometimes you get burial in a stream channel, and then asphalt joins the party later. Part of his fossils are starting to turn to stone, but then asphalt joined the party early enough that part of his fossils are preserved by the asphalt as well. Right. And then we just teleported forward to 1924, which we found aerial photos to confirm that this was still oil field while we were excavating here. And then this one I just like because
Something tactile. Yeah.
This was really nice because then, especially when we had kids that were like, hey, we're trying to explain this, it gave them something to engage with while we were explaining.
So the way a tar pit works is kind of grisly. Like I said, the reason a tar pit exists is because it's on top of a petroleum deposit. So petroleum will bubble to the surface, and then it begins to evaporate, which leaves behind just sticky tar residue. Now, at the time when the tar pits were active and, sucking in saber-toothed tigers and things like that, it was a much cooler and wetter time period in Earth's history. And so many of the tar pits would get covered in water or dust or leaves and stuff like that and obscure them from the animals walking around. So animals would just end up sort of wandering into these tar pits, whether they thought it was a fresh spring of water they could drink from, or they just thought it was part of the ground. When this would happen with large herbivores like ground sloths and mammoths, carnivores would quickly follow because they thought they could get like an easy meal out of it. Seeing a large animal that was either stuck or dead, the carnivores would sort of pile on in after, trying to, eat it, and then they would all get sucked in as well. This has led to a disproportionately high number of mammal carnivore fossils to mammal herbivore fossils recovered from this site. But what I didn't really know until going here is that there's also really extensive fossils of birds as well, which I guess makes sense because they would, land on the water thinking it was water, and then, it wasn't water.
So if you walk through this park after a rainstorm, you don't see this. You don't see a tar seep, you see a pond. You don't have an 18 million person city sucking up all the water. Yeah. And so you have, and we know from LA place names, even when the Spanish arrived, it was a lot wetter. Right up the street is La Cienega Boulevard. La Cienega means swamp in Spanish, right? So Rodeo Drive, which is fancy shopping now, that's Rodeo de las Aguas, right? So it's We know there was a lot more water here, even as recently as a couple hundred years ago, but certainly during the Pleistocene.
That is insane.
So this is 404 direwolf skulls.
Wow.
And like
that
actual
is
skulls.
ridiculous. Yeah, they're not just casts.
Yeah.
Actual skulls.
And it's really crazy to see so many in one place because you can really see the variation in each one.
You know, they're different sizes, ages,
Yeah.
sexes. Yeah. I know, looking at like the detail of it, where it's like some with their teeth missing and some of their teeth worn down.
Yeah, they were very, very, very similar to wolves today in their lifestyle. They were just slightly larger. They weren't like the Game of Thrones direwolves. I know.
Oh my god.
Dude, nuts.
What part of the animal are we looking at right here?
Tooth.
Yeah, good in texture.
So
Look
if
at
you
that,
look
yeah.
on up here, they only had 4 molars.
Wow.
Pretty insane. But they go through 6 sets of these.
Wow.
Could you imagine seeing this?
Dude, yeah, that is just like, I cannot fathom seeing it, something alive.
That you could walk underneath. You could walk
Yeah.
right underneath it.
Yeah, I know. A little hammock in there. Yeah.
After the initial wow of all the cool stuff they just have, you know, on display in the museum, Lindsay and I met up with our connection at the tar pits and got to see the lab where they're actually processing these fossils.
This is a pretty nice office. You got a good view. Wow. Who's this guy?
This is a Colombian mammoth. So our largest species of mammal that we have here at the tropics, the Colombian mammoth. So we have an extremely large collection. We have around 3.5 million species in our collection. We only have 25 Colombian mammoths in the rituals. And this is a really unique and special one because of the 35 we don't want to see the touches.
Wow, really? That's
So
interesting.
that's also actually on display in the museum. You can see them up here. The tusks are really interesting because you can do a cross section of the tusk, and it has rings similar like you would see in a tree, and you can actually count those rings, and they have yearly deposition, so you can determine the age as well. But they also go down to daily deposition, so you can even see if the animal was under stress or things like that. So teeth are really very important. Love teeth.
How, like, disarticulated do the skeletons typically become in the pit? Because, like, you know, when I think about an animal falling in tar, I'm kind of like, oh, it's got to be mostly there. It's all kind of intact. But you mentioned this is one of the few, or the only one that has both
Yes.
tusks. Why is that?
So there's a lot of activities in the deposits. So we have a lot of microbial activity in the asphalt deposits, and it breaks down soft tissue. That's why we don't have any soft tissue remains here at the top. So it breaks that down quite quickly. And what that does is it has the specimen disassociates material away from each other. Zeta is a bit of a different story. So we often have this entrapment scenario that you were just talking about here at the top. But sometimes we have a different way of how fossils get preserved here in asphalt. What most likely happened with this specimen is that we get really close to a stream channel. Ended up in a stream channel. Quickly got covered with sediment, which helps to preserve the skeleton and keep all the remains together. And asphalt came in as a secondary preserving agent at a later stage.
And so people often say, how do you know it was in a stream channel? Well, as amazing as the large fossils are, and as charismatic as the saber-toothed cat or a direwolf or a mammoth is, large animals have large home ranges. But to really understand their positional context and to understand the environment in which it found itself, what we look at is when we remove the sediment around the specimens, we actually keep it and sort it under a microscope because we look for microfossils in there. And if I can just point out one microfossil, do you see this white tip on my finger? That is freshwater shell.
Here's one snack that always makes the pack. The new Go-Go Squeeze Active Fruit Blend Energy Release. It's small, compact, and doesn't need to be chilled, so it's great for long approaches. Made with real fruit, B vitamins, and no sugar added.
I remember those biochemicals. So this How old is it? Does it gives this thing coherent?
Why is there a fucking ranking?
Thanks. So Mac can just create key points. Look at the big brain on Kevin.
My allergic itch was a growing problem for me and my human. Then the vet gave me Apoquel. It works at the source and starts relieving itch in as fast as 4 hours.
May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations, serious infections, or
Would.
pre-existing cancers. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs under 12 months of age with serious infections or in breeding, pregnant, or lactating dogs.
Big or little itch, ask for Apoquel. Apoquel.
Do I want to know?
All the microfossils around Z, freshwater limpet, freshwater shark, everything indicates an aquatic environment, which supports the hypothesis of it being an alluvial channel. But you'll notice all these cones in our park because the asphalt will just come up where it wants to, follows the path of least resistance. And that's probably what happened here, is at a later stage, asphalt came in, started covering the space.
Anarchy, you say.
Mineralization process.
So the people aren't fully fossilized. Is there different information that you can get from these bones that you may not be able to get
Yes.
from other specimens?
So we have access to collagen and protein that is usually not that easy to find. We haven't had ancient DNA found from our specimens yet. None whatsoever. There's a lot of theories on possibly why that could be. Is the asphalt an agent or ancient DNA? But then one must also remember that ancient DNA is a very sensitive material, so it doesn't preserve always. Right? It's in very unique circumstances. But yes, that's the one thing that hasn't been found here is the ancient DNA. But our lab is a very unique lab. So apart from being a lab that engages with the public and brings the science into the museum, we're actually the largest exhibit here. We're also the only lab in the world that does asphalt and fossil preparation. I'm not sure how familiar you are with paleontological preparation, but usually when you watch these documentaries, it's people using zip scribe or pneumatic tools and they flake it away. We have to use chemicals. So we use degreasing solvents. So we actually look and see what do car mechanics use and what do they use in the aerospace industry. It's something we look at. Because the asphalt that we are dealing with is a byproduct of bleaching. So underneath our feet, we actually have the salt lake oil field. And what happens is when
Where the fuck are they building?
Fissures that open, the oil underneath the ground moves up these cracks, and when they make contact with the atmosphere, what happens is the lighter elements dissipate into the air, and the heavier elements stay behind in the form of the sticky asphalt. So think about a popsicle. If you just leave it on the table, it turns into a liquid, but then when it dries up, you just have those sticky remnants of the sugar. So it's a similar concept to that. And so what we're dealing with is oil. We have to dissolve and soften the oil so that we can remove it from the specimen gently and carefully without doing any damage, but also keeping in mind that even though you think you're looking at one fossil, you might be looking at many more because we have those microfossils embedded.
As you can probably imagine, a fossil coming out of a giant pit of tar where it's been buried for 30,000 years is covered in tar. And so, of course, the paleontologists and scientists working at this site have to figure out creative ways to get all of the tar off of these fossils.
This is usually what it looks like. You can see a little bit of that brown bone underneath it. And then this is what we call matrix. So matrix is it's the composition of the sediment, the sand, the rocks, the pebbles, and any other biological organic material that got enclosed and encased in this preservation. And then you'll notice all our tools are soft tools. We use Q-tips, paintbrushes, and yes, we do use our toothbrushes to clean our teeth as well. And the reason for why we use this is because it's a delicate tool to use.
Quit fucking yelling at me, you stupid bitch.
If something is resistant,
It's 6 a.m.
to be the thing that suffers instead of damaging the specimen
It's
itself. We use degreasing solvent called Novix 73DE, used in the medical industry actually in a vapor form to remove fats and lipids from delicate surgical equipment. And we don't use it in a vapor form, we use it here in a liquid form. All fossils from La Brea tarpets have this characteristic brown coloration to it. It's often referred to as the La Brea brown or the La Brea patina. And it's as a result of the staining from the asphalt. It's a gradual technique. And we are quite meticulous about it because, again, like I said, we want to make sure that we preserve anything in there that's of microfossil material. So the microfossils are very important in telling us about this location. And then here I just have a part of a pickle shell.
Oh, whoa.
So,
oh, that's so sick.
you know, and then you can see it grow.
Puzzle piece.
Exactly, we do a lot of 3D puzzle building here. And you'll see it's still got some of that asphalt on it, but here's all the matrix we removed.
What does this say?
You keep that
Yes,
with it.
we keep it, exactly.
Yeah, that's
And then one thing you'll notice is you see we've got the information of the grid and level from where it came out in the deposit written over here. And so what we do is once we finish the preparation of all these specimens that you see around you, we come back and we harvest all the matrix associated with these deposits. We then put it in a vat of solvent to remove the acid.
I didn't fucking sleep and you're yelling at me.
But this isn't an application of a solvent like you're, cleaning your
And-
kitchen floors or degreasing industrial equipment. So the researchers at La Brea had to dig pretty deep to figure out what the best products were to use on these fossils to not damage them.
Yeah, so I mean, this is even started a little bit before I came here. So also Stevie Morley helped us a lot with this. And this is, Steph, Stevie picked 6 different solvents, all these different properties, just to figure out which one is best, the way things have been done in the past. Started in 1913 with boiling kerosene, which is flammable and you're boiling it. And so, just over time, chemistry...
I'm going to go straight to the road.
Okay, we're looking at kind of a nice sweet spot in terms of the chemicals. We're looking for something that evaporates very quickly so it doesn't stay in the bone. So some of these that people use a lot, like D-limonene, is that orange smell you get in cleaners, like in a lot of household cleaners. It evaporates so slowly, it's still...
No, you can't belch anything because they fucking disabled literally probably everything.
And so it's just, it's lingering in the bone and it's causing it to crumble and literally damaging it over time. And then the other part was, how do we...
Oh, I see. So this is the difference between soaking it in a solution and doing what you were doing there with the little brush.
Exactly.
And I mean, it looks better too.
Absolutely.
That's amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Seeing a giant mammoth skull on the floor when walking into the lab was pretty mind-blowing, and that's because, obviously you'd be hard-pressed to find something as exciting from the last ice age as a mammoth. It is far from the only or even most important fossils recovered from this site. As big as Zed might be, there's actually more information that can be gleaned from the caked-on sediments around him.
I like to say when in the lab that all sizes matter. So not just Zed, who you could trip over, but also these little microfossils.
Are you sorting through the fossils with this?
I am sorting. One of the volunteers designed this particular mapping situation where you can look at this, this is what it looks like, right? But when you put it under the microscope, you can tell what part is sediment, what part is bone, what part is goes with plants, what parts are insect parts, and then we get shells too, parts of shell as well, which gives another piece of information about this area, which is quite fascinating. And then, of course, there's always parts that you don't recognize. So that goes here, and then we run to Stephanie or Connie and say, what is this? What is this? Informational and fun.
People often think the only thing we do in this lab is we just remove the matrix, or we just remove the asphalt, and that's it. But this lab actually has a big component of conservation work that we do as well.
Many of the fossils that end up getting recovered from the tar pits are not complete. This leaves researchers with the amazing task of getting to try and piece back together these tar-caked fossils like a giant jigsaw puzzle. What is this?
It's all the wood. And you can tell it was in many, many, many pieces. There are more pieces over here. There's that's the skull.
Wow, look at that.
That we've been working on. How long has this been taking some time? Well, this came out of collections, and I've been working on it. Well, let's see. Okay, thank you. It is. Let's see. It was found. That's a passport in 1978. Okay, wow. And so they had different ways of conserving it at that time, and they used Elmer's glue.
or white glue. But that doesn't have longevity. So I've been cleaning the glue out and using our powder here to glue it together, but also something wonderful called kozu paper, which is very strong. It's made from the mulberry tree.
How the fuck does that server have 25 out of 24 people?
The inside of this guy is just, you can see, yeah.
Little bandages.
That's right. And this support here is pretty critical. We didn't know if that would hold or not. But the kozu paper, it's 2 levels of kozu paper here, and it is really very strong, and it's done very well.
I see. So the paper is something that it's not just adhesive on the broken joint. It's like, you know, putting adhesive around it as well and holding it together a little stronger. Right. Before heading into the big secret fossil bunker, we got a chance to go out into the field to see where these fossils are actually being recovered from.
Oh, caps, you're fucking caps.
It smells like tar. It smells like someone doing road work.
Well,
It's bizarre.
that's a tar pit right there, right?
It's pretty unassuming. Well, that was the thing, right?
That's how they got stuck.
Yeah, I guess so. If they knew it was a tar
That was
pit,
the
they
problem
wouldn't
in
have
the
said
first place.
Where am
Yeah, really. You know, I think I figured out what my favorite part of this is. It's people opening gates that are otherwise locked.
Gates in here like Jurassic Park.
It really does. You set this up, it looks so nice. It's like a little display cage. That's fancy.
But especially with so much wind that we had lately, you can see it's made this fine layer of clay from some of these sediments kind of go across the surface. So I tried to sweep up some of the areas that I want to show you guys so it should look nicer.
What is that? Yeah.
So welcome to Project 23. Project 23 came about when the art museum that shares the park with us several years ago built an underground parking garage. If you dig underground next to one of the largest urban deposits of fossils in the world, hopefully no one's surprised that we found more fossils. But there was so much material, and they kind of wanted to finish their construction ever. But we're lucky that we're in California when we are. There's a lot of legislation that folks that helps protect these non-renewable resources that belong to everybody. So they already had a team on site with a construction team who specialized in going before, during, and after the big equipment, looking for fossils, and we're spoiled where fossils tend to come in clumps due to just the way the stream channels used to work their way down here. And so they were able to isolate the entire sections of Earth with particular fossil deposits, build boxes around them with the same company that helps move live trees by building boxes around the root balls. And they came over in 23 boxes, which is why we call it Project 23. So we have right here in front that I have my lights on. I was trying to make pretty for you guys. So this one's the elbow end of a saber-tooth cat humerus, so the upper front leg. That's the little groove that the crescent wrench of the ulna, the lower front leg, would plug into. So that's that action happening here. We've got the rib of a nice big herbivore, probably a horse or a bison. Back here, I have the lower jaw of one of our big Paramylodon ground sloths. Those guys are their like rhino size. Not around anymore. But again, a bigger ground sloth, not really sloth. On that side, a lot of really big bird bones. And in this box already, I have at least 2 gymnojets, or big condors, and one really big, good-shaped territor. It's our largest bird. We just met the deer on my hand for a moment. It's about that big wingspan.
Why are you doing your fucking suffrage, you cunt?
And so that's about how big those birds are. And then this one over here, again, in a pile of saber-tooth cat ribs and direwolf hip bones and lots of sticks and branches. We've got this arch here and kind of this shape that I promise is there. But that's kind of a flat shape that's actually a shoulder blade of one of these big sloths. Our classic variety pack.
What is kind of the, like, layout of this? Because in the middle, there's this really big cluster of bones, and then over here, unless I'm not interpreting it correctly, this looks like there's almost nothing.
You're exactly correct.
Okay.
You're exactly correct. Good observational skills. Congratulations. And that's also why, if you notice, that area is more work on so far.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, what we're trying to do is kind of take slices and work our way towards this.
so that we can see some of the geological profiles. Basically, look at that layer cake and see what it tells us about how these deposits formed.
Gotcha.
Because no game of Twister gets you this tangled up.
Yeah.
This is all biological and geological forces working together, and it's complicated.
Yeah.
And like in the past, like we kind of like summarize it in a way that's kind of gotten to the point that it's not terribly accurate anymore. And so we're really trying to collect some good data using technology that helps us visualize things in different ways, 3D computer modeling systems to try to make that change through time and how these deposits form, and sometimes kinetically accessible. So we're kind of slicing in that way, but we're using more like hammers and chisels over there.
Yeah.
And moving to things like dental tools once we're in here.
Is this like clay? Is this like a different material than the asphalt?
A lot of those areas are clay. That's also what a lot of this dust that has blown up on top of here is from. But there's also some areas over here. Let's see if I can. That's basically.
Wow.
If you were to make pavement.
Yeah, it's like getting a parking lot.
Yes. Because what they do for that is they take refined asphalt and mix it with a very particular mix of sands and gravels and kind of things so that it turns into blacktop pavement. This kind of nature-made pavement right here.
Ah, gotcha.
Which means it's less likely to have fossils in it, and fortunately also doesn't. So that makes my life easier. And then these ones are copies of fossils that I brought out just to make it easier, because I have a lot of practice seeing little bits of things and seeing what it is, but this right here I'm also just excited about, so that's why I brought it. So we're looking at just this piece exactly. Very good. It's a vertebrae. This one's also a saber-toothed cat. There's a second cervical vertebrae. So from the neck, this little round bit right here is actually the part in which your world turns. And you can see just kind of that little back side of it just sneaking up out of that next grid. And what's fun is this kind of little mountain range over here is just the top of the third cervical vertebrae. So the next one down is kind of sitting right behind it here. So just like we're seeing these bones that belong next to each other in the skeleton, next to each other in the deposit, we're seeing that again over here. And normally with something as common as a saber-toothed cat, I wouldn't be able to say with any kind of confidence they're from the same individual. Usually saber-toothed cats are second most common big animals, and they just get jumbled up. But I've got my fingers crossed.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, in case this does end up being a really cool individual who's important for science, I want you guys to get
What are the twist sides?
So these particular ones are where a piece of fossil, we are human, we make mistakes, someone broke it, and to keep this together so it's easier for it to go together in the laboratory and then to repair it, there's many different ways you could flag it, but I've learned, especially because it's going to be months before I get to this particular spot, I want it to live, just literally physically be there, so that I don't have a chance to forget it later.
Yeah. What is this big flat thing? That's dirty.
I didn't, because there's a family-sized pack of Oreos that we've all been betting on to see if either part of a shoulder blade or part of a hip. But we won't know until we get it out and look at the other side. I've got my fingers crossed, but I don't know.
Wow. This is like a puzzle, like trying to dig things out of other things. And how long has this taken you so far?
This one we're actually only just back to after a hiatus. I've been very, very excited to get back to. I haven't dug in here since January 2020, so it's been a long time. We've worked on many other things, but this was my baby. But we originally opened it. It's been on and off, probably the most out of our fossil deposits, just because it's such a tidy deposit that's really good when we need for very specific projects, if we're doing like 3D scanning, that sort of thing. But this one we originally opened in 2013.
Wow.
And so
long time
about here. Paleontology is a science of lots of patience, but at the same time, I'm so spoiled rotten that like every single grain of sand I move, I get to be the first person ever in the history of everything to see behind that grain of sand and that grain of sand. And I usually don't have to wait long before it's another fossil. And it's not always a big thing. So like the lizard scales, mouse toes, insect legs, seed pods, freshwater snail shells, all those tinier fossils that are around these larger ones that are helping to tell kind of a more holistic story.
After a full day at the site, my brain was pretty saturated with interesting tidbits of information, but not too saturated to have a look at the bone room.
So Emily, how many fossils are in here? Like how many bones?
Well, so we think, around 4 to 5 million fossils. Only about 600,000 of those are fully cataloged and digitized, and this is our primary range, which is like our best curated section of the collection. So within here, I don't know, 500,000 to 1 million, maybe, I don't know. Just 500,000. Scientists have actually gone through and quantified sort of the types of injuries that different species get. So saber-toothed cats get a lot of lower back injuries, which is consistent with this idea that they're like leaping onto prey and grappling them to the ground. And meanwhile, dire wolves get a lot of the same injuries that we see in modern wolves, and that are sort of chasing down predators. They get injured in their feet and their heads, which is sort of like the kind of trampling injuries we see in modern hunters.
Just so many. Yeah, look, it's just...
It's like any drawer you pull out, and pretty much most of this aisle is just dire wolf skulls.
Jesus.
Like,
oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, and we have so many dire wolves, we don't even keep the rest of the body in this part of the collection. It's just skulls.
Oh my God.
So crazy. And they're arranged by pit, right? So these are just dire wolf skulls from pit 13, right? Like this whole wall, pit 13, dire wolf skull, pit 13, pit 13. Like it's all. I mean, there's hundreds of dire wolves just in this one pit, right?
That is ridiculous. I can't believe that this was like a real living thing. This isn't just like a cat. This is like an actual...
That was inside the head.
Yeah, that is insane.
And that cat was here. Like it walked right where you're standing, right here, because it got stuck here. And that's the amazing thing. Like like a lot of museums you go to and they pull stuff as if they went somewhere else and like dug it up and brought it back. Everything we have here is, with the exception of like the modern comparative collection, is like a fossil that was dug up right here in this park.
Unbelievable.
We have these like very unique challenges being specifically in the city of Los Angeles, because everybody comes to Los Angeles expecting to see things that people made up, like Hollywood and Disneyland and Universal Studios, and a lot of people come here and they think that we're fake. They think we're like one of these like fake LA, because like a tar pit, like what's a tar pit? It's so bizarre. You know, there's only... I mean, people think the asphalt's fake. They think like the people that you talk to in the lab and excavations of their actors, or sometimes even robots.
Oh my God.
People have a very high level belief about what Hollywood can do and what you can do in LA. So I know Sean. I don't know if you talked to him earlier, but he told me he was working on the turtle station, which is to measure bones, and you have to be very steady with it to get it calibrated just right. And so he had been sort of very still for a long time and stood up and somebody screamed, and he's like, "You're real."
I'm doing my job, thanks.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
This is good. These are some mammoth or mastodon, this mammoth femur here. And this is a really good example of what we call pitware, which are these beautiful sort of polished grooves we get on some of the bones in some of our pits. And we think it's caused by bones rubbing against other bones or against rocks. Really? And it's like those methane bubbles are coming up for hundreds of years, and it just forms these beautiful, so they're not cut marks. Nobody was butchering this mammoth, but they're just this cool examples of pitware. Probably more common in deposits that also have more water into them.
That's crazy. Yeah, that would totally throw me if I saw that. That's wild. The folks at La Brea were amazingly helpful, and I'm very grateful for them helping set this up. And it was really great to be able to actually meet Lindsay in person. Her and I have done a lot of work together in the past. She's one of the first creator friends I really made, and so it was really neat to be able to, do something together and take up the same airspace. The La Brea tar pits are a discovery that was one of the things that got me interested in paleoecology.
What do you mean?
And so being able to actually come here today, not only to finally see the sites in person, but to be able to get a little behind-the-scenes look and bring it to all of you has been an actual dream come true. So I'd like to give a huge thank you to the staff here at the La Brea Tar Pits for welcoming me, Lindsay, and my crew to come film here and share this all with you. If you ever find yourself in Los Angeles, California, and you're looking for something other to do than the glitz and glam of, Hollywood, I really recommend you come here to La Brea Tar Pits. It is an amazing location, and the only thing better than seeing these sites through your screen is actually seeing it in person. I'd like to give a huge thank you to all of you for watching. As always, any interaction on this video helps me continue doing what I do here for free, and I'd like to give an extra special thank you to patrons who make what I do here possible. Patrons get early ad-free access to all of my videos, and all the names
be in the credits of these videos as a small token of my appreciation. Remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, don't fall in. Idiot. Yo.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm just saying. New merch drop idea? What's going on, guys? Today we're here at the La Brea Tar Pits. Today I'm going to be telling you Yo, Lindsay, matching skulls? Yeah. Why is it only $100? That's pretty sick, actually.
It is.
Wow.
The jaw doesn't open, but it's $100.
That is actually kind of a steal. And it's like, it's your thing, dude. It's your whole thing. Yeah, you could make the jaw open.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Whoa.
Oh, wait, that one's open.
That's nice.
Yeah, I think that one is permanently.
Oh, it's the same?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are those also? Or are those demo?
We should ask. Tax write-off.
Everything is a tax write-off.
Are those
That's how the IRS
stands
does
for
that.
sale?
Yeah.
Milo.
And I sold it for $6.
With the stand, it's $150.
Dude, I feel like we might have to do it. Matching La Brea Tar Pits? Yeah. That's
So
great.
sick.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, I think I might have to do that as well. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. We're gonna get matching ones.
Yeah. Matching skulls.
Matching skulls, dude.
Matching skulls for the besties.
Oh yeah.
I have been looking at replica skulls of Smilodon for 3 years, and I just haven't done it. And this one is like half the price as other ones online. So, boom.
The
That's
sake
why
of
La
it.
Brea Tar Pits is the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. I'll admit at home with my matching identical skull with Lindsay. You know, we were a little bummed that the jaw didn't open, but little did I know that with a little help from the good people at UPS, my skull's jaw would open permanently. So thanks guys very much for that. Lindsay, I hope your skull's doing well, and this one misses you already. So thanks guys for watching. Until next time.
Wait, I need...
The $7,500 federal tax credit for eligible electric vehicles is ending. Must take delivery by September 30th, 2025.
When you need help figuring out how to style your studio apartment, you can just ask Google for ideas that match both your taste and the space. 250 square feet never felt so spacious. Ah, Home Sweet Studio.
In 1929 in Chicago, people kept mysteriously dying inside their homes. It took 15 deaths for the authorities to realize that these people were getting killed by their fridges. Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical looping through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with a spark from the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in flames. So one company tried to solve this problem, but in the process, they accidentally created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular, they ended up in nearly every home in America. But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet, including me.
You have high levels of a chemical you don't ever know.
It shocks me. Like, where could this have come from?
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, massive worldwide contamination by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
This is a video about one of the biggest chemical cover-ups in history. For legal reasons, I want to note that this investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. The story all began with an attempt to save lives. In 1936, a chemical company called DuPont set out to find a safer alternative to the gases used in fridges, one that was neither toxic nor flammable. Their lead scientist on the project was a 27-year-old chemist named Roy J. Plunkett. He was experimenting with a gas called tetrafluoroethylene, or TFE. It's a pair of double-bonded carbons, each bonded to 2 fluorine atoms. One morning, as Plunkett was setting up a test, his assistant picked out a cylinder full of TFE and twisted the valve. But nothing came out. Plunkett thought the gas must have leaked, but the cylinder still weighed about as much as a full one, so he grabbed a saw and cut the cylinder in half. Inside, he was shocked to see it was full of a white, slippery powder. So what happened to the gas? Well, what the chemist reasoned was that under the high pressure of the cylinder, one of the double bonds between the carbons and TFE must have broken. And now those 2 carbon atoms each had a bonding site. So one of them probably grabbed onto a carbon from a different TFE molecule, breaking its double bond, and then that molecule did the same, and the process repeated again and again until all of the TFE was trapped in these long chains. The gas had polymerized into polytetrafluoroethylene, forming this slippery powder. Plunkett just wanted to get rid of it, because it ruined his experiment. But before throwing it out, he decided to do some tests on it. So he tried pouring water on it, but the water just beat it off. So he tried acid. Again, nothing happened. Then he tried the strongest base he had, but that wouldn't melt it either. Plunkett went through all of the solvents in the lab, but the powder remained intact. It wouldn't melt, corrode, or react with anything. It was seemingly indestructible. The reason it was so indestructible was because of this bond, the carbon-fluorine bond. See, out of all of the elements, fluorine is the greediest, the most electron-hungry atom. Its outer shell is a single electron away from being complete, which would make it perfectly stable. So fluorine really, really wants that electron. And because it's so small compared to most other elements, the protons in its nucleus can get close to the electrons of other atoms. And because of their positive charge, they pull on them really hard. So near a carbon atom, fluorine grabs onto one of the carbon's electrons to complete its outer shell. And this keeps the 2 atoms bonded together. But the fluorine isn't done there. It keeps tugging on the carbon's electrons, pulling them closer to itself, which makes fluorine slightly negatively charged and the carbon slightly positive. So now there's an electrostatic attraction that makes this bond even stronger. Now, in reality, electrons behave more like fuzzy clouds than the orbiting points in this animation, but the principle still holds. In terms of energy, this is actually the strongest single bond a carbon can form. So if other atoms or molecules get close, they're essentially ignored. And Plunkett's magic powder was completely covered in carbon-fluorine bonds, so it hardly reacted with anything. Okay, so he's got this incredibly nerd stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it, because, like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, react with anything? But luckily, his employer, DuPont, they were actually working with the U.S. Army on the Manhattan Project. So they were refining uranium and plutonium. So of course there's a World War II reference in a Veritasium video. You just have to have it.
To get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas, uranium hexafluoride. It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
But then DuPont was like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff, it doesn't corrode, so maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this powder, they cram it together under high pressure to create these cakes, essentially. Now you had a solid of this material that you could machine into gaskets and cylinders that you could push into these pipes and put these tube linings into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic, right? Like a charm. The uranium hexafluoride was no match for this magic material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it,
there was never a substitute considered as far as I know.
The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything.
The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had issues with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took TE from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon. So they took ON from the end of those, and boom, Teflon.
Nice. Okay. That's a good name. Under the Army's order, DuPont ramped up Teflon production at their test plant in Arlington, New Jersey, giving their full supply to the government. But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance and high thermal stability, offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solvents, so gaskets, seals, pipes. But you couldn't put it into water to make a spray because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon, but there was an even bigger problem at that point.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initiator, and the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy. Then, a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction gets very hot very quickly. And if it gets above 200 degrees Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon and tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers. You need a way to dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding and creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happening in water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy before it ever heats up.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first, and to do that, DuPont needed help. In 1951, they purchased a special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the other end, there was a double-bonded oxygen and an OH group. That's what makes it an acid. And since there were 8 carbons in the chain, DuPont also referred to the acid as C8. The tail end of C8, like Teflon, was hydrophobic, but the acid head group loved water. It was hydrophilic. So when you add C8 into water, the molecules rearrange themselves so that the heads touch the water, but the Teflon-like tails don't. They create little bubbles all throughout the water, which are virtually dry on the inside. If you now inject TFE and stir the whole mixture up, well, the hydrophobic gas ends up in the middle of these C8 bubbles. And those bubbles are dispersed everywhere, evenly throughout the water. You know what this reminds me of? Is soap.
Yeah.
So it's the great combiner that allows like oil and water to mix.
And now if you sprinkle in initiator molecules, the initiator molecules also go into these bubbles. They start the polymerization reaction. So from TFE to Teflon. But now since it's happening spread all throughout these bubbles, the heat is evenly dissipated throughout the water and no one explodes.
And since Teflon is now suspended in a solution, you can spray it onto surfaces like a coating. This thing doesn't stick to anything. How do you stick it to the gaskets? You know, how do you actually use it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the trick was actually the surface had to be really rough. So what you do is you sandblast it to create grooves and imperfections at this like nanoscopic level. Now if you spray the coating on, what happens is if you heat it up, the water evaporates, the C8 it also evaporates, but Teflon, instead of it evaporating, it just softens up. So although there's no chemical interaction here, now it's mechanically stuck to the surface. That's how they got it to stick.
This is by far the best Prusa 3D printer experience that I've ever had so far.
Now this is Corvan, and it is that speed plus 20%. I'm not joking, but new.
With the war over, the Army lifted the secrecy bans on the Teflon patents, and DuPont was allowed to sell it commercially. And suddenly, people all over the world were coating everyday items in Teflon, trying to create a world-changing product. One day in 1954, a French engineer, Marc Gregoire, tried putting Teflon on his fishing gear to prevent tangles.
But then his wife saw him doing that, and her reaction was that this is absolute nonsense. No one is ever going to use this. You should do something that someone's actually going to use. So how about you put it on a pan? Make a pan non-stick.
And once these pans hit the market, it was a cooking revolution.
Teflon, Teflon,
Teflon. And DuPont knew exactly how to market it.
Even oatmeal won't stick to Teflon. Hey, me! Let me try.
And it wasn't just non-stick pans. Teflon, C8, and chemicals like it were used in everything.
Superweight contains the magic of DuPont Teflon.
Suddenly we had Teflon stain-resistant carpets and stain protection sprays like 3M's Scotchgard. Jackets lined with Teflon were waterproof and breathable.
Vortex is the brand name.
Teflon was so inert that medical implants made out of it wouldn't be rejected by the body. It was used to coat the Statue of Liberty's steel framework to save it from corrosion. And even bullets were coated with Teflon to minimize the damage they did coming out of the gun barrel. The term Teflon was so ubiquitous that when the Italian mobster John Gotti was being prosecuted in the late 1980s, none of the charges against him would stick, so he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1980s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon has a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals were everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
There's something wrong with this water. They won't tell us what it is.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia.
And this is what they expect the man's cows to drink on his own property.
He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm. You see the discoloration in the hair here on her neck. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I called the West Virginia State Veterinary, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS videotapes. Started watching these videotapes, and, there was a serious problem here.
Something wrong with this cow. Chopper's running through the ground.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had tumors and black teeth, and you could see on the videotape white foam coming out of this pipe on this landfill next door, with these animals standing in the white foam. The hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water.
This is a lower pipe. Do you see what's coming out of it?
It was a discharge pipe, and it had the marking of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company.
And the landfill that pipe was draining from belonged to DuPont's massive factory complex outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, just 6 miles away. That factory was Washington Works, the first commercial Teflon plant. It provided jobs for almost 2,000 people in the town, and DuPont's presence was felt everywhere.
I have been a resident of Parkersburg for 4 years. I do not work for the DuPont company, but I have seen how their people have done much for the cultural growth of this community.
There are facilities for tennis, camping, swimming, softball, and more than 20 areas equipped for cookouts and family picnics.
Care of the community. So when the town folk got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate, they found him and his family. As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
See, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates exactly which chemicals are safe to be in a landfill and in
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing that. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem. You know, nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe. It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body flushes it out. However, if you heat Teflon to 350 degrees Celsius, it starts releasing fumes that make people sick. This often happened to workers in Teflon plants. Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily, the symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever. And even though it rarely happens today, it's why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to be toxic, especially if you have pet birds at home, because their fumes make more toxic to them. But Teflon couldn't have poisoned Earl's cows. There were no fumes or high temperatures, so there must have been something else in the water. Rob filed a legal request for all the Washington Works operational records, and DuPont sent them over. More than 60,000 documents.
A lot of folks would try to say, okay, you want a lot of documents, we'll give you a lot of documents, and hope that there'd be no way somebody could actually wade through all of these files and all of these materials. But I am the kind of person that I do dig in. I do want to go through those documents, so I actually did read all of that.
And in those files, a certain chemical kept popping up everywhere. C8.
I never saw the kinds of things I was seeing now in these documents from DuPont.
In 1961, the same year Teflon pans hit the U.S. market, DuPont's in-house scientists tested C8 on rats. Ingesting as little as 1.5 milligrams of C8 per kilogram of body weight caused the rats' livers to grow abnormally, and a dose of 570 milligrams per kilogram was lethal. For reference, sodium cyanide, one of the most dangerous poisons, is lethal to rats in doses of 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram. But even though C8 was less fatal, it was concerning for two other reasons. First, like Teflon, its tail is made of carbon-fluorine bonds, which makes it incredibly stable. So C8 wouldn't break down in the environment for decades. And second, C8 looks like the fatty acids that humans and animals need for normal function, just with fluorines instead of hydrogens. So the concern was that C8 could get into the bloodstream, hitch a ride on the proteins that transport fatty acids around, and get almost anywhere in the body. And because of the carbon-fluorine bonds, humans and animals have no way to break down C8, so it could slowly build up, mimicking those fatty acids and potentially disrupting the systems they regulate, like the liver.
Toxic, persistent, bioaccumulative. So the concern was, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's got more opportunity to cause harm.
As a safety measure, that same rat study suggested that all these materials should be handled with extreme care, and that contact with skin should be strictly avoided. In 1962, DuPont redid the study and confirmed that high doses of C8 kill rats through injury to the stomach, intestine, brain, lungs, and pancreas. Then, in 1965, they found those same toxic effects in dogs. The evidence was mounting.
They were even studying monkeys. Some of the monkeys were dropping dead. These chemicals were causing toxic effects in multiple organ systems, in multiple species. All these studies weren't being shared with the scientific community.
And luckily, no one outside of DuPont would have noticed something was wrong if it was not for tooth decay.
The most widespread of all diseases.
In the 1950s, tooth decay was a nationwide problem, so the U.S. started adding inorganic fluorides like sodium fluoride to the public water supply. This helped fight cavities.
16 years after fluoridation, all children will have 65% less tooth decay.
This touchless faucet comes in handy. This one pair of glasses fixed problems I didn't know I had. Don't risk straining your eyes or wasting money on outdated prescription glasses. These
Fuck you.
In 1975, researchers wanted to know if that inorganic fluoride was getting into people's blood. So they sampled blood from around the US, and the results were as expected. More fluoride in the tap water meant more fluoride in the blood. But they found another type of fluorine in the blood too, which was organic fluorine, carbon-fluorine bonds, and it didn't follow the same trend.
These researchers were wondering, where's this coming from? Because this is not a naturally occurring substance. And they did research and they found that 3M was making these organic fluorides, things like PFOA, all right? So they approached 3M in 1975, asking them, hey, we found this stuff in the general U.S. population's blood, could it be yours? And 3M pled ignorance.
But just 3 months later, 3M compared the spectrum of organic fluorine from the study to their own chemicals, and it was a match. Their chemicals were getting into the blood of people all across the United States, but they didn't tell the researchers. 3M and DuPont were worried, so they checked their own workers' blood. And they found that they too were contaminated with C8 at levels 1,000 times higher than those in the study. And when DuPont checked their medical records, many of these workers were showing signs of liver disease. Meanwhile, DuPont was dumping almost 10 tons of C8 into the Ohio River each year, and they were piling up thousands more tons as C8 sludge that would leach from the landfill next to Earl's farm, all while showing commercials like these.
And the water that eventually flows to the river is collected at 5 points and analyzed to make sure we don't pollute the Ohio.
And by the early 80s, the first cancer study is done in rats, and it confirms PFOA causes, it might be causes testicular tumors, right? Sends alarm bells within the company, because the concern is, of course, we're putting this in the air, we're putting it in the water, it's in Teflon.
DuPont collected samples around Washington Works, and C8 wasn't just in the river, it was in the public water supply. So, in 1984, DuPont officials met to assess whether C8 should be swapped for a safer chemical. But their conclusion was that currently none of the options developed are, from a fine powder business standpoint, economically attractive. So C8 stuck around, and DuPont just came up with a safe dose for drinking water.
DuPont scientists are the first people on the planet to say what would be a safe level for humans. They calculated something like 0.6 parts per billion, which they rounded up to 1. The importance of that is, at that time, that was about the lowest level you could detect in water. Essentially, if we can detect it, it's too high.
So to put that into perspective, here is one 2,500 liter tank of water. It filled to the brim. Now imagine you take 1 drop of PFOA, 0.05 milliliters, and you place it not in one of these tanks, or 2 or 3, 20 of these tanks. That's 1 part per billion, and that's the number DuPont thought would be unsafe for humans to drink.
And after determining its own safety metric, DuPont tested the landfill wastewater leaching into Earl's Creek. It came back at 1,600 parts per billion.
They didn't tell anybody. Figured out what had finally happened to them.
Rob compiled all the evidence into a 900-page letter and Justice and even the U.S. Attorney General. And just a few months later, DuPont settled with Earl Tennant and his family for an undisclosed payment, although they didn't admit to any wrongdoing.
But this stuff wasn't just in the water the cows were drinking. This was in the surrounding community. Even around Mr. Tennant, the tens of thousands of people in that community had likely been drinking this for decades and didn't know.
So Rob sued DuPont again, now on behalf of the 70,000 people around Parkersburg who were unwittingly exposed to C8. And it wasn't just in the 1970s. Researchers analyzed blood samples from thousands of Americans all across the country. And 100% of those samples came back positive for C8, at an average of 5 parts per billion. But if virtually everyone in the US is contaminated, how harmful could C8 really be? This is exactly what Rob had to find out to have a fighting chance against DuPont. So in 2005, he spearheaded a medical study of everyone around Washington Works.
Scientists need to know if the chemical C8 causes any health problems. By completing a health questionnaire and having your blood tested, you can help.
Analyzing the blood samples and medical records took 7 long years.
And many in Parkersburg passed away before a verdict was even reached, including Earl and his wife Sandra.
But finally, in 2013, an independent science panel had the results. They confirmed a probable link between C8 and 6 human diseases, including thyroid disease, testicular cancer, and kidney cancer. And these findings were based solely on the nearby community, with an average C8 blood level of 28 parts per billion. So, for example, an average American male has around a 1 in 43 chance of developing kidney cancer. It's around 1 in 73 for females. But a person with more than 30 parts per billion of C8 in their blood serum might have about double the odds. So roughly 1 in 22 for males and 1 in 37 for females. But the data in many of these studies only included survivors, not people who might have already died from C8 exposure. So the verdict was that the findings must be interpreted with caution. The true risk of C8 might be even higher.
Luckily, once these studies were published in 2013, DuPont was pressured by the regulators to phase out C8.
And by 2017, they had to pay out over $600 million to victims of C8 exposure, which is a pretty small price to pay for a company that made almost $80 billion in sales just that year.
And all throughout, DuPont had no wrongdoing. But that wasn't the end of it for Parkersburg or anyone else, because DuPont separated its entire Teflon business into a spin-off company, Chemours, that agreed to use a different chemical. So what was it?
They simply took C8 and knocked 2 carbons off and started making C6.
They called it Gen X. Because it was shorter and had an oxygen atom interrupting the carbon chain, it was expected to be more degradable. So Chemours claimed a dose as high as 70 parts per billion of Gen X in drinking water would still be safe.
That chemical gets shipped to the same plant in West Virginia, so now Gen X goes into the air. Gen X goes into the Ohio River. Gen X is found in the So Gen X is allowed to come out into the world, be used in Teflon. Then the cancer study is done, which shows Gen X causes the exact same 3 tumors in rats that PFOA did. Liver, testicular, and pancreatic.
And the fact that its chain is shorter also makes Gen X more mobile, so it could contaminate larger areas. The truth is, we just don't know enough about it, and that's exactly the problem.
It took us decades to get to the point of finally addressing C8. They simply tweak it a bit, change the chemical name. All of the science and all of the concern, that's on C8. This is C6, or C9, or C4. You don't have enough evidence that these other ones are bad. This is whack-a-mole. We get to the point we're addressing one, and the new one pops up, and we're told we have to start over.
And it isn't just C8 or Gen X.
They belong to a family of over 14,000 different man-made chemicals, all covered in carbon-fluorine bonds. And companies can make them however they want. C7s, C9s, branched, polymers, acids. The generic term for all of these substances is PFAS, per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And like Teflon, they have almost magical qualities. They repel liquids, so PFAS are used to make clothing waterproof. They're also grease resistant, so we coat things like fast food wrappers and microwave popcorn bags in PFAS to prevent stains. Waterproof lipstick and mascara, hygiene products, and even contact lenses have PFAS in them.
Even the screen you're watching this on likely has a PFAS anti-smudge coating.
The trouble is that the same carbon-fluorine bonds that make PFAS so stable and useful in consumer products also make them incredibly persistent in the environment. Which is why you might also know PFAS under a different name, Forever Chemicals. They have been found everywhere, from bustling cities to untouched areas of wilderness. Every continent, including Antarctica, has PFAS all over it.
Almost every living creature From polar bears to birds to fish. I mean, this stuff is being found everywhere. So massive global contamination, but by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
Even though companies knew how dangerous these chemicals were 50 years ago, they decided not to inform the public and the regulators. So we're only finding out about this global contamination now. And there have been many cases where important public health information doesn't get widely disseminated for years. And whenever that happens, media coverage can be inconsistent, which is why I partnered up with Ground News as the sponsor of this video. Their platform reveals how stories like these are covered across the media landscape. For example, a recent study suggested that 23 million Americans were exposed to forever chemicals through wastewater. But you probably haven't seen the story since fewer than 40 outlets even published it. And take a look at how different some of these headlines are. With Ground News, you can also see that government-funded sources had limited reporting of this story, and only 9% of the publications were right-leaning. So Ground News flagged this as a potential blind spot. It's highlighted on their blind spot feed, where you can see stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. And the whole point of Veritasium is to make videos that get to the truth, whether that's explaining misconceptions or getting to the bottom of potentially dangerous chemicals. Ground News helps us do that, and they can help you too. So if you, like us, care about getting to the truth, go to ground.news/VE or scan this QR code. Our link gets you 40% off their Vantage plan. And now, back to PFAS.
Okay, now I want to find out how much of these chemicals is actually in my blood. So I have a little test here. I hate the idea of getting my blood. Okay, that was pretty easy actually. I was really worried that there was not going to be enough blood coming out. But now there's plenty. So the question is, how much of these dangerous chemicals are in my blood?
Has anyone ever come back with blood that has zero PFAS whatsoever?
I've been doing blood testing on PFAS since 2007, and I've never seen a non-detect.
No way.
So I hear that 98% of the population has PFAS in their blood, but I'm looking for that 2% that doesn't, because I've yet to see them.
That's incredible. I mean, very, very bad incredible, but wow.
But if everyone on Earth has trace amounts of these chemicals in their blood, how much harm could they really be doing?
I want to make a distinction, because it turns out not all PFAS are equally dangerous. You can kind of split them up into two groups. First up, you have long, repeating chains of carbon-chlorine bonds that are tens or hundreds of thousands of atoms long. So, stuff like Teflon. These are so big and inert that even if you do ingest them, your body's just going to flush them out. They can't be absorbed into your bloodstream, so you're pretty safe. They're called fluoropolymers because of the long, repeating chain.
They said that since I worked full-time, I wouldn't be able to go to school. So WGU, I was able to do my classes on my own time and take all my tests online when it suited me best. Learn more at wgu.edu.
This is a cup. Warm. It's not perfect. So we made it better, but that wasn't enough. So we created totes, beach bags, backpacks, tumblers that keep things hot, tumblers to keep things cold, products that make your life better the second you step out the door. But that wasn't enough. So we committed our company to doing good everywhere. All it took was a sip in the right direction. Simple motto, good everywhere.
Plan your trip at wildernessresort.com.
Change carbon and fluorine bonds. But the catch is, to make these fluoropolymers, stuff like Teflon, you need to use processing aids, things like PFOA or genetics, and those are the nasty ones. These molecules are 5 to 10 carbons long, which makes them small enough to actually enter the bloodstream. They have functional groups at the end that are usually acids. The most common ones are perfluoroalkyl acids, which means that they can bind to the proteins in your blood and be transported anywhere in your body. So they slowly accumulate and build up over time. Now there are more than just two groups of PFAS and even different definitions of what PFAS even are, but most of what we know really relates to just a handful of chemicals from this group here, to these perfluoroalkyl acids.
Perhaps the most comprehensive document on PFAS toxicity was published in 2022 by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and it looked at only 7 perfluoroalkyl acids. These are sister chemicals to PFOA, and some of them, like PFOS and PFHXS, were used heavily in the production of stain and water-resistant products like 3M's Scotchgard, before they too got phased out due to toxicity concerns. The report surmised that if the sum of these 7 acids in your blood is below 2 parts per billion, there shouldn't be any harm. If your level is between 2 and 20 parts per billion, there's a potential for harmful health effects. Although the exact mechanism by which PFAS cause harm isn't fully understood, exposure has most consistently been associated with high cholesterol, a decreased immune system response to vaccines and infections, kidney cancer, and decreased growth in infants. But PFAS have also been linked to dozens of other conditions, and above 20 parts per billion, the risk is even greater. So where do I fall on this graph?
That's what I'm saying. The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? Fuck you.
Alright. You're positive for PFOA. Okay. The level for PFOA for a US person went down from 5 parts per billion around the 2000s to around 1.46 that you have. So you're super average for a US person. Great, okay. The good news is though, no Gen X for you or for me, which is great. Alright, let's go. But the real surprise, I guess, is PFOS, the sister chemical. And it was used in a similar way, so stain-resistant carpets, treated clothing, and your result is at 8.93 parts per billion, whereas the US average is 4.3. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, it is crazy because it was discontinued pretty much in 2002.
This is not the results I expected. I honestly expected very boring results of like, yeah, you're around the middle of the pack or a little bit on the low side.
And then for PFHXS, basically PFOS, 6 instead of 8 carbons, your levels here are almost 7 parts per billion, but the US average is 1 part per billion. You're higher than 95% of Americans.
It shocks me because like I was fully walking into this meeting expecting to be, roughly average.
Yeah, to me it's scary. You live a normal life thinking that you're taking care of everything, and then you have high levels of chemicals.
The combined sum of all the PFAS detected in my blood was 17.92 parts per billion, more than double the US median. I'm just below the level where the National Academies recommend additional screenings for PFAS-related diseases.
I had no idea I would come back with such elevated levels. I'd love to get the level sort of down a bit to a level where I feel like it's more in line with the general population.
Yeah.
But like, where could this have come from?
There are 3 main ways to get exposed
Why is
to
there
forever
fucking
chemicals,
bed there?
and the one you'll hear the most about in the media is likely PFAS-containing products.
Shampoo, dental floss, paints, varnishes,
potentially dangerous chemicals, toxic chemicals.
People are throwing out their non-stick cookware.
My wife threw out all our non-stick pans over a year ago, and since then we've been using stainless steel. She is very good at making it not stick. Me, not so much. But are pans really the problem? The actual coating on the pan is Teflon, which again is just a long inert chain of carbon-fluorine bonds. So even if you ingest it, it doesn't react with your body. If you have a pan like that at home, you probably don't need to throw it out. The same goes for most other PFAS-containing products. Waterproof clothing, stain-resistant furniture, and sweat-proof watch bands might all release some level of PFAS, but the risk of direct exposure through skin is likely low. So the bigger problem is how easily PFAS from these products can end up in the environment. And many of the factories that make these products don't have a good track record of keeping the chemicals contained.
People don't understand that the stories that you see, for example, what was happening in the community in West Virginia, this is the same chemical and the same things that we're seeing play out now in Australia, and in Japan, in Italy, in Germany, in the UK. I mean, there are a lot of folks that are still not grasping the fact that these are the same chemicals.
Our second main source of exposure is food. A lot of it comes packaged in PFAS-treated materials like takeout boxes, microwave popcorn bags, and burger wrappers.
It's not a burger wrapper. Is it a tiny amount?
is a ridiculously tiny amount. We actually did tests at the lab with stuff that usually contains PFAS. So, microwave popcorn, fast food wrappers, paper cups that are waterproof. So I have the tap water here from a house in London. Could we boil some water, because usually you interact with these products when they're hot, and then see if any of the PFAS leaches off, and you potentially eat them or drink them?
This is citizen science, right? So it's like, there might be some error, but with a solid control, and then with the same tap water going to all of them, we can at least get something.
Yeah, and even if we get nothing, you'll know that.
Why the fuck is there just a random ass? Okay, then I'm not gonna ask.
Well, it's supposed to be safe for human consumption.
Yeah.
It's the wild thing.
We sloshed it around there, hot water, boiling water for around 30 seconds, and then we tested the water to see if any of the PFAS that are used to coat these items would actually make it into the water. So here's what I got. And these are parts per trillion now. So for PFOA, good news, basically no detection anywhere, except for the microwave popcorn. I will say these are very low levels, but hold your horses, because microwave popcorn gets worse.
The thing about microwave popcorn, it's sitting in there wrapped up with the popcorn for months or years before you ever stick it in your microwave. That gives those chemicals plenty of time to like leach into the oils, and it's going to go all over the popcorn and you're going to eat it. This could explain some of our own results. The level for PFPEA, which is a shorter variation of PFOA, came back at 10 parts per trillion after the popcorn bag test. And you can see similar results in some of the other PFAS species.
I think microwave popcorn actually drops for PFOS. Why could that be? We don't actually know.
I was gonna say maybe the PFAS went on that wrapper and found its friends and just hung out there.
Yeah, could be. I know we've only done one test here, no repeat measurements, so we can't conclude much from this. But there's something to be said for when you're using these products, they're gonna leach into your water, leach into your food.
And research tends to agree. A 2019 study found that eating fast food and microwave popcorn especially can increase your PFAS load, while eating home-cooked meals doesn't. But even something as simple as reheating your food on a plate instead of in the original packaging can prevent PFAS from migrating to your food. Now, you might expect that these part per trillion levels we detected in the London tap water are nothing compared to the parts per billion you'd find in human blood. But the surprising thing is that to have 2 parts per billion of PFOA in your blood, you don't need to drink water with 2 parts per billion of PFOA in it. Because PFAS accumulate in your body over time. So even water with as little as 4 parts per trillion of PFOA combined with other exposure can be enough to maintain your blood levels this high. And this is why, in addition to food, water is your biggest source of exposure. This is especially true if you live near a PFAS factory where the local water is often heavily contaminated. But the same goes for areas near military bases or airports. See, adding chemicals like PFOA or PFOS to water lowers its surface tension, so the water gets more slippery. And these chemicals also tend to foam up, so they make for an excellent ingredient in firefighting foams. They spread quicker, and the foam blocks access to oxygen extremely well. And since both military bases and airports frequently do fire drills with these foams, they end up seeping into the surrounding soil and groundwater. But it doesn't stop there.
The pursuit to serve others is yours. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Pod's last sale of the summer has been extended. Save up to 25% until September 22nd at pods.com.
Nice. You got a loan guy.
Yeah, needed the help.
How did they get to the lease? Like, literally. How'd you find them?
We went to Geico for our home insurance. They did all the shopping and helped find the right policy for us.
Wow. Geico really works for you.
Bingo. Which means the Geico does too.
Not to worry.
Let Geico work for you. Get more with Geico. These glasses are not a toy. Nobody believed me at first, but now everybody wants a pair. My friends roasted me for buying Miracle glasses online. They said I got scammed, but then I showed them what they could do. Now they're all begging me to send them the link. They're called No Blue glasses, and they're nothing like the glasses you're used to. These things actually adjust automatically to your eyes, whether you're reading a book or looking across a room. Seriously, they correct both farsightedness and nearsightedness without needing a prescription. It's like getting perfect vision on demand. And the best part? No doctor visits, no eye tests, no lens swaps. Let me give you 7 reasons why No Blue glasses are blowing up right now. 1. They automatically adjust to your vision. From 100 to 700 diopters, they adapt instantly as you go about your day. Just put them on and everything gets clear. 2. They protect your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays. Whether you're glued to a screen or out in the sun.
Shut up.
Currently, we have reached planetary saturation levels for PFAS, which means that when you look up at that cloud and it rains unsafe levels of at least 4 PFAS species.
It turns out that our entire water cycle is contaminated with PFAS. So even when it rains on the Tibetan Plateau, that rain contains PFAS. To check the water levels in your area, you can use these maps that show PFAS contamination across the US, Europe, and Australia.
What about Los Angeles? Encino. That's where I spent like 7 of the last 10 years.
Crescenta Valley.
Those are all high.
Yeah. Santa Clarita, some PFH excess levels crazy. So maybe you're getting your water from Santa Clarita.
Wow.
There's a calculator. It could give you what an estimate in your blood serum is. What we can try to do now is to put that up in the calculator, see if you get something close to what you have if you want. Sure. PFH excess. So typical value for an adult is 1 part per billion, and then the Santa Clarita water is around 37 parts per trillion.
Do you look after like 10 years?
So after roughly 10 years of exposure, you're going to have 6.85 parts per billion in your blood. And then I can tell you what you are at, 684.
That would explain things.
Now, I can't say for sure where my drinking water was coming from, but if I was consistently drinking water contaminated at similar levels, then that would explain my results. But if you're worried about your own water, you should contact your provider directly for the most relevant information. It's concerning just how unregulated drinking water has been.
It was actually only a year ago, in April 2024, that the US EPA finally set legal limits for PFAS in drinking water.
The safe level for PFOA went down from DuPont's initial 1 part per billion to 4 parts per trillion.
So we're no longer talking about 1 drop of PFOA in 20 of these tanks. We're talking about 1 drop in 5,000. That's 5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And if there's even a drop of PFOA in there, the EPA is concerned.
The same 4 parts per trillion limit was also set for PFOS, the sister chemical. And Gen X went down from the 70,000 parts per trillion initially proposed by Chemours to just 10. The same goes for PFHXS. For reference, the EPA's limit for lead in water is 10,000 parts per trillion, and for cyanide, 200,000.
It gives you a pretty clear indication of how concerned the scientific community is.
And just when we got EPA limits, we got a new administration in the US which might be reversing some of the PFAS bans. So you can't always depend on the regulators, and you seemingly can't depend on the companies that make this stuff to dispose of it safely. So what can you do?
If your water is contaminated, you might want to consider getting a PFAS certified filter. Reverse osmosis, granulated active carbon, and ion exchange filters are all capable of removing PFAS out of drinking water. But the responsibility to filter drinking water shouldn't come down to the individual. PFAS should be captured at the source during manufacturing, before they ever reach the environment. And some companies, like Pure Affinity, are developing custom filters to make that happen.
So, very lab-looking labs.
So could you walk me through like what all these pipes do and what do you have in here?
So this water is representative of where you've had a big firefighting foam incident. So you want to filter this water, but basically the concept is take it from the top through the vessel. As it passes through this material, it basically sticks on to some of the PFAS chemicals in water, and then you run into another part of treatment, and a third one.
To me, it seems like if PFAS are so like bioaccumulative and actually persistent and stable, they don't really react with things. So how do you force them to react with stuff in here?
Basically taking advantage of this long organic tail as well as the polar head, and so you can have some electrostatic interactions with the polar head, and then you can have some hydrophilic and hydrophobic interactions with the tail. And by combining these 3 binding mechanisms, you increase massively your likelihood of binding PFAS. even if it's still difficult.
Right. Do the levels drop 100% already here, or do you see a gradual decrease?
That's a great question. So in the beginning, it drops 100% after this one.
Oh, so problem solved, or?
Problem solved for the time being.
Okay.
What we see right now is it will last about 40,000 volumes of this vessel. So a 10-liter vessel would basically provide all of the PFAS treatment for a household.
In a year?
For a year.
You want this to be in factories first, so it never gets into the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking to the fluorochemicals manufacturers, and they're really trying to move forward rather than just wait for regulations.
Everyone's true risk from PFAS will be different. It depends on dozens of factors, like your water contamination, your lifestyle, what you eat. But how much should you really worry about? If I'm at 17 or 18 parts per billion, is that the equivalent of drinking a beer a night or going out in the Australian sun without sunscreen?
So what I like to do is create this hierarchy of risk. And in terms of hierarchy of risk reduction, number one on that is stopping smoking, exercising, consuming a healthy whole food diet, and making sure you're getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Then you have medium levels of intervention, seeing your primary care doctor, controlling your cholesterol numbers. And then on the lower tier that you have, PFAS probably falls into that lower tier.
Being preventative about PFAS is currently our only option because there are no approved medical treatments available.
However, if you compare PFAS contamination between the sexes, male levels are consistently higher, at least up until around the age of 50, when menopause usually starts.
This is partly because menstruation, birth, and lactation are all ways PFAS can pass through the placenta and into the fetus during pregnancy. And then the baby can also get exposed through breast milk.
It's something that pregnant people should be extremely careful about. You know, young children are incredibly susceptible. They're drinking more water, they're growing, they're near surfaces like treated carpets.
Now, not everyone has to change their lifestyle because of PFAS.
But if you're in a high-risk group because of pregnancy or because you live or work in a PFAS-contaminated area, you might want to consider it.
Firefighters have especially high PFAS levels because their gear and foams are laced with them. Remarkably, a 2022 study found that when firefighters donated blood or plasma frequently enough, they reduced their PFAS levels by up to 30% within a year.
And it's kind of ironic that, you know, our health system is coming back to bloodletting.
What do you think about the idea of donating blood as a way to reduce PFAS in the body?
I've never heard of that as a strategy. That's kind of interesting. Well, I definitely recommend people donate blood more frequently, not because of PFAS exposure, but because of the fact we desperately need blood. What's important to note is that, especially in this current administration, we need to be very careful about shifting budgets away from research agencies, because without that research, the guidance that I'm giving is going to be significantly more flawed. The reason I'm able to talk about what we know and what we don't know comes from that research. So if we're going to be cutting the budgets to these major agencies and letting scientists go, we're only going to get worse and worse information.
We are still a good few years away from proper medical treatment and better PFAS regulations because this is extremely tricky. There are places where we should ban PFAS completely, like hygiene products, cosmetics, and food packaging. And some countries are already doing that. But we also can't ban PFAS altogether, at least not yet, because we still rely on these chemicals for things like medical implants, and it's currently impossible to make semiconductors or our electronics without them.
All the tubing for the vaccine manufacturing is PFAS-based. They take us to space as well, our space suits. But even in these niche applications, we have to be responsible around how we use it.
People are coming together from a lot of different disciplines to create destruction mechanisms, to create novel capture materials, and to create novel replacements. I am excited and inspired by all of the great work that's going on around me. So I think if people want to learn more, I would advise them to learn about the risk, but then also learn about the new technology that's being developed that will hopefully put us in the right direction.
So to me, you know, one of the most important things we can do is have discussions like what we're doing right here. If the story is and the information is out there, people can make informed choices about whether they want to continue purchasing things that have these materials in them. And what we're seeing is consumers, as they do become aware, are saying, no, we don't want these chemicals. And companies are voluntarily coming forward and taking these chemicals out of products because the consumers are now demanding them.
We've been here before with leaded gasoline, Freon, and asbestos, and each time we did the research and made the right decision to phase these chemicals out. With PFAS, we're just starting to understand the problem, but I'm hopeful we'll make the same decision again. If you want to inform yourself more about PFAS, we've attached all the sources we've used to make this video down in the description. It's actually our longest episode ever, and we couldn't have made it without the help of our sponsor, Ground News. So if you want to be more informed about the issues around the world that are affecting you and everyone else out there, go to ground.news/VE or use this QR code. I really want to thank Ground News for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
Meet the Lux Brewer. One touch for a brew that matches and exceeds the SCA Golden Cup standards. Try a smooth and refreshing coffee with cold brew, or personalize your own settings with custom mode.
The fantasy of a hostile foreign nation launching a full-scale invasion of the United States has been a common trope in fiction now for decades. And while the idea of a foreign power invading the United States has been around since the nation's founding, the modern fictional trend of depicting a foreign invasion of the country sort of dates back to the release of the movie Red Dawn in 1984, which depicts a joint Soviet, Cuban, Nicaraguan, and Mexican ground invasion of the United States over the Mexican border after Mexico undergoes a communist revolution that installs a Marxist government in power there that grants the Soviets military access. While its remake that came out decades later in 2012 somewhat more implausibly depicts a joint North Korean-Russian invasion and occupation of the US West Coast instead. The idea has also been a fairly common trope in recent video games, with Call of Duty's Modern Warfare 2 released in 2009 and its sequel Modern Warfare 3 that released in 2011, both depicting a massive Russian invasion and occupation of the entire US East Coast. A feat that stretched the imagination even back then, a decade before Russia's struggling invasion of Ukraine began. There's also the video game Homefront that released in 2011 that depicts the successful North Korean invasion and occupation of the western US. And then there's also the many Fallout games that in the build-up to global nuclear war depicts a full-scale Chinese invasion of Alaska from across the Bering Strait. But obviously, as interesting as all of these fictional scenarios are, we all know deep down that the United States could never actually become the target of a hostile foreign invasion. We all know that the United States is separated from any major rival by two vast oceans. And we all know that the US military is dramatically more powerful than any rival is. We've all been watching how terrible the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been going for the past 2+ years now. And that's a country that's directly next door to Russia that has thousands of kilometers worth of land borders, let alone what an invasion of a much bigger country over on the other side of the world would look like. We all generally know that a big foreign invasion of the United States is impossible. But what most of us don't really appreciate is just how utterly, laughably impossible it actually is when you really start digging into the specifics of it. And I will argue in this video that even if the entire rest of the outside world combined joined all of their populations and military assets to cooperate on a mission to invade and conquer the United States, it would still be completely impossible for them to all actually pull it off. And here are all of the many, many reasons why that's the case.
I mean, without the nukes, yeah, without using their fucking nuclear bombs, but if they use the nukes, we're all fucked.
The United States would have to immediately encounter the American nuclear defense strategy and doctrine, which, all on its own, would immediately halt any invasion attempt from the outside world. You see, the United States utilizes a nuclear triad defense doctrine, a three-legged strategy that involves land-based, sea-based, and air-based nuclear weapons scattered all across the world that would be logistically impossible for anyone, no matter how strong, to fully eliminate before the United States can retaliate. The land-based leg of America's nuclear triad is represented by the hundreds of hardened nuclear ICBM launch silos that the country operates and maintains across the Great Plains in the states of Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado, deep within the interior of the country, thousands of miles away from any beachhead landing site that an invading army could potentially attack from. There are around 450 total ICBM silo locations scattered all across all of these territories, but only around 400 of the silos actually contain the missiles, leaving around 50 of them behind as decoys to disrupt any potential first strike on them and waste an attacker's time. Under normal circumstances, the U.S. President and the Secretary of Defense have direct, reliable, and almost instant contact with each of the ICBM launch crews. The launch control facilities for each of these missile silos are located at the 3 different military bases nearby to each of the silo clusters. If, when under attack, contact between these ground-based launch control centers and the remote missile launch facilities is lost, specially designed E-6B Airborne Launch Control Center aircraft will automatically assume the command and control of the missiles from the air. From within the interior of the country, they will maintain direct contact with the president, which means that even if an enemy was somehow able to neutralize all 3 military bases and their command centers at once in the middle of Montana, North Dakota, and Wyoming, they would still have to contend with somehow shooting down all of these planes as well. Were an invading enemy to fail, each of the hundreds of ICBMs that America parks underground across these hundreds of silos pack enough destructive force to blow up an entire city, and they have an operating range of approximately 14,000 kilometers, enabling them to strike virtually all major population centers across the Americas, Eurasia, Oceania, and most of northern Africa if they wanted to, leaving only southern Africa and western Australia outside of America's ICBM. And even if you were somehow able to avoid or neutralize all of these hundreds of land-based ICBMs, you'd still have to deal with the sea-based leg of America's nuclear triad as well. The United States maintains a fleet of 14 Ohio-class strategic submarines that can be armed with submarine-launched ballistic missiles carrying nuclear warheads. 8 of these nuclear-armed strategic missile submarines are home-ported in Bangor, Washington, nearby to Seattle, while the other 6 are home-ported in Kings Bay, Georgia, nearby to Jacksonville, providing the U.S. strategic submarine fleet with major bases of operations in both the Pacific and the Atlantic. Each of these strategic submarines are powered by an advanced nuclear reactor on board, which enables the subs to operate effectively indefinitely without the need to ever refuel. This is how, on average, each of the subs will spend about 77 days continually at sea and underwater out on patrol, followed by around 35 days back at port in either Georgia or Washington for maintenance before going back out on patrol again. Because of this rotating cycle of patrol and maintenance, the U.S. Navy maintains around 8 of these strategic missile submarines scattered all around the world's oceans at any given time, 365 days a year. Their exact locations while out on patrol beneath the ocean at any given time is a closely guarded top secret, which is the whole point of them. They could be anywhere at any time, and a major attack on the United States would have to consider that. Each of these 8 or so strategic submarines that are constantly out on patrol are armed with around 20 Trident II D5 ballistic missiles that contain multiple independently targeted nuclear warheads on board. The missile's exact range is classified, but it's estimated to be somewhere around 12,000 kilometers or more, and they're so accurate, they can hit their intended targets within only 100 meters from all that distance away. Each one of these strategic missile submarines packs enough apocalyptic firepower to destroy an entire country. And there are always 8 of them permanently deployed around the world at all times in unknown locations that any attacker of the United States would also somehow have to deal with. You'd have to somehow find and eliminate all 8 of these nuclear submarines that could be located literally anywhere across any of Earth's oceans before they could fire their missiles, which would sort of be like trying to find 8 needles across 3 haystacks, each the size of a city. And if the sea and land-based legs of America's nuclear triad weren't enough, there's also the air-based leg of the triad that any attacker would have to contend with as well. The U.S. military stores hundreds of nuclear bombs across several of their overseas military bases abroad, including across 6 of their bases in Europe, ranging from Kleine-Brogel in Belgium, to Volkel in the Netherlands, Buchel in Germany, Getty and Aviano both in Italy, and at Incirlik in Turkey. U.S. strategic bombers stationed at these European bases can be quickly armed with nuclear bombs and given orders to take off for strategic strikes. While almost certainly, the United States also stores nuclear bombs at another one of their overseas military bases on a small island here called Diego Garcia, in the middle of the Indian Ocean, where American strategic bombers can sortie out from and attack targets rapidly anywhere around the rim of the Indian Ocean, putting locations like Western Australia and Southern Africa that are out of range of American ICBMs to being within range of American strategic bombers. Combined, the land, sea, and air-based legs of America's nuclear triad put the entire world into the range of American nuclear firepower. which means that in order for an enemy to avoid an overwhelming US nuclear response, an invader would have to somehow eliminate every single component of the entire triad. From all of the hundreds of missile silos in their command centers across the interior of the country, deep within North America, to all 8 of the submarines operating at secret locations across the world's oceans and their bases on opposite ends of the country, to all of the nuclear bomb storage sites and their air bases dotted all across Europe and on the other side of the world in the dead center of the Indian Ocean. Dismantling all of this would require worldwide logistical coordination and support to have any hope of success already. And it's probably just an impossible feat to accomplish. In addition to America's advanced offensive capabilities with firing their nukes at enemies, there's also America's advanced defensive capabilities with intercepting and destroying incoming enemy nuclear attacks as well. You see, there are only 7 countries in the entire world outside of the United States that are known to possess nuclear-armed ICBMs in their arsenals. The United Kingdom, France, Russia, Israel, India, China, and North Korea. And the only states out of that narrow list that are actually potentially hostile to the United States are Russia, China, and North Korea. But even if every single ICBM-armed country was hostile to the United States, they would all still have a difficult time with getting all of their missiles through into the United States without inviting a U.S. retaliatory strike that would destroy them all as well. Every nuclear ICBM-armed power is located within the Northern Hemisphere, and all of them besides for the United States are also located in the Eastern Hemisphere, which means that if any of them were to fire their missiles at the United States, the shortest distance for them to take would be by flying over the Arctic Circle and Canada first. The U.S., of course, has been well aware of this dynamic for decades now, which is why the country maintains an advanced early missile warning system called the Solid-State Phased Array Radar System, or SSPAR. The whole network maintains systems bases at 5 geographically separate locations that roughly covers the entire continental United States by early warning radar and space surveillance, with bases within or near to the Arctic Circle in the UK, northwestern Greenland, and central Alaska, and additional bases for Pacific and Atlantic coverage based at Beale, California, and at Cape Cod, Massachusetts, all of which work together to alert the United States of any potential ICBM approaches hours before they actually strike, giving Washington plenty of time to plan out a retaliatory strike. But okay, let's just assume that for whatever reason, nuclear weapons aren't being used in an invasion of the United States, and America's nuclear arsenal has been either successfully destroyed or it's been decided to not use it. A massive ground invasion of the U.S. mainland, even if carried out by the entire outside world combined, still wouldn't work out for the following reasons. First of all, is America's vast and interconnected defense alliance network with dozens of other countries from all around the globe. As of 2024, the United States maintains legally binding mutual defense pacts with 53 different countries from all around the world, spanning all the countries in NATO, including big countries like Canada, Spain, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Sweden, and Turkey. The Rio Treaty in the Americas that includes big countries like Brazil, Colombia, and Argentina. The ANZUS Treaty with Australia and New Zealand. And more individual defense treaties that have been crafted with Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Thailand. Out of the top 40 countries in the world by annual military spending after the United States, 23 of them are legally obliged to come to America's defense during an attack or invasion scenario. And that's on top of the estimated 750 or so U.S. military bases that are dotted all across the world that partially contain any potential American geopolitical rival. Russia is surrounded by NATO countries in the west and by Japan and South Korea in the east. China and North Korea, meanwhile, are heavily contained by American military bases in the region and by America's regional allies in the first island chain. Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines, and to a lesser degree by Taiwan and Thailand, while Iran is similarly constrained by American military bases to their south and west. In order for anyone to carry out a successful invasion of the United States, hundreds of these overseas U.S. military bases with tens of thousands of U.S. troops at them would all have to somehow be neutralized first, while America's massive defensive alliance system that spans around the world would also have to somehow be dissolved or neutralized too, just in order to prevent most of the other most powerful countries in the world from assisting the U.S. And then, even if an outside power was able to somehow do all of that and unite the entire world against America, they would still have to contend with the sheer power of the U.S. armed forces themselves, which, all on their own, even without any allies, are virtually unchallengeable. And that's because the U.S. Air Force, and especially the U.S. Navy, are truly in a league of their own on a global scale. In terms of naval assets, other than France, the United States is the only country in the world that operates nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. And while France only has one of these nuclear-powered carriers, the United States currently has 11 of them. There are 27 aircraft carriers currently in service worldwide across every country's navy.
Pretty sure some actually did sink.
And all of them
Not sure,
outside
though.
of the American and French navies are powered with traditional diesel or gasoline fuel. This enables America's carriers to hypothetically run continually without the need to refuel themselves for up to 25 years. With the need to find a port to refuel for oil eliminated, the only limiting factors for a U.S. carrier deployment are shore leave and food stores. And food stores can be provided by helicopters to the carrier if they really don't want to stop at a port and extend their mission length. 40% of all the operating aircraft carriers in the world right now are within the U.S. Navy alone, while 77% of all the world's aircraft carriers belong to the U.S. and America's treaty allies in NATO, plus Japan and Thailand. And none of the other carriers besides that single one controlled by France can match American nuclear propulsion technology, which greatly limits their power projection capabilities. China and Russia, arguably America's two biggest geopolitical rivals at the moment, have but 4 aircraft carriers between them. Moreover, none of the other world's aircraft carriers can compete against the sheer size of the American carrier fleet either. America's aircraft carriers are divided right now between older Nimitz-class carriers that have been in service since 1975 and newer Gerald R. Ford-class carriers that have only begun entering into service since 2017, and which represent the largest warships that humanity has ever built. Each of America's 11 nuclear-powered carriers that are currently in service can carry more than 80 fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters on board, including dozens of modern F-35 fighter jets, meaning that a single one of America's carriers wields an air component that is more powerful than most countries' entire air forces are. Put all together, America's 11 carriers have enough aircraft between them to make them the 13th largest air force in the world by numbers alone, with more aircraft than are even in Britain's Royal Air Force that can be exported anywhere in the world. And because America's aircraft carriers are just so much bigger than the rest of the world's carriers are, the deck space on all 11 of them is literally more than double the deck space available of all the other aircraft carriers in the world combined. So far, the largest, most advanced, and capable aircraft carrier ever built outside of the United States is believed to be the Fujian, which was only launched by the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy just a few months before I made this video in May of 2024. Nevertheless, the Fujian is still only powered by conventional diesel, which means that its range is severely limited and largely restricted to just operating near to the Chinese coast. And it can only store a complement of 50-plus aircraft on board compared to the 80-plus that can be stored on board American carriers. Even if the Fujian and every single other operating aircraft carrier in the world right now outside of the U.S. Navy join forces to launch an all-out invasion of the U.S., they would, A, almost all struggle to even get nearby to the U.S. shores in the first place because all of them, besides the French carrier, would need oil and port refueling sites to keep them going. And there aren't too many friendly options for them around the U.S. mainland. And B, they would only be capable of carrying around 560 aircraft split between fixed-wing craft and helicopters to the U.S. shores, which is, frankly, pathetic compared to America's amphibious expeditionary capabilities.
Looks better.
Nearly 900 aircraft carriers. And this is a big reason even the entire outside world combined doesn't even have a fraction of the ability to project force around the world like the United States does, and why any potential invader of the U.S. would struggle immensely with even transporting any meaningful air power to North America at all. And then, if the carriers weren't enough, there's also America's submarine fleet for any potential invader to consider as well. In addition to America's fleet of 14 strategic missile submarines that carry their nuclear weapons, the country has 50 advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines within its fleet as well, which are designed to stealthily seek out and destroy enemy submarines and surface vessels, and to project power with onboard Tomahawk cruise missiles and special operations forces. Numerically speaking, the rest of the world has significantly more submarines than the United States does, with Russia and China each having a similar number of total subs as America does, and the rest of the world having several dozen more. But, just like with America's fleet of advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, all of America's submarines, including all of their attack subs, are powered by onboard nuclear reactors, while most of the rest of the world's submarines are still powered by diesel-electric propulsion. Nuclear-powered submarines are much more militarily advantageous than diesel subs are, because they're more independent and less reliant on ports since they don't need any fuel to keep themselves running for decades. They're also quieter, faster, and they can literally operate for months at a time, continually underwater, while diesel-electric submarines can only remain submerged beneath the water for a few days at a time. They need to locate friendly ports to refuel themselves, their engines are louder and easier to detect, and they're slower. Meaning that nuclear-powered subs are just much better at remaining hidden and attacking enemies with surprise and traveling over longer distances. There's also only 5 other countries besides the United States that currently operate nuclear-powered submarines, with Russia having the most of them at only 31, less than half the total that the US operates, while China only has 12 of them. In fact, all of the other countries' nuclear submarine fleets combined only roughly match the number of nuclear submarines in the American fleet, while America's nuclear submarines are considered to be significantly more advanced, with the current acting commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, Admiral Samuel Papero, stating that he believes American submarine technology is at least one entire generation, or about 10 to 20 years, ahead of rivals like Russia or China. So, while the U.S. submarine fleet may be at a disadvantage against the entire rest of the world numerically, the U.S. nuclear submarine fleet relies more on its significant technological superiority and their greater speed, stealth, endurance, mobility, and payload capacities than any rival submarine fleets are capable of. And that would be a significant hurdle for any potential invader composed of mostly diesel-electric submarines to ever overcome. So, with inferior submarines and inferior aircraft carriers, a potential invader of the United States, even if it was the rest of the world combined, would struggle immensely with projecting amphibious force to the shores of North America because of the U.S. Navy. And that's not even to mention the already tenuous supply chains that invading nations would have to run across thousands of miles of open ocean to maintain offensive operations in North America. We've already clearly seen the utterly disastrous logistics of the Russian army's invasion of Ukraine since 2022. And that's been a ground invasion into a neighboring country with thousands of miles of directly shared borders with direct rail connections, connecting it to Russia's factories, military bases, and supply centers. Imagine Russia, China, or even the rest of the world attempting to run logistics to support their invading army's supply and ammunition needs across the vastness of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, all while being harassed by dozens of stealthy American attack submarines. And even if they somehow were able to do all of that and
Hey,
get through the
Russian
whole US
motherfucker,
Navy, there's also
come and
the US
get
Air
us.
Force.
I
There's also
dare ya.
amazingly more powerful and capable than any
Hey,
other
pull your
global air force,
bomb.
but not. It's often said in the U.S. military that the largest air force in the world is the U.S. Air Force, while the second largest is the U.S. Navy. The U.S. Air Force's budget alone is roughly the same as for the entire armed forces of China combined. While put together, the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy alone possess nearly as many military aircraft as the next 3 largest countries do all combined. Russia, China, and India. Well, after you add in all of the other military aircraft in the rest of America's service branches, the full U.S. military controls more aircraft than the next 5 nations do combined, including South Korea and Japan, on top of India, China, and Russia. Currently, the U.S. military possesses around 630 super advanced F-35 fighter jets, which is about equivalent to all of the military aircraft combined in the entire United Kingdom. And that's just America's F-35s. And America's military plans to purchase about another 1,800 more F-35s too, which, when completed, will make America's F-35 fleet alone the world's 4th largest air force, with more F-35s than total aircraft in the entire Indian military combined. And remember that even with all of the aircraft carriers in the world right now, outside of the U.S. Navy, the rest of the world combined could only really carry about 560 total aircraft to the shores near North America, which is fewer total aircraft than America has F-35 fighters. Not to even mention the thousands of other fighters like the F-16 and other aircraft in the U.S. military's arsenal that would obliterate all of that in an instant. So, in order to achieve aerial supremacy over the U.S. mainland, an invading army couldn't possibly rely on aircraft carriers to do so, and would have to rely on transporting huge numbers of aircraft to land-based bases around the U.S. instead. But unfortunately for any invader right now, virtually all of America's neighbors have mutual defense pacts with Washington and would never allow an invader to actually base their aircraft within their territory. Canada is a member of NATO, while the Bahamas, Haiti, the Dominican Republic,
Thanks, Canada. Even though you fucking hate us right now because of the fucking tariffs. Sorry about that. Sorry that our fucking...
the only nearby states with hostile
You know who
relations
is
are arguably
like this sometimes.
Venezuela right now. and none of them have the infrastructure in place to support the huge amount of air power that would be necessary to actually challenge the US Air Force and Navy for aerial supremacy. And even if every country around the United States was openly hostile to the country, it would require the transportation to North America of every single military aircraft located across Russia, China, India, South Korea, and Japan, just to simply match the numbers of American military aircraft. And they would still have a significant technological and logistical disadvantage going up against the American aircraft. Okay, so we know that an amphibious invasion of the US mainland is a practically impossible feat for anyone to accomplish. So let's imagine that, for some reason, every country around the United States has become deeply hostile to the country. And Canada, Mexico, the Bahamas, and Cuba all start allowing major outside powers from beyond North America to start piling up millions of troops and all of their supplies and equipment to prepare for an all-out ground invasion of the U.S. from across the Canadian and Mexican borders, with aerial support coming in from the Bahamas and Cuba and other air bases located across Canada and Mexico, with another shorter amphibious invasion punching into Alaska from across the Bering Strait from the Russian Far East into Alaska, just for good measure. Here's why none of that would ever still work out either. First of all, we need to discuss the idea of invading Alaska from across the Bering Strait. As it stands right now, Russia's most far east territory, the Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, could never logistically support itself as a major staging ground for an invading army into Alaska. The entire population of this territory that's bigger than Texas is only a bit more than 50,000 people, making it one of the most sparsely populated places in the world that doesn't really have a lot of infrastructure. There are very few roads in the territory, and there aren't any railways or major ports at all, meaning that transporting and concentrating a large number of ground forces and all of their supplies here for an assault across the narrow Bering Strait into Alaska would be effectively impossible. Any possible assault into Alaska would have to be organized from much, much further away from Alaska in Russia's far eastern ports of Vladivostok and Chukotka, or from Japan, which presents the same logistical challenge as invading the US mainland would. The invading forces would have to establish reliable supply lines into Alaska stretching for thousands of miles across the northern Pacific, a difficult lesson that was learned the hard way by the Imperial Japanese during the Second World War. The last time in history that sovereign American territory was invaded and occupied by a hostile foreign power was between 1942 and 1943, when the Japanese occupied the small and sparsely populated Alaskan islands of Attu and Kiska, which they struggled to reinforce with supplies and were only able to hold on to for a year before getting overrun by much better supplied American and Canadian soldiers. Okay, but what about an invasion coming from the direction of Canada? Assuming that the Canadians were deeply hostile to the US for some reason and they started allowing millions of foreign soldiers into their territory for a big ground invasion across their border directly into the northern US. Unfortunately for the attacker, this direction too would be largely impossible to invade the United States from in any meaningful capacity for multiple reasons. First of all, there are significant geographic impediments to invading the US from the north. You have all 5 of the Great Lakes to consider, stretching from Minnesota to New York, that largely block an invasion coming from this direction penetrating into the industrial and population core of the Midwest, including rivers that separate close-by access points like Detroit and Buffalo from Ontario. And then you've also got the St. Lawrence Seaway that extends the rest of the way east from Lake Ontario through the rest of North America that empties out into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. There would be another challenging feature for an invading army to successfully cross over. And if these big lakes and rivers weren't enough of a defense, you also have the northern reaches of the rugged Appalachian Mountains that extend across northern New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, that an invading army would also have to somehow punch through next just in order to break into the heavily populated Northeast corridor. Moreover, you've also got the presence of the huge Canadian Shield that extends across most of the entire country. A vast area of exposed rock and very thin topsoil, where agriculture is effectively impossible and where building infrastructure like highways or railways is extremely expensive and difficult. The largest town located anywhere on the Canadian Shield is Sudbury in Ontario, and it only has a population of 166,000 people, which means that concentrating large numbers of troops and equipment anywhere on the Shield would be effectively an impossible task to do, since the infrastructure to support one there just doesn't really exist. This leaves, hypothetically, the only geographically feasible invasion route from Canada into the United States in the far west of the country. From across the open fields of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta down into the Great Plains across the center of the United States. Or from British Columbia down into Washington State. But this option of an invasion route in the west of Canada would also struggle for so many reasons. First of all, there is very little to capture of strategic value for hundreds of miles away from the border here, with major American population centers all located very far away that would require a massive advance to actually capture. The distance from the border here to a major American city like Denver would be about the same distance as the German army had to advance from Warsaw to Moscow during the Second World War, and across even more challenging terrain. There are the hundreds of land-based ICBM silos located across here that an invading army could attempt and capture, but again, there's no way they could make it down to them in time before America would simply fire them. And then they'd have to advance for hundreds of miles across hostile terrain before reaching anything else important. And moreover, all along their advance, the invading army coming from this direction would encounter probably the strongest insurgency in the entire country, since the rates of gun ownership in the United States are high everywhere, but they are the absolute highest up here in the states of Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming, where more than 60% of the civilian population in all three of these states are reported to own firearms, and where the geography in western Montana, Wyoming, and all across Idaho is extremely mountainous and rugged, meaning that any invading army coming from this direction would be effectively faced with an Afghanistan-style insurgency problem.
Like this. Introducing the Old Spice NFL Collection. Try again. Here, watch. Introducing the Old Spice NFL Collection.
With the Delectables Lickable Spoon treats, any time is a good time for a little spoonful of love. Delectables Lickable Spoon. Deliciously delectable Delectables.
Your cat's fucking ugly.
All the information you need to make the best call for your car. That's the plus in Tires Plus. And even worse from an invader's perspective here, because of how difficult it is to settle anywhere on the Canadian Shield and build any infrastructure across it, there's only one single highway that connects the two population cores of Canada to the east of the Shield and to the west of the Shield, the Trans-Canada Highway. And this problem is Canada's Achilles heel when it comes to potentially supporting an invasion into the United States, because the Trans-Canada Highway converges in the city of Winnipeg in Manitoba. All the U.S. military has to do in order to split Canada into two separate halves is to advance just far enough across their own border to seize and occupy Winnipeg, which would also leave Canada's core around Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal incapable of logistically supporting the Western Theater with any resupplies of troops, with the undeveloped Canadian Shield to the north and the U.S. itself to the south. This single action by the U.S. military would crush any invading army's ability to ever get supplies and logistics to an invasion force coming from this direction. The massive U.S. Air Force would just simply bombard the remaining length of the Trans-Canada Highway relentlessly that would eliminate any advancing columns of troops and armor rolling along it. In theory, even though the U.S. capture of Winnipeg would eliminate the ability for the east of Canada to support the Western invasion, the invasion force could still possibly be supported by the port of Vancouver in the west in British Columbia. But that, too, would prove to be incredibly difficult to pull off from a geographic perspective. Vancouver is completely surrounded by the Cascade Mountains, and so the only way to get troops, supplies, and equipment from Vancouver out to the invasion front in the east would be through the small number of highways and railways that snake through the narrow mountain passes of both the Cascades and then the Rockies too, towards the open fields in Alberta. Narrow mountain passes that would be relentlessly attacked and bombarded by the U.S. Air Force and American missiles during an emergency that would shut them down from being usable. And even just getting hostile troops and equipment into Vancouver to begin with would be a challenging task in its own right, with the major U.S. naval forces, including their nuclear submarines, located just to the south of Vancouver, within the protected waters of the Puget Sound that would disrupt any naval forces from even trying. Okay, so a ground invasion from Canada into the northern U.S. is probably just about impossible, no matter how much international effort is put into it. So what about a ground invasion from Mexico into the southern U.S.? This direction is, in theory, at least a little more plausible of a direction for an invading army to take than from Canada. But it would also, of course, still be incredibly challenging for a multitude of reasons. Most of the border in the center here is blocked by imposing geographic features like the southern Rocky Mountains and the vast, inhospitable, and sparsely populated desert like the Mojave, Sonoran, and Chihuahua that would all be very difficult for invading armies and their supply lines to advance across. Any big invading army coming from Mexico would therefore be left with little other choice than to either invade Southern California from Mexico's Baja California state, or into southern Texas from the Mexican states of Tamaulipas, Nuevo León, or Coahuila. Unfortunately for any invader, however, both of these geographically more plausible invasion routes are heavily blocked by the two highest concentrations of American military personnel and equipment in the entire world. California has the highest concentration of U.S. troops on the planet, with 159,000 active duty soldiers based in the state as of 2022, while Texas isn't far behind with 113,000 active duty troops deployed to the state as well, which, when combined with Arizona and New Mexico, represent roughly 300,000 active duty U.S. troops stationed nearby to the southern border. San Diego, immediately across the border from Mexico in the west, is a major concentration of the U.S. military, with huge Navy and Marine Corps bases that alone is home to 115,000 active-duty American soldiers, which blocks the narrow coastal approach into the rest of California with geographic features like the Mojave Desert and the Peninsular, Transverse, and Sierra Nevada mountains all heavily blocking the approach to the east of San Diego. And the situation in Texas wouldn't be much better, because the biggest U.S. armor base in the entire world is located very near to the border here at Fort Cavazos, which alone is home to tens of thousands of American troops and hundreds of modern Abrams main battle tanks that could quickly organize a response to a ground invasion from this direction too. Moreover, the rest of the outside world combined would struggle with fielding enough tanks in North America to confront the massively lopsided advantage that the U.S. military currently possesses in armor. The U.S. military has around 61,000 tanks currently within its arsenal of war, which is more tanks than in the combined armies of the next three biggest tank forces in the world all combined: Russia, China, and Turkey. And Russia has recently lost thousands of their most advanced tanks in Ukraine since they invaded in 2022. So, all in all, the geographic defenses of the United States against an outside invasion are really unparalleled by just about any other country in the world. They have two massive oceans on either side of them to the east and the west. The Cascades, Sierra Nevada, and Rocky Mountains all in the west that dramatically impede an invasion from that direction too. In addition to the Mojave, Sonoran, and Chihuahuan deserts, and to an extent the Rio Grande River, that would all impede invasions from the south. The Appalachian Mountains, the Great Lakes, the St. Lawrence Seaway, and the Canadian Shield, and its own sparse population across the Great Plains, that would all heavily impede an invasion coming in from the north. And even dense swamps in Louisiana and Florida that would slow down amphibious assaults coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, which all combine to roughly protect the core population centers of the United States from every single direction in an almost 360-degree sense. In short, the logistics required to transport untold numbers of soldiers and their equipment to the core population centers of the United States is really, really difficult to actually do. While at the same time, the logistics of transporting American soldiers and their equipment within the core of the country out to the frontiers where an invasion would be coming from is really, really easy to do. The continental U.S. is absolutely covered by nearly 50,000 miles of interstate highways that were designed, in part, for the easy and rapid facilitation of U.S. troop movements across the country. The U.S. has built out more roads across its country than any other country in the world ever has. And on top of the huge interstate highway system, there's also America's unrivaled freight railway system that can easily and quickly move troops and supplies around as well, which extends for around another 140,000 miles across the country's territory, and is the largest and densest network of freight railways that any country in the world has ever built. The United States, despite being a smaller country than Russia is in terms of land, has more than double the amount of railroads as Russia has, and more than 4.5 times as many roads as Russia has, enabling America's troops, supplies, and equipment to move around the country much more rapidly and easily than in Russia. And if all of that wasn't enough of an advantage during an invasion scenario, the U.S. also possesses the biggest network of navigable internal waterways in the entire world as well, with the Mississippi Basin, Snake and Columbia, Hudson, Intercoastal Waterway, and other navigable rivers, providing commercially navigable paths out to the ocean and throughout the country's interior to dozens and dozens of American cities and all of their factories. factories, which would become another invaluable asset for the movement of American troops and supplies all throughout the country during an invasion scenario that couldn't possibly be blown up by conventional firepower. And if all of that still wasn't enough of an advantage, the U.S. could also implement the Defense Production Act during an invasion scenario as well, which would reconfigure civilian industrial production all across the country into military industrial production, with factories located all across the country that would be difficult for enemies to reach and destroy, but easy for the Americans to transport finished equipment from. As it currently stands, at least at the end of 2023, the U.S. military maintained an annual budget of $916 billion per year, which is already by far the highest military budget in the world. The U.S. alone already constitutes about 40% of worldwide military spending, and spends more on their military than the next 8 biggest spenders all do combined: China, Russia, India, Saudi Arabia, the UK, Germany, Ukraine, and France. And under an invasion scenario where the country is invoking the Defense Production Act, that budget would skyrocket even further. At the height of the Vietnam War in the late 1960s, America was spending more than 9% of its GDP on the military, nearly 3 times greater percentage-wise than it is currently. If the U.S. upped its military budget back to Vietnam War-era levels again today, we'd be looking at an annual budget of more like $2.4 trillion a year, which is more than the entire combined economic output of major countries like Russia, Italy, or Brazil are capable of, which is just astonishingly insane. And even more advantageous, virtually all of the natural resources that the United States would need to actually defend itself with during an invasion scenario are also all located deep within the country's own interior. In terms of agricultural potential and food production, the U.S. controls arguably the most arable land of any country in the world, and indisputably controls the largest continuous piece of farmland in the world across the Mississippi Basin. The control of all this arable land across the interior of the country is why some people argue that the United States could easily support a population of more than 1 billion people like China or India do today with even less available farmland. But since America's population is only projected to maybe climb up to around 400 million by the end of the century, this won't ever happen, and the United States will always have the potential for huge food surpluses grown on their own territory, which basically eliminates the ability for any country or even coalition of countries to ever blockade the United States and starve it out of food, even if they somehow destroyed the entire U.S. Navy. Back in 2010, the Japanese Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries compiled a list of countries they determined by food self-sufficiency rates on a calorie supply basis. And it only ranked 3 countries in the world as being completely self-reliant on calories for their own population: France, Australia, and of course the United States, with the U.S. producing 24% more calories within their own borders than the population actually needs to survive. America's entire population and military could continue being well-fed no matter how bad the naval situation around the country's oceans got, while invading armies would have to bring all of their own food with them. And it's not just food production that the United States would be completely self-reliant on during an invasion scenario either. All of the country's most significant oil and gas fields outside of the offshore realm from the Gulf of Mexico are located deep within the country's interior as well. And the United States currently uses all of these fields to produce about 75% of its own total oil supply, and about 90% of its own total natural gas supply, with a vast network of pipelines running all across the country's territory that can quickly move fuel to exactly where it's needed. And of the 25% of America's oil supply that's currently imported, more than half of all of it simply comes in from Canada, while another 10% comes from Mexico across similar overland trade routes that are difficult for an enemy to block. This means that in addition to 75% of America's oil supply coming from within their own borders, another 15.5% all come from Canada and Mexico, ultimately meaning that more than 90% of the U.S. oil supply all comes from within the North American continent, which means that a naval blockade of the United States cannot possibly disrupt the U.S. military's fuel supply very substantially, nor the U.S. economy's electricity supply, and nor could it disrupt America's food supply very substantially. Even if you somehow wiped out the entire country's Navy and Air Force and enemy soldiers were punching into the country's territory by land and by sea, the U.S. could continue producing stuff out of all of its factories at virtually full capacity, and could continue running all of its vehicles without a major hit to its fuel supply. while the invaders would still be having to run unbelievably massive supply chains for their own fuel and supplies across the oceans and then through mountains and deserts on the continent. And if, somehow, if everything else fails, there's simply the massive and incredibly well-armed population within the United States for an invading army to be concerned about as well. The U.S. government always maintains the Selective Service Program that operates an extensive database of all American men in the country aged 18 to 25. In the event of a huge national emergency, such as an invasion of the homeland, the Selective Service gives the country a pool of 15 million young military-aged men in the country that can be rapidly conscripted from and trained and equipped for war. With that in mind, it is generally thought that in order to overcome the inherent advantages of a defender during an invasion, the attacker should attack with at least a 3-to-1 advantage in manpower. Which implies that in order to have any realistic chance at overcoming the U.S. military's manpower potential, an attacker would have to somehow call together a force of at least 45 million troops to invade the United States with. And they would somehow have to keep all of those troops well supplied across the world's oceans and motivated enough to continue fighting on a foreign continent, which is just a laughable prospect altogether. And even further, in order to combat against an insurgency after a hostile area has been occupied, the general rule of thumb in military circles is to leave behind a force of at least 40 soldiers for every 1 civilian in an occupied area, which is similar to the ratio that the Americans used in occupied Germany after World War II and that NATO forces used in Kosovo after occupying it in 1999. Since the total U.S. population is currently around 336 million people, this would imply that even if a hostile force was somehow miraculously capable of conquering the entire country, they would have to leave behind a force of at least 8.4 million soldiers all across the country just to have any hope of quelling the insurgency of America's population, which is alone more than twice as many soldiers as Germany invaded the Soviet Union with in 1941. And the insurgency that would erupt all across the United States would probably be even worse than anything else in the world ever has been, because no other civilian population in all of human history has ever been as well armed as the American population is. It's been estimated before that a whopping 46% of all the firearms in the entire world are currently owned by Americans. Around 393 million firearms, both legal and illegal, are believed to be in the possession of American civilians right now, which is millions more guns than the country's total population is. This is also why it's estimated that there's roughly 120 firearms in civilian ownership in the United States for every 100 residents, and why there are more firearms in the hands of American civilians than in the next 24 countries with the highest rates of gun ownership all combined. And there are literally millions of these American gun owners who have fantasized about this exact invasion scenario taking place every single day, who would immediately take to the hills and the mountains and become the deadliest partisans ever seen in human history. So ultimately, for many, many, many reasons, an invasion of the U.S. mainland is just not really a feasible possibility, no matter how powerful an invading force might be. There's simply far too many obstacles standing in the way between an invading army and success. But that doesn't mean that the U.S. cannot be hurt or have its interests disrupted in other ways. The U.S. mainland can, obviously, still become the subject of major attacks from hostile foreign powers, if not outright invasions. And the biggest and worst attack that ever befell the U.S. on its own territory happened recently, only 23 years ago, on September 11, 2001. Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda organization, the perpetrators of the deadliest attack in American history that killed nearly 3,000 Americans, would later claim that their strategy for carrying out the attack on American soil was to goad the United States and its allies into a costly war of pursuit against them all across the world. And over the next 2 decades following the attacks, the United States would indeed wage a global war in response across 7 Muslim-majority countries from Afghanistan and Iraq to Pakistan, Somalia, Libya, Yemen, and Syria, in their so-called global war on terror that would end up costing the United States at least $6 trillion worth of treasure and more than 7,000 American soldiers' lives and blood. An unprecedented global manhunt was launched across the entire world for years that relentlessly pursued Osama bin Laden and his accomplices who were responsible for carrying out the attack, that unquestionably demonstrated America's willingness to go to the ends of the earth and pursue all available means, no matter how ethically questionable, to pursue all those responsible who had dared to attack the American homeland. The global war on terror and the manhunt for Osama bin Laden and other al-Qaeda officers would span multiple presidential administrations and last for years until bin Laden was finally tracked down to a secluded compound in Pakistan in 2011 and eliminated during a daring cross-country special forces raid. The course of events that led up to the 9/11 attacks themselves, and then to the entire manhunt for bin Laden that led up to the raid on him a decade later in 2011, and the decades-long ramifications of America's global war on terror for both the United States itself and for the entire rest of the world, is what makes it all perhaps the single most important of all 21st century conflicts to really understand. Because it explains so much about why our current world looks and functions the way it does. But unfortunately, if I made a really in-depth video about how Al-Qaeda planned out its own logistics for the attack, and then how the global manhunt for Osama bin Laden and the other Al-Qaeda leaders responsible went, and how America pursued its global war on terror, the many disturbing, violent, and controversial details of discussing what's still a very recent and horrible conflict and tragedy would cause the whole video to become demonetized and age-restricted, which I completely understand and believe is actually appropriate. But it also ultimately means that YouTube's algorithm will never promote any of the video to you, and there's just simply no way that you'd ever see it here. And that's why instead, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about the same length as this video that covers the entire course and explanation into how Al-Qaeda was able to attack the United States so successfully on September 11th without getting detected first. And then how the US intelligence community hunted for Osama bin Laden all across the ends of the earth, and eventually found him a decade later in Pakistan. And I uploaded it directly to Nebula, which, as I'm sure you've already heard by now, is home to tons of exclusive, ad-free content like my entire Modern Conflict series, with more than 30 other full-length exclusive videos over there that you can go and watch right now, covering dozens of recent major wars and conflicts that'll all help you stay up to date on what's going on in our world and why. From this video covering the entire history of the US Al-Qaeda conflict that happened before 9/11, these ones covering the US invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq in more detail, these ones covering the international coalition's war against ISIS in Iraq and Syria, all of these ones covering the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, and many, many more with brand new episodes releasing every single month. And even better, I also recently started another completely new monthly video series on Nebula called War Room, which will track all of the latest breaking geopolitical news developing from conflicts around the world, and break them down into a single, easily digestible monthly video briefing series that'll help you stay even more up to date and informed on what's currently happening around the world and why. The latest episode in War Room, covering all of the breaking geopolitical news and developments from last month in July, is already live on Nebula for you to go and watch right now. And new episodes in War Room will be released every month, just like the monthly new episodes in Modern Conflicts of that, meaning 2 new exclusive real-life lore videos on Nebula that you won't find on YouTube going out every month going forward. And what's even more, you also get access to all of the other amazing exclusive content.
Holy shit, how long is this damn it?
About this site is that it's jointly co-owned by all of its hundreds of creators, built by myself and hundreds of other independent YouTubers and podcasters. And because it's a subscription-based service, we all get to work on way bigger and higher budget productions over there than we could ever afford to do on our own on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other exclusive content that you'll find equally fascinating from all of these other creators over there that you probably also already know as well. And right now, Nebula is also selling lifetime memberships that'll last for as long as both you and Nebula exist. Lifetime memberships cost $300 and they'll last you forever. There's no tricks or gimmicks. You just pay once, and you'll have access to everything that will ever exist on Nebula forever. That way, you can avoid paying a recurring monthly subscription, and the capital we're raising from lifetime subscriptions are being all reinvested into even more new content on the site to expand our even more ambitious projects of movies, plays, shows, and documentaries that are all still soon to come, and that I'm very excited about. And best of all, if you'd rather sign up for an annual or monthly plan to Nebula, that's fine too. And you can sign up for one by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now, or by following the link down below in the description, or by scanning the QR code here on your screen, any of which will give you an insanely good 40% discount off of an annual subscription. It's the absolute best way to help support what I'm doing here on Real Life Lore. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
Only when we submit vigorously to the will of God do we serve Him. Now you all know what a piece of macaroni is. What is a piece of macaroni? It just sits there. And is that macaroni serving the Lord? We do not serve the temple by sitting there like macaroni.
Bruh.
All around the world as of 2024, it's been estimated that the U.S. military runs somewhere around 750 bases overseas beyond the sovereign territory of the United States itself, across about 80 or more different foreign countries that span every continent on the Earth, including Antarctica. There are so many American military bases in so many places, and so many more are getting built or getting withdrawn from all the time, and so many more are just top secret and not public knowledge, that nobody even really knows exactly how many there are around the world at any given time. Not even the Pentagon itself, apparently. Because of this, the number usually given for how many overseas American military bases there are is around 750, with all of the known ones that exist today marked on this map that you see now stretched all across the world. America's global military machine is so all-encompassing today that it literally runs more overseas military bases than every single other country in the world does by several times over. Roughly 75 to 85% of all the overseas military bases run by all the countries in the world today are exclusively run by the United States, meaning that no other country's military runs anywhere near as comparable a global footprint as America's. At any given time, there will be around 170,000 active-duty American soldiers deployed overseas to these hundreds of bases around the world, which is roughly comparable to the entire size of the German military, but all deployed beyond its own borders. The U.S. almost certainly controls more manned military outposts around the world today than any previous people, nation, or empire before it has in all of human history, which, along with America's technological advantages and massive budget, make the U.S. military the most formidable armed force that has ever existed in our planet's history. But rather than America's technological, manpower, or financial advantages, it is primarily the U.S. military's logistical capabilities between all of these 750 or so bases around the world that make the American military so globally dominant and really impossible to challenge. The U.S. military takes logistics so seriously that within only a couple of years of invading the landlocked country of Afghanistan on the other side of the world in the middle of Central Asia, and after overthrowing the Taliban government there, the Air Force flew in a fully operational mobile Burger King to feed the American soldiers fighting there in the middle of hostile territory. And within time, the U.S. military had a fully operational Pizza Hut and Dairy Queen set up within the middle of Afghanistan as well. But nearly everywhere they're located, America's hundreds of military bases are also becoming increasingly controversial, both within the countries where they're located and back at home within the United States itself. America's hundreds of overseas military bases can be broadly divided into two separate categories. There are larger, more often permanently installed military bases that house more than 200 troops and typically cost more than $10 million to build, and which represent about 60% of America's worldwide military bases. And then there are smaller, more often less permanent military bases that are referred to as cooperative security locations, or lily pads, that are set up to be less intrusive, less obvious forward operating sites that typically cost less than $10 million to get set up, and have fewer than 200 military personnel staffed within them, which represent the remaining 40% of America's overseas bases worldwide. And all across the world, there are some parts of it that have significantly higher concentrations of U.S. military bases than others do. There are relatively fewer American bases present in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa, and significantly more bases present in Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia. Germany is the country that's presently home to the highest concentration of American military bases and overseas servicemen in the world. A lasting legacy of Germany's crushing defeat during the Second World War, West Germany's geographic position as a frontline state against the Soviet-backed Warsaw Pact during the ensuing Cold War, and the permanent American military presence in the country that has remained ever since. At the end of the Cold War in 1990, the U.S. had around 250,000 troops stationed all across Europe. But after the Soviet Union disintegrated, the Clinton administration began shutting down dozens of bases on the continent and greatly reduced America's total troop presence there by more than half. By 2021, with Europe having remained fairly calm for decades and major crises having exploded elsewhere that distracted America's military attention to other continents, U.S. troop levels on the European continent have dwindled down to fewer than 64,000, with about half of that total being concentrated in Germany. But since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine was launched the following year in 2022, Washington has begun surging tens of thousands of troops back to Europe once again, to the point where today there are around 100,000 American troops deployed to the continent, with about 54,000 of them all being deployed to America's various bases in Germany, and tens of thousands others deployed to bases across Italy, the UK, Poland, Spain, Romania, Kosovo, and elsewhere. But by far, America's single largest and most important permanently installed base in Europe is Ramstein Air Base here in Western Germany, the headquarters for the U.S. Air Force in Europe that serves as the anchor for a sprawling American military complex that houses 54,000 American soldiers and more than 5,400 American civilian employees. Ramstein is therefore featured very prominently in America's overseas military operations all throughout its history, serving as a major logistical center for U.S. aircraft flying from the mainland to pursue operations in Africa and the Middle East. The Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, located just outside of Ramstein, is the largest American military hospital outside of the U.S. itself, that was used extensively throughout the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq to treat wounded American soldiers. In 2021, when Afghanistan was evacuated, Ramstein was also used as a major transfer point for thousands of Afghan civilians and soldiers who had been airlifted out of the country by American aircraft to start new lives in safety in the U.S. mainland. But Ramstein is also not without its many controversies. In 2015, it was revealed that the U.S. was using Ramstein as a logistical operations center to transport weapons and munitions to U.S.-backed rebels in Syria fighting in the civil war there without the knowledge or consent of the German government. While even further, it was revealed in the same year that Ramstein was also being used by the Obama administration as a critically important control center for American drones being used to attack targets in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia. The German government claimed that it was not ever informed about America's usage of Ramstein as a major drone command center, and in 2019, 3 Yemeni citizens who lost family members during a 2012 U.S. drone strike took legal action against the German government for having allowed the operation of the drones on their territory at Ramstein. But since the U.S. has full legal jurisdiction over Ramstein Air Base, Berlin's ability to control what the U.S. actually does on the base, even without the knowledge or consent of the German government, is very limited. And this remains true across many of America's other military bases around the world as well, even in Europe. America's second largest overseas troop concentration in Europe is in Italy, largely based around the headquarters of the U.S. 6th Fleet in Naples and the strategically located Naval Air Station Sigonella, with around 4,000 U.S. troops in their aircraft, positioned on Sicily roughly in the center of the Mediterranean Sea, which serves as one of the primary stopover points for U.S. airlifts and aircraft bound from the continental U.S. towards the Middle East and the Indian Ocean. The U.S. also operates out of a major Air Force base in the north of the country at Aviano, home to the U.S. Air Force's 31st Fighter Wing that is one of only a handful of overseas American military bases that is known to store nuclear weapons and underground storage systems. One of the most controversial incidents concerning the American military in Italy took place in 2003, when CIA agents abducted an Egyptian Islamist cleric named Abu Omar while he was in Milan while he was seeking asylum in Italy. He was then transported by the CIA to the U.S. Air Force Base in Aviano, and then transported to Egypt, where he was imprisoned for 4 years without any charges, secluded, and brutally tortured by the then Mubarak regime. 26 CIA agents operating in Italy at the time were later indicted by Italian prosecutors over the abduction, including the man who was the head of the CIA in Italy at the time, Jeffrey W. Castelli. 10 years later, after the Omar Abu abduction in 2013, Castelli was convicted of 7 years in prison for his role in the incident by an Italian court, along with 3 other CIA officials at the time. But none of them were physically present at the trial, and none of them have ever been extradited by the U.S. government back to Italy to serve out their sentences ever since. The next largest concentration of U.S. forces present in Europe are in the UK, where over 10,000 American troops are permanently based, with the 2 largest concentrations being at the twin RAF bases of Lakenheath and Mildenhall in the southeast of England. The U.S. has maintained a permanent military presence in the UK ever since the Second World War, and despite being officially an RAF station, Lakenheath currently only hosts the U.S. Air Force and their own personnel. And in recent history, these have been the American bases that have been instrumental in supporting U.S. air operations in Libya and elsewhere in the Middle East. In 1986, a bomb blew up in a Berlin disco club that was known to be popular with American soldiers and killed 3 and wounded hundreds of others. The bombing was quickly traced by American intelligence back to Muammar Gaddafi's regime in Libya. And then 9 days after the bombing later, under orders from President Ronald Reagan, and with the airspaces of France and Spain all blocked off to them, 24 U.S. fighters took off from Lakenheath Air Base to bomb Libya in a retaliatory strike and carried out the longest fighter combat mission ever attempted in the history of the U.S. Air Force in the process. Conducting a 14-hour round-trip flight, the fighters flew all the way around Europe, through the Strait of Gibraltar, and then across the Mediterranean towards Libya, where they dropped 60 tons of bombs before turning back around and flying the same route back to Lakenheath again, while the U.S. 6th Fleet based in Italy moved in just off of Libya's shores to support the attack. This is how, within a matter of hours of the order being given by the president, the U.S. military machine with its logistical infrastructure already in place abroad can rapidly attack a target in a faraway location like Libya. Decades later, in 2011, U.S. aircraft from Mildenhall and Lakenheath took part in attacking Gaddafi's regime in Libya once again, when they sortied out to enforce a no-fly zone over the country and bombarded Gaddafi's military on the ground during the Libyan civil war, which ultimately resulted in Gaddafi's overthrow and death. The U.S.-run airfields in the UK, like Washington's other military bases in Europe, are therefore a major part of America's global defense strategy, and like the rest of them, they are similarly not without their controversies. One of America's other military bases in the UK is located at RAF Crowden, which is used by the U.S. Air Force as a major communication station that processes roughly a third of all American military communications in Europe. In 2019, an American woman who was employed at the base and married to one of the base's CIA agents was driving her car near the base on the American side of the road, which, of course, was the wrong side of the road in the UK. As such, she struck and killed a 19-year-old British man named Harry Dunn, who was riding his motorcycle on the correct side of the road. Days after the incident, the American woman fled the country back to the United States and quickly claimed diplomatic immunity for herself, with the support of the U.S. government, where she has remained a free woman ever since, which has all contributed to a tense diplomatic standoff between London and Washington. And the situation isn't very much different over on the other side of the world in East Asia, the other highest concentration of American overseas military bases in the world. After Germany, the next 2 countries that have the highest concentration of American bases and troops are Japan and South Korea, home to roughly 50,000 to 28,500 American troops and dozens of bases respectively. In fact, the single largest overseas U.S. military base anywhere in the world is at Camp Humphreys here in South Korea. This base is a truly massive complex, costing nearly $11 billion to build, or about half of Brazil's entire annual military budget. It sprawls across roughly 14 square kilometers, or about a quarter of the area of Manhattan. There are 500 buildings located within the base that are designed to accommodate a total population of 45,000 Americans, made up of soldiers and their spouses and children. The base is designed to essentially function as an American military town in the middle of South Korea, complete with American-run elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school for the soldiers' children. The base even has a suburban American-looking water park, an American-style gymnasium for children, a movie theater that plays the American editions of films, a massive U.S. post office to facilitate mail deliveries, and a huge food court within an American-style shopping mall that contains American fast food classics like Popeyes, Burger King, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, Starbucks, and others. It's designed to be as much of a slice of America as possible. It's also home to thousands of American troops and their aircraft that can be rapidly deployed in the event of an emergency nearby with North Korea or China. While the government of South Korea is more than happy to host them there as a deterrent force against North Korea, their presence has often still been fairly controversial among some local South Korean citizens. Most notably in 2002, the U.S. Army armored vehicle that was returning back to its base on a public road after conducting training exercises out in the countryside hit and killed two 14-year-old South Korean schoolgirls who were walking along the side of the road on the way to a birthday party. Initially, the two U.S. soldiers who were driving the vehicle were charged by the U.S. military and military court with negligent homicide. The government sought to transfer the case to the South Korean civilian court instead. The U.S. military refused to do so, and the two soldiers were subsequently found as not guilty in the ensuing military-run trial, which sparked huge anti-American protests among several South Koreans across various parts of the country. And America's parallel overseas military presence in Japan is arguably even more controversial. The U.S. military, like in European countries, has maintained a permanent presence in Japan since the end of World War II. After Germany, Japan is these days home to the second largest concentration of overseas U.S. forces worldwide. About 50,000 total troops spread out across 35 different bases, including the headquarters of the U.S. 7th Fleet that includes America's only permanently forward-deployed aircraft carrier, near to the entrance of Tokyo Bay. But the highest concentration of American forces in Japan for decades have always been within the small, far-flung Japanese island of Okinawa. Despite making up only 0.6% of Japan's total land area, 62% of America's military bases in Japan are all concentrated here. The U.S. military maintains a permanent presence of around 30,000 soldiers on Okinawa, which all on its own would be America's second largest overseas deployment of troops in the world, only behind Germany. The small island of Okinawa is also densely populated, with nearly 1.5 million people who live there. And yet, roughly 25% of all the island's land is controlled exclusively by the U.S. military and the 30,000 American troops stationed there. And their presence here is among the most controversial of any of America's overseas deployments worldwide. For a period of 26 years, since Japan started in 1945, Okinawa and the rest of the Ryukyu Island state that it's a part of were directly controlled by the United States government itself. During those 26 years of direct American administration in Okinawa, the military recognized Okinawa's primary strategic location as an unsingular aircraft carrier directly in the edge of the East China Sea, roughly at the distance from major flashpoints in Korea and the Taiwan Strait, and relatively nearby to Vietnam. So, dozens of American military bases, airfields, logistics centers, naval facilities, all constructed on the land into America's most geopolitically valuable asset, held in the asset that has been used as America's primary foreign operating base and staging area for the wars in Korea and Vietnam, and as preparation for a potential war against China over the status of Taiwan ever since. After the islands were given back to Japan in 1971, the U.S. just kept all of the military bases and facilities that it had built up on Okinawa over the past 26 years. And so Okinawa therefore continues to remain highly important to the U.S. military's ability to deter and counter threats in the region posed by China and North Korea, which benefits the Japanese government, who doesn't have to worry about those threats as much themselves, but the bases are also far enough away from mainland Japan and most of Japan's citizens that they don't really cause too much controversy outside of Okinawa. But they cause massive controversy within Okinawa. Despite taking up 25% of the island's land, the U.S. military presence on Okinawa only contributes between 4 to 5% of the island's total economy, and restricts 1/4 of the island's land for further economic development or housing for the local Okinawan residents, which has led to Okinawan citizens arguing that they face a disproportionate burden of hosting the U.S. military in Japan compared to the rest of the country, and probably due to the sheer number of U.S. troops present on the island, all confined within a relatively small place, the crimes that have been committed by U.S. service members on the island have been much more widely reported on than elsewhere. It has been reported that in the 37 years between 1972, right after the U.S. returned the islands to Japan, and 2009, American service members stationed on Okinawa committed a total of 5,634 criminal offenses, including 25 murders, 25 arsons, 385 burglaries, 2,827 thefts, 306 assaults, and other crimes that are too heinous to discuss on YouTube. A Japanese police agency also found that American servicemen in Okinawa were 86% less likely to be convicted of committing a crime by the Japanese government than a local Okinawan resident was. And on top of the crime problem, there's also an environmental contamination problem by the U.S. military on the island as well. Recently, just a few years ago in 2021, the Japanese Ministry of the Environment found that water contamination nearby to the U.S.-run Kadena Air Base on Okinawa had severely contaminated the drinking water supply of 450,000 Okinawan residents with cancer-causing toxic chemicals, which has inflamed tensions between the locals in Okinawa and the U.S. military even further. Outside of East Asia and Europe, the next largest concentration of overseas American military bases today are unsurprisingly in the Middle East. But America's military footprint here in this part of the world is dramatically smaller than it used to be. At its height in 2011, the U.S. had more than 100,000 troops actively deployed across at least 10 bases in Afghanistan alone. While in 2007, the U.S. had nearly 170,000 troops actively deployed to Iraq. About as many U.S. troops that are deployed all around the world everywhere today in 2024. But since those times, the U.S. has greatly winded down its troop presence in the region, preferring to pivot its attention towards the rising threats of China and East Asia and Russia and Europe instead. All American forces have been withdrawn from Afghanistan since 2021, while America's troop presence in Iraq has dwindled down to a much smaller force of only around 2,500 total troops, largely concentrated in just 2 remaining bases in the country that are allowed with the permission of the Iraqi government. These days, the U.S. has only around 30,000 total troops actively deployed across the entire Middle East region, about as many as the U.S. has all concentrated just on the island of Okinawa alone. America's single largest military base in the Middle East today is at Al Udeid Air Base located in Qatar. After the Qatari and American militaries cooperated together in pushing out Saddam's invading army from Kuwait during the 1991 Gulf War, Qatar realized that as a tiny country without its own significant military, it needed a strong outside power to protect itself. And so, the U.S. and Qatar signed a defense cooperation agreement that included the Qataris constructing a secret air base for the Americans to use in the country in 1996 for more than $1 billion. The first time that U.S. forces used Al Udeid in Qatar was in late September of 2001, just after the 9/11 attacks, when Washington needed the base to position aircraft for its looming air operations in Afghanistan. Since that time, Al Udeid has transformed into a major U.S. military base in the Middle East region, offering a convenient location for American aircraft to position themselves in for operations that have followed in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. Al Udeid is therefore a major U.S. airbase, logistics, and command center for the military to use that's positioned roughly in the center of the Persian Gulf region, directly opposite of Iran.
Your listing is even easier with Poshmark's SmartList AI feature. I just take a pic and let SmartList do the rest. I love it.
The high-quality industrial products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The $7,500 federal tax credit for eligible electric vehicles is ending. Must take delivery by September 30th, 2025.
First fall! You feel it in the stomach to it. The smell is gorgeous. You got to squash your heart. I got to squash your pit. I'm still in online with Dr. Squash. Feel like a man, smell like a champion.
It is presently home to roughly 11,000 U.S. troops and multiple strategic bombers like the B-1 Lancer. Al Udeid is therefore home to about a third of all the U.S. troops currently stationed in the Middle East theater, while thousands of other U.S. troops and equipment are based in airfields in the neighboring United Arab Emirates, while the second largest U.S. military presence in the Middle East is centered within the small island kingdom of Bahrain, which hosts the Naval Support Activity Bahrain that's the home port of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, that's responsible for carrying out America's naval interests in the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, and the Red Sea. It is the third of America's fleets that is home ported beyond the sovereign territory of the United States itself, along with the previously mentioned 7th Fleet headquartered in Yokosuka, Japan, with responsibility for covering the Western Pacific and the Eastern Indian Ocean, and the 6th Fleet headquartered in Naples, Italy, with responsibility for covering the Mediterranean, the Western Indian Ocean, and the Eastern Atlantic. The remaining 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Fleets are all headquartered within the United States itself, which together gives the U.S. Navy operating coverage across the entire world. As a result, about 9,000 U.S. troops and Department of Defense employees are based in Bahrain that defend the little kingdom in the dangerous neighborhood of the Middle East, while Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan all host large numbers of U.S. forces on overseas bases as well. And beyond the Arab world, America's other most significant military base in the region is at Incirlik in Turkey, another major air base that also stores America's nuclear weapons in the region, with around 50 American nuclear bombs known to be stored at the base parked nearby within bomber range to Russia and Iran. Incirlik has been used extensively to transport aircraft and troops to the Middle East theater in several of America's previous wars, and most recently was heavily used by the United States in 2015 as a forward operating drone and attack aircraft base for fighting against ISIS across the border in Iraq and Syria, after they received the green light from the Turkish government hosting the base to do so. And even with only a fraction of the number of troops and amount of equipment based in the Middle East today as compared to a couple of decades ago during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military and its worldwide logistical support system is still capable of bearing down devastation on the area against America's enemies at a moment's notice. After a drone attack hit a small U.S. military base in Jordan called Tower 22 just across the border from Syria and Iraq, 3 American soldiers on the base were killed and 47 others were wounded. The attack was linked to Iranian-backed Shiite militias operating in Iraq, and within days, President Biden ordered the military to carry out a retaliatory strike. 2 American B-1 bombers loaded up with 75,000 pounds of munitions each, then took off from the runway at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas on a 44-hour round-trip mission. They flew across the United States to meet up with American aerial refueling tankers just off the coast of Nova Scotia. Then, they continued flying across the Atlantic Ocean, where, just off of the coast of Portugal, they met up with more American aerial refueling tankers that took off from America's military bases in the UK. Then, the bombers continued flying all the way across the Mediterranean towards the Middle East, where they linked up with fighter escorts that departed from America's bases like Al Udeid in Qatar. And then, over a period of only 30 minutes, the bombers dropped more than 125 precision-guided munitions across more than 85 Iran-backed militia targets at 7 different locations throughout Iraq and Syria, reportedly causing devastating damage and dozens of casualties. And then the bombers just flew back the same way they came, with the aerial refueling supports all the way back to where they took off from in Texas one day previously, without ever landing once, and accomplishing the longest and most complicated bombing raid in American history since the 2003 Iraq War in the process. Overall, most of America's overseas military bases are within generally allied countries where their governments explicitly approve of their presence, even if they don't necessarily know about or approve of everything that goes on within them. But there are some of them that are located within the territories of countries where they are explicitly not welcome, and, as you'd expect, these ones are significantly more controversial than any of the others. Some of these examples include the small military outposts in Syria that the U.S. military runs, where around 900 U.S. soldiers are currently stationed at. The American soldiers here operate in the country without the permission of the Syrian government, and they serve a couple of different roles. 2 of America's bases in the northeast of the country are located in the de facto autonomous area that's under the control of the U.S.-backed Syrian Kurdish forces. The U.S. bases here are used to transport weapons and munitions to the Syrian Kurdish forces in Syria, and to train and advise Syrian Kurdish officers, whom the U.S. supports within Syria against the Syrian government and against ISIS. The other U.S. military base in Syria that's there against the Syrian government's permission is in the central south of the country, just across from the international borders with Iraq and Jordan, the Al-Tanf base. This small American outpost in Syria of around 200 soldiers in the middle of the empty Syrian desert has only been around since 2016, and it still serves a very critical function. The Americans declared a 55-kilometer safe zone within Syria's territory around the base's perimeter, and the base itself sits on the highly strategic M2 Baghdad to Damascus highway, one of only 3 major highways that connect Iraq with Syria. The other 2 highways run further north and stretch from Iraq into the northeastern part of Syria that's largely under the de facto control of the U.S.-backed Syrian Kurdish forces, which means that with the U.S. blocking the southern highway with their base in Syria at Al-Tanf, Washington can effectively block